Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of the April. Sorry, had some banana on my face. The April Bugapalooza. I'm just looking up some information about one of our auction items here. So I haven't memorized the Latin yet. Okay. Whew. I'm just now noticing. Wow. I didn't realize there was a place that stocked this thing. Interesting. Well, somebody's probably going to get a deal on stuff. Anyways, so here we go. Also, got to get that in there. Let's say good morning to everybody who's here so far. We have Laura Yadeski, Altered Pants, Owen Johns, Charlie Bug, Charlie's back, Exotic Wilderness, Ashton Farthing. Ashton, it's very difficult for me to not say your last name is Farthing. It's very difficult. Eric Matthews, Glock Roaches, Tennyson, Kevin, Santiago, Joseph Tavir, Eric Liu, Mantronics, Zach Olson, Hyperbeam, Duchess, Venom, Civ, John Doe. Welcome, everybody. We are starting today off with our miscellaneous stuff. Let's see what that entails. As per this, reptiles, more isopods, arachnids, miscellaneous, dry goods, plants, grain pests. Somebody actually reached out about the Wake County rat snakes last night, so they probably are not actually going to be up for auction. However, everything else will be. I see I put more isopods on the list before arachnids, miscellaneous, into all of that. So that's my whoopsie. So I guess what we'll do is I'll go get a stack of isopods and we'll do that. And then I will go through all the miscellaneous, the arachnids, all that stuff. I'll go through all of that. And the only thing for certain is grain pest is going to be last, and the bulk of the isopods will be after I get back around 3 p.m. Eastern time. So let me go get a couple isopods, and we're going to start that off. I'm going to just tell everybody, do an at everyone. We're doing miscellaneous inverts, including arachnids, along with some isopods. Now, the bulk of isopods will be after 3 p.m. Eastern. All right, we do everyone in general. We'll do this here. Bidding begins. Let me go get those isopods. Okay, I got a small stack of isopods here. We'll work through those since it did say isopods first, so we're going to just go through that and get that going. Everybody have a good night, good evening. Duchess asking if mantids are on the list. No mantids. Well, we do have mantids. They're egg cases. They're Chinese mantid egg cases. So kind of like no mantids, basically. I slept pretty well last night. I went and saw the dogs yesterday, and they are, I forgot how disgusting and smelly they are, but it was really good to go see them and pet them. I actually haven't seen them in quite a long time because I've been here in Livonia taking care of stuff. and funnel webs going up. I think that might be happening. Oh, and John says, I am locked in for today. I'm waiting for our viewership to get up just a little bit more. Maybe we'll start things off. We'll just start things off with a group of 50 cubaris species panda king starting bid of $1. We'll just throw that out there while everybody's waking up. Somebody maybe get a real good deal here on some cleaners, something that used to be stupidly expensive and now is not so stupidly expensive. But yeah, let's see. Let me get everything marked up in my little Excel sheet here. It's crazy to think that we've gone through 276 items already. After today, this will officially be the largest Bugapalooza, even though it's taken significantly less time, which is great. Siv says, begin with the king. We got a couple giveaways going on here. We've got, I'm going to use, this is Austin's language, not mine, but I'm going to use it. We've got at least one panty dropper here. Let's see, how are they looking? Yeah, it looks pretty good. Maybe needs a bit more ventilation, maybe. Yeah, so we have a panty dropper here for some people. In fact, we're going to do a giveaway for one of the batches of these hidden among this other stuff. Plenty of good things, though. Owen says, since the last few days finished way earlier, when do you expect to be wrapped up for today? I don't know. It's that's a difficult call because it's going so fast. In the past, when I had to, a lot of the length of the Bugapalooza was I would go and inventory things and then come back, and that would take like, I don't know, half an hour here and there. But that's all done, so I don't have to do that. So instead of it being just broken up by me going and doing stuff like that, everything's just laid out right here. So that saves us a bunch of time. Xi Willen is saying the Sunday stream normally goes the longest. Yeah, that's pretty true, but who knows how it'll be this time with everything packed up. We do have some special stuff going up. I need to check in with somebody. I have a couple of items we're doing for some other people. I'm going to just go here and check in. All right. I am sending a Discord message to the person to see if things are agreeable. All right. So how's everybody doing? Somebody saying foaming at the mouth for grain pass. Hyperbean says we'll be done around 5 p.m. We finished at around 2 p.m. yesterday. We did? Any chance you have more pak chongs? Apparently they're hard to find. That's so bizarre to me. There are miscellaneous forms of pak chong. I think I only had the one count of the original pak chongs. Unless the Drinkies throw a curveball. Drinkies could throw a curveball. There will be some gastropods coming up as well. They are on the docket. All right, here's an X for the Panda Kings. While we're getting warmed up here. Charlie says, I'm going to be spending a lot of the time today stabbing holes in my self bins. Got a nice sized one for the best Beetles I won. Good. All right, going once for the Panda Kings, the Panda Rats. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Fancy Cloud. Gonna have to control R there. Fancy Cloud with a winning bid of 34. Congrats, Fancy Cloud. And this Sharpie is starting to run out of juice. Winning bid of 34. Our first winning bid today. 34. Fancy Cloud. Okay, we're just going to piddle through a couple isopods here, and then we're going to get into the other stuff. But I did say there would be isopods. So we have 60 Silisticus convexus, Dearborn, Michigan. Another one of my oldest isopod colonies. These might be from like 2009 or something. I need to check my spreadsheets. Just convexus, just one of the guys everybody loved before all the fancy stuff started coming in. Exactly what I say. Any update on the renaming of the common name for G. portentosa? Yeah, I've made an executive decision for the common name. I gotta find it because I don't like using common names. Obviously, it's the marvelous, which is a transliteration of portentose. So if we go to portentosa, Latin, what does portentosa mean in Latin? Portentus, meaning now here's one saying it's revolting or something like that, but then the other form of portentosa, the portentosus means that, but then the other one means like wondrous or marvelous or something like that. Feminine of portentosa, feminine singular portentoso. Where is this? Meaning portentous or amazing as an adjective. So apparently it can be, you can spin it either way, with it meaning like it's awe-inspiring in a positive or a negative way, and we're going to go with the positive way for this. And this is to help combat the common hissing cockroach name and the Madagascar hissing cockroach, which they're all from Madagascar, so that's a very poor common name. And further to combat the pet store name of the Islander roach and all that other silly stuff, because they are all inspired. So they are the marvelous hissing cockroach, and we'll see how long it takes for that to penetrate the vernacular. But I will continue to use portentosa. Obviously, I will use Latins as often as I can. Melissa says, am I crazy, or have your line of magic potions not come up yet? They haven't, and I packed quite a few of them too, so they're all in the stack for today. I think there's one in this stack actually right here. I think there's one. Here's an X for the convexus. If you need feeders, you could use these for that. I mean, it's a utilitarian species. I actually, again, the pros of keeping a culture for like decades is I think I finally got a mutant out of this. So I'm working on isolating that, and we'll see how that goes. So I'm pretty sure I finally got some sort of mutation out of this colony that I've had for decades at this point. And because I've kept it going, that means it's going to be unique from everything else that's popped up. So we might be looking at a Levis caramel or a how now situation. All right, going once for the convexus. Going twice. Sold. To Touchable Hat, 45 with a winning bid of 15. Okay, next up we have a group of 50 Armadillidium maculatum, original 2014 import, starting bid of $1. Let's see what's going on with this glue trap ban. I'm quite interested to see what's up with that and what's going on. What's the deal behind this sort of thing? I would suspect it might be animal rights based, maybe. San Francisco is considering banning them, not necessarily banning them. What's the reason? The cruelty of glue traps. Okay, so that's why. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we have bigger problems to worry about than glue traps and and this sort of thing is how I feel about that. So Alyssa Talbot says, okay, cool. I want to switch out my Japanese mixed ones for something else. What do you know? I see a cup with Bulgari Magic Potion written on it right here, actually, as a matter of fact. So we got that going on next. And it's also a giveaway cup. So John Doe says, I'm trying to breed a colony of convexus. I tried that too at one point, and I lost them. To be fair, I didn't put all that much effort into it, but I'm glad that you're doing that because I did think of that too. So let me know how that project goes. Alan Jones says that Park Crossing has Allium mobilense growing in the wild. That's awesome. I assume you saved them, Alan. Let's see, man, I suck at giveaways. This will be a giveaway that is people who were here from the start of this auction will have an advantage over, I think. Here's an X for the Maculatum 2014 stock. It's looking like somebody's going to get a really good deal on these guys. And I already have an idea for our giveaway for the Magic Potions, which is what we're going to do next. Then we got 3 more isopods, and then we'll be hopping straight into our miscellaneous inverts, including arachnids and such. So Frognose is talking about specific types of glue traps are important, and I think that's a reasonable point. I also, having had cats now, I'm also realizing that having a cat indoors is amazing for managing small rodents. I think I could strongly recommend indoor cat ownership to a lot of people, and particularly if you're having pest problems. I wonder how the math works out with the amount of money you save on pest control, the potential for emotional health benefits, and in the form of emotional and then also practical, like controlling disease and whatnot by having rodents kept at bay. I'm wondering if somebody's done an analysis like that. I'll go into that more in a second. All right, going once, going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 42. These early risers get the best deals, it seems. There might be some people kicking themselves after some of the stuff that's going to go up. Some of these things as I look at them over here. All right, we'll do a giveaway now. For a giveaway for 20 Armadillidium Vulgare Magic Potion. You know what these are. And the question is, as of the end of yesterday's auction, how many items were auctioned off? So I think I mentioned the number just maybe not too long ago. Let's see, anybody get it yet? Oh, numbers. The numbers are just going. I wish I could do a control F in the chat for stuff. Do I see it yet? I'm looking. Somebody's going to get it. I'm looking. I don't see it yet. Eric Liu, I believe, has the correct number. Wait. Let me. You got the chat is moving so fast. I can't tell what's most recent or not. I am pretty sure The correct answer is 276, and that seems to be Dragon Grimoire had it first, way up in the first. How many responses? I can't even tell. It goes to Dragon Grimoire. The answer is 276 items as of yesterday. A couple of other people got it afterwards. I did mention the number earlier today, so that's why I said if you've been here, you'll have an advantage. But congrats to Dragon Grimoire for your win, Pogger. Yeah. Whoops. Scroll all the way up to the top of the Excel. All right. 20 Armadillidium Maculatum Magic Potion giveaway to Dragon Grimoire. Is that your first thing that you've won at the auction in some form? I think it is because you're not showed up in the Excel. Let me know if that's the case, and I'll congratulate you. All right, we have actual bid stuff up now. We have 30 Venezuela Pisum, Everglades, Florida, starting bid of $1. Dr. Humroyd is already present so early as well. That may not bode well for some of you. First giveaway win. Congrats. Yeah, for some reason you're not pulling up in the oh, never mind. It's because it's all one word. Okay. That's why I put it down as all one word before, so I gotta do that here. And then it will. Perfect. Okay, all good. So yeah, I'm curious what you guys are gonna think about some of the miscellaneous bug things. So we got some stuff coming up that's quite unusual from the promo material. Definitely some first times for a lot of people with at least one of these items. So Isopod friends are waking up. Are people? Yeah, people are starting to wake up. I got 3 things day 1 of my fiance. I got 2 things day 1 too. Okay. Yeah, I was just saying because I just typed the thing in wrong in the Excel document. So do their butts fluoresce? Yes, a lot of the US ones have some fluorescent parts to them. I think from when I was looking at stuff, the Venezuela Arizonicus had the most fluorescence. Here's an X for the Pisum, although there could be other factors involved in that, like humidity and diet and blah, blah. But these are a good little guy. I like to keep these with Uricotis floridana. They do very well together. They're happy little friends. All right, going once, going twice. Sold. To touchable hat. Wait, no. To Beetle Pixel. Wait, I got a control R. There's too much stuff going on here. Let's see who actually won. Everybody's saying crazy, etc. Let's see. Okay, no, it's Paco E6. There we go. See, I'm saying it better now. It's Paco E6 with a winning bid of 44, being out even Beetle Pixel. Paco E6. There we go. You were right. It definitely helps to break that word down. Just all the vowels together were confusing for my brain. I can't devote too much bandwidth to that right now. So let's see which Vernerai is this. Ooh, here's something good. This is an early bird gets the worm because it's something unusual. We have 20 Porcelio Vernerai. Wild type, not orange. Starting bid of $1. So this is just the wild type Vernerai. You usually see the oranges available, and this is the wild type. And they look a lot like Klugii, and I would not be surprised if it was determined they were actually just the same species at some point. So, and I think one of you Roach folks sent these to me. I'd have to go through. Let's check the Excel document. Although it was I don't know if I added these to the Isopod one yet. Master Isopod copy. Let's see. Vernerai. Okay, the orange came from Carlos. Do I not even have Porcellio verteri on this list? How many isopods do I have? Oh my gosh. Geez, the last time I updated this was December 20th, 2023, and I was at 214 isopods. I wonder how many I actually have now. It's hard to tell. So somebody, I think maybe it was Anthony Green, sent me these. I'm pretty sure. I'll do a group beg for somebody to remind me. I'm pretty sure it was Anthony Green, or maybe it was somebody else who sent me these and was like, yeah, they throw some lighter individuals, and I got them early on in this whole process, and they're, I like them. All right, here's an X for these unusual and not often seen isopods, just the straight species verteri of Armadillidium. All right, going once, going twice. Sold. To Patrick with a winning bid of 47. Patrick. The name's not Rick. All right. And our last isopod for now, we have a group of 30 Armadillidium courteous, starting bid of $1. If these needed a common name, I would call them the false zebra roly-poly. I think that's pretty fitting because they look very close but not quite. Stella says, I'm at a show today and this is going to be hard. Yeah, Stella, I got to put some of your stuff up. They'll go up in the next lot of stuff. I think will go up at some point. These take it pretty dry, I've noticed. They take it and they prefer it pretty dry, even compared to maculatum, which also seem to like drier-ish conditions. So, but I do like these guys. Again, the false zebra roly-poly is a funny meme, funny thing to think about, implying that there is a true in these names that we have arbitrarily given them. Anyways, enough about me. Here's an X. Yeah, also remind everybody to like the stream. Please like the stream. We are only at 15 likes now. That engagement is precious. I'm going to start a super chat goal for doing plants also, even though I know we're going to do plants today anyways. We're going to do, guess what? ... More plants. I hear something outside. I wonder if it's Baloo or if it's a squirrel. It's a squirrel. Rustling through the leaves. So we'll just leave that up there. All right, going once for the... Why did I put those there? Going once for the Courserium. Going twice. Sold. To Bebop with a winning bid of 35. That's pretty good, I think. Pretty good deal on that. I think both of us should be pretty happy with that. Thank you, Bebop. Koi boy boop. Okay, and now we are into our other stuff for now. We will do more isopods. The bulk of the isopods will be after 3 p.m. Maybe we'll do a couple before if we go through this stuff quickly. But we're going to start off with something that's kind of been requested. We are going to do one starter culture. No clue how many. Of Oligotoma nigra from Bylus, Arizona, starting bid of $1. This is the black web spinner. I have no idea how many are in this cup. I just grab globs of web and I fill the cup with them. So it could be like 5, it could be like 50. I don't know. So, but it's just a cup full of the web, guys. And I know there's a lot of them in here because they already webbed up the dog food that I put in. You guys can see this. So if you want to keep like almost eusocial communal type of invertebrate, but you don't want to do ants or termites, this is a good alternative. They're pretty cool. You check on the culture, you can see them crawl. Oh, there, you can see some of them through the bottom. You can see them getting going there. So there's at least like 4 in here. So somebody said, what/where are super chats? So listen, they're in the YouTube here. There's just, I don't know how you do it. You got to like click the thing, show your support for roach crossing. Burb. Hello, Burb. I have an earbud in my ear listening for my sleeper agent words, vinegaroon, amblypygid, widow, and pseudoscorpion. Oh, that's right. Will's bringing a couple pseudoscorpions, guys. Pseudoscorpion people, you're going to be eating well because Will's bringing some pseudos. So Charlie says, starting an isopod breeding project where my desired color comes from a wild-caught male. If he dies of age before he gets to mate with any of the females, I'm going to be so mad. I think some armadillidium have been recorded to live for like over 2 years, which is crazy. Dragon Groomer asking about my pure discoids. Yes, I have like 5 different strains of Discoidalis. Anonymous Asian asking, will there be orthopterans today? Yes, there will be. Thank you, Bahijager, for the $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Here's an X for the web spinners. I like Dr. Hemorrhoid. What is this? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah. I want to get more web spinners in culture. I think they're really cool. I collected some like detritus that had a web spinner in it in Florida, and there's actually another species introduced there. But there's no guarantee that I actually collected enough or any actually through that method. So that might be a future acquisition. And then there's a red native species in Texas that Alan used to have that I would really like to get again. Whenever I end up going back to Texas, I really want to get those guys. All right, going once on the Oligatoma. Going twice. Sold. To Barnacle with a winning bid of 33. To Barnacle. Thank you very much, Barnacle. Okay, next up we'll do an orthopteran here. We're going to do some 15 Grylus species, Fort Morgan, Alabama, largest Grylus species I have seen. Starting bid of $1. There's a picture on my blog somewhere of these. Actually, I gotta change the identity. These are CF firmus. Sorry about that. Edit ID. These are CF firmus, and they're CF because it's actually a firmus needs to be split up. According to TJ, that these are firmus only by technicality. So, that might be a picture from TJ, maybe. Jay Vanna says, hoping for a cool plant to put in an isopod bin. It's a lot of outdoor plants is the thing. Anonymous Asian asked about web spinners. Are they difficult? They're super easy. You keep them dry, well ventilated, a moist corner, just lots of wood and bark and stuff to make their little trails through, and then just throw in dog food or fish flakes and stuff like that, and they just web up everything, and it's great. Eric Matthews says, tell me what's great about pseudoscorpions. Well, they're small. They were actually, we say that they're crab-like, but actually crabs are pseudoscorpion-like. Pseudoscorpions evolved first, so crabs basically, it shouldn't be called carcinization. It should be called pseudoscorpionization because crabs were copying pseudoscorpions when they evolved their body plan as a technicality. So it's actually pseudoscorpionization. They're just nifty little guys. They're weird little arachnids, they get little pinchers and no stingers, and they move weird. They look weird. Let's see. Dat Boy says, have you seen any of his xenomorphs go for any more than $100 for a 10 count? No, I haven't actually. Tennyson says, miss these. Their chirps are very pleasant. They get very large. Yes. So this is the CF Firmus from Fort Morgan, Alabama. Again, on paper, they're Firmus, but in actuality, it's one of these is undescribed. So, all right, here's an X for these guys. Tennyson says they have a pleasant chirp, so keep that in mind. All right, going once for the CF Firmus. Going twice. Sold. To Ectrol with a winning bid of 17. Ectrol getting a good deal here, I think. As I fumble copying, pasting. All right, we're going to do next some earwigs. These are often requested. We're going to do some 15 Borrelia and Ulipes from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, starting bid of $1. This colony all comes from a single female that came in a leaf litter sample that I was sent. I was just like, oh, I'll set this up and maybe they'll culture. And what do you know? They did. And we did. There's the African earwig and the ring-legged earwig, and they both co-occur in Alabama. But I did look at these and compare them to there's also a lot of overlap in their characteristics. It's kind of weird how arbitrary some of the determinations are made between the two species. But based on the number of things they shared with the description for the ring-legged earwig and not the African earwig, I feel comfortable calling these Anulipes. So I'm almost absolutely certain that they're Anulipes. Burb says pseudoscorpions are teensy, rotund scorpion without a tail, and most inject venom through their pedipalps. Zen Monkey says web spinners are made from magic. Burb says the venom isn't harmful unless you're a springtail, though, about the pseudoscorpions. Zen Monkey saying, I don't know, they can envenomate fingers. And Tennyson argues, I might be a springtail. You don't know that. Alyssa says, my stream just kicked me all the way to the beginning. Maybe time for a refresh, maybe. All right, here's an X for the Anulipes. You might be able to toss these in a larger roach culture and have them get going. I just don't really usually recommend keeping earwigs with other stuff, except maybe Labradura, Rhyperia, if any of us can figure out how to keep them breeding consistently in captivity. I have a theory, though. I have a developing theory that Labradura, one of their favorite or best prey items might be fly larvae. They might like to eat maggots, and that might explain why sometimes they do well in a setup and sometimes they don't. Usually fresher setups where there could be fungus gnat larvae and just a lot of stuff like that, because I tried keeping them with abundant prey and abundant stuff to eat, and they just don't seem to do well over time. So I think I'm going to try this next approach. I might try offering Labradura forward fly larvae, like dead roaches just teeming with forward fly larvae, and see what they do if I can get my hands on them again. And I wouldn't mind culturing them that way. I do think they're really cool earwig. They're so large and colorful. So, but I got to test that theory. I got to see if I'm full of it or if there's some water there, because I've tried offering them everything: pre-killed bugs and the soldier fly crumbles and fish flakes and dog food. I kept an active isopod culture with them. I kept an active roach culture in with them, and nothing is getting long-term consistency, unlike all these other earwigs that I'm doing well with. All right, going once for the Anulipes. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 30. Chris Sniper picking up some slack here on this Sunday morning. All right, it's time for one of our panty droppers, as they are called. We have here maybe one of the first time offerings in the US in such a medium, a phasmid. A phasmid which I was introduced to only about 2 months ago because my friend had a specimen in a display on his wall, and I saw it and said, I need to keep this insect. I need to keep it. Like, I cannot live without this stick bug in my life. So it just so happens that somebody contacted me not so long after and was like, hey, I actually keep these. And was able to send me some ova. I'm supposed to get some nymphs in a bit. So there's a couple of groups of these, but I got to make a little bit of funds in this auction, so I'm not going to reveal just how many groups of these are available. But this is something, if you like stick bugs, this is something you need to open your eyes and ears to right now. We have a group of 10 ova of Eurycnema Goliath, starting bid of $1. So everybody's like, that's crazy. Yes, it is. So here's your opportunity. They are right here. For hosts, I was looking up online that in the wild they eat eucalyptus. People are apparently raising them on standard stick bug stuff in captivity, like oak and bramble and rose and whatnot. You can find more of that information just by Googling it. The person that I got them from is using eucalyptus because they have a lot of it accessible. There is a website, I think it's called fresheucalyptus.com or something like that. It's a person who grows eucalyptus for people who need it for animals. Like there's different birds that use it and sugar gliders and whatnot. It's pesticide free, etc. You can order exactly what you need. Branches with leaves on them, just the leaves, a bunch of different things that you can order. I'll try and find that. Let me, maybe if I just fresh eucalyptus leaves. Let's see. Somebody just sent me the link. Pesticide free for sugar gliders. Why is there like a billion different? Here we go. It's called eucproducts.com, and this is the site that I was recommended. So if you want to go through ordering the eucalyptus, you can do this and order it through this site. And if you want to try out your local host plant, see what you can do too. Somebody's saying somebody brought in a bunch of Phyllidae. No, I have not seen that. Eric Matthews says, let me know when you're selling something that eats privet. I have gobs of privet. Kyle, can you post the link of that site? Oops, caps. Yes, I did. I posted in the Discord. This is a site that came recommended to me by somebody who was using it for ecstatosomas. All right, we have Dr. Hermroyd in the lead with the winning bid of 100 so far. We'll see if anybody challenges that. Going once for the 10 Eurycnema Goliath ova. Going twice. Sold to Dr. Hermroyd with a winning bid of $100. See, I knew you guys would get all worked up over this. So, but again, I am happy to get this stuff in your guys' hands, and we'll see who does the best with them and whatnot. Yeah, several people are typing. All right, we're going to move into something completely different now. We are going to put up one of the things that was actually on the promo material for the auction. It's not the other stick bug yet, guys, not yet. We have, I appreciate the technical difficulties thing. We have one culture of Drosophila lumei from Russia, Russian bloodline, Russian stock. And apparently that's an important distinction to make when it comes to one of our other items we're going to put up for grabs. This is a flying line. I should emphasize that because I didn't put flightless or anything in that, but I will emphasize it here. This is a large fruit fly, maybe a little longer than hide-eye, but not nearly as bulky. And you can just culture them just like you would hide-eye or melanogaster or bazatii. But if somebody wants to work with, if you need a fruit fly, a big flighted fruit fly for something, I don't know, for spider slings or whatever weird bug you're working with, here's an opportunity to get a culture of these guys. So, yeah. So I had to put something like that on the promo material. We can't have all just big, beautiful bugs. We got to have the tiny, beautiful in their own way bugs too going on. And I was really excited to receive these guys. And now I'm up to six cultures of fruit flies. I really do need to get like some of the weird, like white-eyed, black-bodied ones and stuff again. Actually, I might look into that. Anybody know where I could get some of the? There was that strain of Drosophila melanogaster that had a black body and white eyes, and it was like Turkish glider winged. It wasn't flightless, but I'm just I'm curious if anybody remembers what site that was. I'd like to get at least one more of those weird lines of Drosophila. Was it Drosophila, white eyes, black body for sale? Because I'll just pick up a culture now. Here's an ebony body culture, and it wasn't a science supplier. It was just like a random like dart frog source. Maybe it was Dart Frog Connection. Dart Frog Connection, Drosophila. Anybody know where I'm talking about? It was Dart Frogs Express. Dart Frog Express. Kill me for looking up Dart Frog stuff. Somebody know what I'm talking about here? Let's see, bazatii, golden hide-eye, DFC, fruit hide-eye. I don't know what DFC means. But yeah, if anybody knows, I would like to pick those up again. How do you catch and feed off flying feeders? An excellent question. This is a cold-tolerant species of fruit fly, so when you need to feed out of it, pop it in the fridge for a minute, take it over to the enclosure, dump the stuff out, and you're good to go. So that's what I've been doing, at least. It's how I do that. Do assassin bug nymphs like fruit flies? Yes, they do. We have something that eats these coming up in a bit. All right, here's an X for the Drosophila lumei. Neat little fellas. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 12. Now, there's only one culture of these guys, but if you wait a little bit more, then we'll have some other interesting stuff coming up here soon. Okay, next up we'll grab something off of this pile. Not quite an invertebrate, but we have one clump of dormant Fuligo septica, starting bid of $1. We're bringing back this meme because it erupted out of one of my millipede containers, and I thought, well, we'll grab this and get this up for grabs. Love Tennyson's comment. Open it and pray. Yeah. I gotta try Zealous Luridus again. I don't know why I killed so many last year. Maybe it's because the food was like I raised them on fruit flies when I was like in high school, and they did so well. And then now trying to do it again, I just kept killing the wild ones that I was collecting. And I don't understand. Maybe it's an Lee effect thing. Maybe it's because the population density was low. They were getting overwhelmed with the fruit flies, or like there's a missing piece to the puzzle. Maybe I should have been feeding more like micro roaches, like dumped in some Neoblatella detersa. Also, I gotta order some more mesh cages for stuff and find out where my wholesaler account thing is. There it is. If anybody needs like pop-up cages and stuff, I'm going to look into doing another order of some pop-up cages wholesale, because I do get wholesale pricing. Obviously, there'd be a little retail markup. But if you need good quality cages, I'm probably going to do an order pretty soon, so get in touch with me. Fuligo septica is edible. Tastes like fresh broccoli raw. What's the smell? Here's an X. So if you want a pet slime mold, here you go. This is technically an invertebrate. It doesn't have a vertebra. It doesn't have vertebrae. You know, we love technicalities around these parts. Here's an X for the slime mold, going once, going twice. Sold to JS Vana with a winning bid of 15 for the pet slime mold. There's another one that looks kind of like male reproductive fluid that pops up very rarely in some of my bins, and I've seen it outdoors as well. I kind of want to find out what the dormant state of that looks like, and then maybe get it into one of our auctions sometime, perhaps. What is this? This is just unlabeled. Oh, it's the Chinese mantid. Let's do one of these. We'll do one ooth of Tenodera sinensis, wild caught. Starting bid of $1. Just a Chinese mantid ooth. For anybody interested, again, anytime I find them in my front yard, I get rid of them. So, let's see. Somebody says, tastes like peanut butter if you cook it with scrambled eggs. Obey the snarf. Are you being serious about the Fuligo septica? Somebody asking, what do we feed Fuligo? I think, I don't really know what they're eating in the containers. Like you'd have to ask one of the people who's actively culturing it intentionally, because I don't really do that. It just pops up sometimes and I deal with it. Charlie Bug says, well, crap, should have emailed you about our day one winnings, yet I need to go do that. Owen says, nah, he said there's plenty of time to do that. Yeah, you can take your time. Just I really prefer basically by the end of the day today, if everybody will have sent me an email by the end of Monday, basically, because I got to go in, get everybody's information, get payments, get addresses, and then I got to get boxes out, and that's a whole process. It's the end of the whole auction experience, but basically it's just please get it to me as soon as you can, because I got to get the gears in motion to get all these things shipped out. Obey the Snarf is dead serious about eating the Fuligo septica. Tennyson says, really, is dog vomit that sounds like what dog food would taste like? I'm not sure what that means. And are these legal in Florida? Jay Steverson says, yes, they are just shipped arbitrarily all over the U.S. and released in the wild all over the place. Here's an X for these guys. Just the default standard praying mantis that everybody in the Midwest has run into. huge things. They are beautiful bugs, but I don't want them in my landscape. All right. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Barnacle with a winning bid of 8. Okay, we're gonna go into something weird here. We have one culture of Usazoros hubbardi, starting bid $1. Used to be Zorotypus. Yes, I would. You're not doing anything illegal releasing them because that's the culture we live in and what's been enabled by the agricultural blah blah blah. But I think now that the eyes are opening up to the ecological damage that Tenodera sinensis causes, please just use these for your own purposes indoors. Do not release into your garden, is what I would implore you. Maybe some of these guys are on the bottom, maybe. I don't think they're photophobic like you'd think they are, so I'm surprised I'm not seeing any, but they might be down further into the wood. But these are the angel insects, and this stock doesn't have locality information. I did during the Florida trip. Alan and Will did collect some locality stock of hubbardi, so I'm gonna start switching over to that. Some conversation about the viability of eating slime molds. Worse than releasing Chinese. Tenodera sinensis is the Chinese mantid. Owen asks, what even are these? Do they work like springtails, basically? They're their own thing. They're the completely separate order of insects, and they live in moist, rotting wood like this, and that's all that they need, basically. You can just use raw sawdust and put them into it as long as it's evenly moist. And they're just kind of a thing that people just keep them for research, just to enjoy them, that they're a unique insect. They're very easy to propagate. I'm unsure if they serve a more practical purpose other than enjoying them for their own sake. I will add the interesting fact that if I recall, angel insects have the largest sperm length to body ratio of any animal. I want to say something weird like that. Wasn't that a fun coincidence there? Yeah, the stream did just explode when I was bringing up the fact. Anyways, weirder than the boat girls, but yes, and that I think I read this in that old like introduction to insects, or the Tribblehorn et al. College entomology book, that in Usazoros and in angel insects, basically because of the energetic investment that's put into the sperm versus the eggs, in Usazoros, it's kind of like the roles are flip-flopped, where females basically compete for males, I think, if I'm remembering that correctly. So it's kind of like the opposite of what happens in most of the animal kingdom, where there's sperm competition, there's intraspecific competition between males for access to females, but it's the opposite in angel insects, or at least in one of the angel insects, in that it's more female competition for males because of the fact that the sperm is such a gigantic resource investment. It's basically functionally an egg at that point. So Alan John says, this is the stock that came from me, right? Yeah, this is the original stock, not the new stock that was collected on our last Florida trip. All right, somebody was interested in the weird facts about the Usazoros, about the angel insects. So here you go. Here's an X for those. I won't get in the way of Harbear getting a culture of these guys. Going once, going twice. Sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 28. Stankosaurus came out of nowhere here. Also, Stankosaurus, I still have to send you bugs from a long ago Bugapalooza, so please remember that when you contact me and we get this next batch of stuff going out. All right, there goes the Usazoros. I have a small group of these available. The colony is, I need to put them in a new mesh cube and bombard it with fruit flies, but I'm going to get a small group of these out to you guys. It's also the largest known species of angel insect in the world, supposedly, says Leaf. Awesome, I didn't know that. And they're pretty small, so I wonder how small the other ones are. Okay, we have a group of 8 Zealous Longipes from Montgomery, Alabama, starting bid of $1. This has been the easiest Zealous species that I've worked with. They you can feed them nothing but fruit flies, even the adults, and I'm not having any of the issues I had with Lyridus with colony just collapsing or not even getting started. So this is a nice assassin bug. Again, you can feed them just on fruit flies, and I'm still trying to get the ones from southern Florida with the striped legs again. We didn't find any when we went down there. I think it was too dry, and that annoys me. Yeah, the ones in the blog post were these were the striped-legged ones, and yeah, there's some care information there. These ones though are from Montgomery, Alabama. They're actually from Allen's yard, and he sent them I think a year and a half or 2 years ago. So I've had them going since then. So here's an X for these guys. Again, super easy to keep. Mesh cube, fruit flies, high ventilation, spray kind of frequently, depends on how many fruit flies are left in the enclosure. And that's all you got to do. And I like them, and they don't really bite. I've never been bitten by one of them. They just kind of like up when you pester them. All right, going once, going twice, sold. Could be plastic or could be, well, it's Chris Snyder, but let's see which bid we take, the low one or the high one. It's Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 22 because Plastic Animal did not have a period there. Chris Sniper. Okay, everybody. We're going to do another group of one of those holy grails today. Let me just pull up the thing from before. So get on the hype train, everybody, because we have another group of 10 ova of Eurycnema Goliath up for grabs here. And let's see how this goes as the image uploads. We've got some strong offers out of off the bat, as I would assume. Jay Stevenson says, I just saw 10 of these on my screen porch not too long ago. Jay Stevenson, where do you live, if you don't mind telling me? Are you in Florida or elsewhere? Eric Matthews says, you've been bit by other assassins. I've gone out of my way my whole life to avoid getting bit by Platymeris and Satala, so I'm happy I cannot report on those. When I was in Arizona on the first trip, I put my knee down on the blacklight sheet on top of, Alan knows what assassin species it was. I'm not well versed in the ones out there, but I did get bit on the knee by an assassin bug, and it felt like the spot was on fire, and it swelled up a lot, and it lasted for a couple of hours, and then it was just like hypersensitive and raw for a couple of days, but there were no long-lasting effects. Bristol, Florida, you'll be, oh, that's right, you guys are in Bristol. You'll be out of range for the stripe-legged form that I'm looking for, but do contact me about all kinds of bugs that you come across. Alyssa says, I just realized Kyle's bedhead. I did actually comb my hair today. Maybe it looked more natural when I just woke up with it, however it was. But yeah, my hair is starting to get long. Tennis says, I want to collect some native assassins. Are there any that can be kept communally? You talk to our local assassin expert in the form of Alan and go from there. Barnacle says, I used to play with assassin bugs as a kid. I'm surprised I never got bit. Yeah, it's always surprising when it goes down like that. Like, I should be in danger, but maybe you're not. All right, here's an X for the Uricnema Goliath eggs. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ashton with a winning bid of 81. And again, we have there's that fresh eucalyptus leaves link. I think I posted in the Discord. I can always send it to people who ask. Winning bid of 81. If you so wish to go the eucalyptus route. And Ashton, I think that's your first auction win at this Bugapalooza. So if that is in fact the case, congratulations on that. All right, here's a buzzword. Somebody was listening for amblypygids. Somebody was hoping that there'd be some amblypygids. I'm just going to make sure that this debris is not a deceased one and that it's from something else. Okay, we got to double check because these guys are small. Whip spiders. Okay, there's one. And where is your comrade? All right, all good. It was just debris from other stuff in here that I was seeing. Come on, little baby boobop. Okay, we have 2 Chirinus Acosta with a starting bid of $1. 2 Chirinus Acosta, and Fishy is on those right off the bat. This is the parthenogenetic tiny whip spider, which I continually don't do well with. But I am going to be setting these up like I have my Stenocris, and I think that the Stenocris style setup is going to be extremely good for these guys. Speaking of which, I did not pack up any Stenocris. If you guys pester me enough in the I wish I could do another super chat goal because I'd say I'll put Stenocris up for grabs if we reach the super chat thing. For care, I would say ask Alan. These are actually from him. They're with me. I'm going to be shipping them, but I'm basically auctioning them for Alan. But they are. You can ask Alan for details. Alan loves to talk to people. Alan's just a chatterbox. He'll love to tell you guys everything about how to take care of everything you want to ask. Here's an X for the Chirinus. He's saying, guys, these are tiny and ugly. Don't bid on them. All right, going once on the Chirinus. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Fishy with a winning bid of 80. I think that's Fishy's first win at the auction. Easy take, everybody's saying. Fishy, congrats on your first auction win, your first Bugapalooza win in the form of the Chirinus. That's a pretty good win. Let's do another Chinese mantid with. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and Will should be here. Tenodera. All right, we're going to toss up another Chinese mantid oof here. I suspect this will hatch very soon after you receive it, so do keep that in mind. you do not have much time to figure out what to do once you receive these. We also, on the Chirinus, we just found out that there's a species introduced to Florida that's introduced to Florida. So I'm in touch with the person who found it, and he didn't collect it because he just, I don't know, it was a dumb move. I'm mad at him, but I understand, but I'm still upset about it. But at least they can always go back to that spot and look for more, and hopefully we can get those and then have them some Chirinus from Florida. People talk about getting some Damon diadema. Shane says I've wanted these for years and I'm too broke to justify it now. That's okay. Again, I'm going to switch mine to the Stenocra style setup with a very high air humidity and see where that goes. And I think I'm going to get good results with that. Can you feed praying mantids silverfish? I don't see why not. They might not like them too much, but you know. Shane says I'm unapologetically mad at him now. I'm assuming the Florida Chirinus person. He's pretty committed to bugs, so he'll probably go back and give the area a good look over at some point to try and find them again. But yeah, at least we know where they are, so maybe somebody else can go look for them too. Because there's all kinds of nifty little finds. Here's Alan on Chirinus Care. Chirinus Care has been easy for me. I have them in one of those 16-ounce square containers with blue lids from Dollar Tree. So I'm going to try and replicate kind of that style setup. And I hear Will is here, so I'm going to probably wrap up the Sinensis bidding. And which is why he didn't. Yeah, I mean, I also thought it was a Phrynis, but it was so small I wasn't sure. So here's an X for the Sinensis. I'm going to put something else up for grabs while I go brief Monsieur Guillaume in a moment here. Going once on the Sinensis. Going twice. Sold to Bebop with a winning bid of 15. Bebop getting a Chinese mantid ooth for 15. And I will also add, please, if you could, please do not release these into the wild. It's not illegal. It's not, people have been doing it for years. But, you know, I have to say my piece for my own mental well-being here to not contribute to a problem that will probably be identified as a larger problem as things go on. Okay, everybody. I don't know if you saw this coming, but we're at it again with one moment here. We got 10 ova of Uricnema Goliath once more. Again, don't get too comfortable now. I did say I had multiple groups of these, but I'm keeping quiet on exactly how many groups of these are. So at some point, the well will run dry. So, okay, I'm going to go brief, Will. So I'll be back in 15-ish minutes, 10, 15 minutes, something like that. So hold tight. Maybe salivate over those Uricnemas while I'm gone. Howdy, everybody. I've got some great news. Will has brought 4 species of pseudoscorpions, 4 species, and a little bit of other miscellaneous stuff here, too. So, pseudoscorpion people, where pseudoscorpions are best, you're going to be eating good here. Let's see. Let me catch up here. Still more isopods, right? Yes, isopods will be after 3 p.m. Eastern time. Lots of isopods after 3 p.m. Eric Matthews says, Internet told me Urichnema, Goliath can eat privet. Can they eat it exclusively? Your guess is as good as mine is, my friend. It is. Oh, Monmon's pestering Will downstairs for mice because I feed her mice when I'm working downstairs. People saying, are the Uricnemas illegal to keep and sell in the U.S.? It is illegal to keep and sell all exotic isopods that are not permitted through USDA/APHIS. I should bring that up, that isopods are extremely illegal, and that is all that I will say. Some people asking about Salopius. I'm going to go ahead. I think my chat froze, or my thing froze here, so I'm going to go ahead and open up a new one to keep track of things. But yes, after these Urichnema, we got some good stuff coming up. Hyperme says stick insects and free white rot wood are the only 2 things that make me want to leave the desert. But I remember how hard it'd be to ventilate mosquitoes, and how hard it would be to ventilate enclosure, and how much I hate mosquitoes. So I'm good. Yeah, I wonder where pseudoscorpions are best is. Somebody, Charlie, saying how quickly Nazadums breed in Google AI called them zebra pill bugs. Great job, Google. It's horrible with the stuff. Chris Snyder, who has extensive experience with programming and whatnot, says it will be a long time and maybe won't ever come that this sort of knowledge will be properly portrayed by AI because of all the nuances with stuff and the eclecticism to it. So I still have a job for a while in some capacity. Here's an X for the Urichnema Goliath ova. And I think we'll do a pseudoscorpion next. We're going to do a pseudoscorpion next. I want Google AI gone. Get rid of the misinformation machine. Something, what do you mean you're the sheriff? All right. Going once for the Goliaths. Going twice. Sold. To Phasmid Friend. Oh, how appropriate with a winning bid of 85. Phasmid Friend. Congrats on your win, Phasmid Friend. I think if anybody deserved these by name, it's you. All right, we are going to... Oh, we got a picture of our guy that's for sale right here. Let's see if I can show him off. We got... Gonna zoom this in. Come on, so close. He's going to be out of the way soon. Come on. There we go. We got right here, right on the tip of my finger, we have our fellow that's up for grabs here, which is, of course, a culture from Will of Dinochirus arizonensis, the largest and so far most reliably cultured species of pseudoscorpion. Very large, very easy to keep. This is just a culture setup. This is Will's culture setup, which is the same style as the ones that I sell, but he's got, looks like mostly coconut fiber on the bottom. I usually go with something a little bit more weighty like sand. So there we go. We're going to put a culture of these up. One culture, Dinochirus arizonensis. Starting bid of $1. I ship cultures of these like this all the time, so they'll be fine. This is one of the most rugged species of pseudoscorpions. So, but we have more, guys. We have 3 more species of pseudoscorpions after this from Will. and I'm very excited to offer them to you guys here. So Glock Roaches with the 69. Here's an X Arbs with the 71. Just beautiful little fellows. Definitely a high watermark for pseudoscorpions, in my opinion. I like getting in on the ground floor of new pseudoscorpion cultures with Will. It's very fun. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ryan's Peter with a winning bid of 81. To Ryan's Peter, that's your first auction win so far at the Bugapalooza. Good job. Congrats. Ryan's Peter. Okay. We'll do something other than a pseudoscorpion for a second here. We're going to do a group of 10 Bacillus hesperus, starting bid of $1. In probably in August, I'm going to run a fundraiser to raise money to get me out to like Santa Fe, New Mexico. Unless anybody hears from New Mexico, if you are, let me know. Or if you're close to, I'm pretty sure it was Santa Fe, New Mexico, because there is Parabacillus coloratus there that there's INAT and I think Bug Guide records that are pink and purple, and they seem to come out later in the year. They seem to be an August, September type thing. So I'd like to, I'm not driving out there for this, but if I can fly there and get a rental car and maybe spend like 2-3 days, like if it works out, if that ends up being okay, I would love to spend time and catch them and culture them because they're very easy to raise. Now, I've been raising Hesperus will eat grass. These will actually just eat like Kentucky bluegrass if you dig up a clump and put in there. They seem to also eat oat grass, like the stuff you can buy at the pet store, like the pet grass. And I have found, and they eat bramble too. They'll eat like dead, dry, shriveled up bramble, which is awesome. But I've also found that the larger individuals can eat and sustain themselves on romaine lettuce. They will eat and sustain themselves on romaine lettuce, but I'm noticing, again, the larger ones are doing fine and eating and having good weight. The smaller ones don't seem to be able to get as much out of the romaine lettuce as the larger ones. Probably eats privet too. So I'm gonna see what's up with the romaine lettuce situation because it's making my life easier just getting food into the bigger ones, but I still do need to support the bottom of the colony with the babies. So, all right, here's an X. Again, I was preaching how easy the megaphasma were before on the red cedar, and obviously have since lost the megaphasma because I think conditions got too humid at some point. I have not had any problems with the Hesperus. They've just been completely ironclad, indestructible. I'm just like, oh, I need to give more food to the Parabacillus, and I grab a piece off of the romaine lettuce I keep in the fridge, and I just toss it in there, and they eat through it. So somebody said E. coli speed run. Yukari says it's fine to use my credit in auction, right? Yes, it is, of course. People hearing Dinokairos and thinking the dinosaur. It's funny because the dinosaur Dinokairos isn't spelled dino, it's spelled DEI, as Charlie Bug pointed out. Any springtails or millipedes? We are past millipedes. There will be some springtails, though, in the near future. All right, going once on the Parabacillus. Going twice. Sold. To Mac and Cheeses with a winning bid of 41. Got some people very interested here. Happens. Mac and cheeses. Okay. We are going to do our only ant species here, and they're annoying me, and I'm not sure how many are in here. And I think some of them have been crawling out of the sides a little bit here and there, but, you know, I'm going to stay positive. We have, and I think it is actually, I think Parabacillus, that might actually be the get stick bug. I'm not sure, though. We have a group of 50. Hard to tell. Hypoponura species with a starting bid of $1. I don't know how many are in this cup. They took up shop in a couple of my bins, and they seem to be, they can have multiple queens, and they seem to do weird reproductive stuff too, where like the workers can reproduce. So that's why I feel comfortable sending these. They're already a common, like they're a greenhouse hitchhiking ant. Like they show up all over the place, and apparently there's a bunch of different species. So that's why I feel comfortable with these, is they're already all over. There was a larger kind of silvery looking individual in here, and I assumed that was a reproductive. I don't think it matters because they're setting up functional satellites in some of my other bins. They don't go after any of the roaches. They just seem to be interested in sugar and maybe bacteria or fungus growing in the substrate, maybe even. Like I have a little piece of apple in here, and they've been swarming on that and doing that. So yeah, just I would say a beginner ant. I have very little interest in ant keeping, and I just kind of have them around, and they just keep doing their thing. And I also figure that they're a good line of defense against bad ants moving in, because if you have sometimes these weird little ants that are rather unassuming to us, and you think, oh, these would be easily overwhelmed by a larger ant or something. Sometimes they have behavioral or chemical adaptations that give them an advantage if another ant tries to move in. So I just kind of figured they're innocuous to the roaches, they're innocuous to all my bugs. It can't hurt to just let them do their thing, because if something actually dangerous to my collection moved in, they might be the front line of defense against that. Alan says, I've seen those hunt down beetle larvae in logs. Whatever species this is, again, it hasn't caused any problems. The list of bins that they're in with Dynastes, Tidius larvae developed just fine with them. Dynastes grantii, Udicella, we're fine with these. They've moved into a couple millipedes. I think they're in my either Spirostreptus cervaceus or Spirostreptus species 1 bin, and I haven't noticed any declines in production. I've never actually even seen them like crawling on any of the other organisms. They're always on the jellies that I put in, or on the apple pieces when I put that in. So yeah, so that's my experience with these. You can always just, again, keep them as their own thing as you would other ants if you are an ant person. Here's an X for the Hypoponera. Alan says, never mind, they were Brachyponera, not Hypoponera. Yeah, these seem pretty, again, innocuous. I had ant problems once with those little, I always go through this. I always describe those little tiny orange ants, and somebody always tells me what they are. But those, when I lived at my parents', did move into a couple of roach bins and were causing some problems. Not huge problems, but they had definitely killed some adult roaches. And I don't remember how I got a handle on it. I think I vacuumed and threw down some diatomaceous earth, and that was good enough. But these, again, I'm just like, yeah, seem to be, they're just chilling. They're just doing their own thing. Zen Monkey's saying they're like dolphins. They're fun and playful when they're being watched in the dark of the night. They turn murderous. I would have thought that, all right, we're going to wrap this up. Going once, going twice, sold to Joy with a winning bid of 23. As a matter of fact, if you transfer this cup of dirt to a container that didn't have tiny holes in it, maybe did a cloth lid or something more secure, I'm pretty sure you could just culture them in this container. Like, I'm absolutely certain you could do that, actually. So we're going to put up really quick, we're going to do a group of Alan, what's the new Latin name for the Linothele? We have 2 Linothele. It's not Megathaloides anymore. He told me it's something else. And what's the size on these? It's about a 2-inch leg span. Linothele sericata, 2x, 2-inch. Linothele sericata used to be ID'd as Megathaloides. Starting bid of $1. Go ahead and put these into my little spreadsheet here. Oh, and I got to record down the last bid, 23 to Joy. Somebody just did $2 bid out of nowhere. Wisman Giants will be in grain pest hours tonight. Charlie says, would you recommend putting isopods in with best beetles, by the way? Are they likely to try to eat them? I wouldn't do dwarf whites with them, but I think some larger species would be fine, like maybe some armadillidium. There probably won't be much overlap in the two of them co-occurring. The first time I bred best beetles, actually, they were in with some millipedes, which was interesting. So, no love for Linothele? Okay, there's some love. I think these are just cool. Linothele is a really cool genus. And when I finally get moved and situated, I do want to put more time into actually like breeding them and having them more regularly. Because currently Alan's the one who does that. And Alan, I hope you keep it up. Keep them going, please. And I hope we get more species, too. More species of Linothele would be really cool. All right. Here's an X for the Linothele sericata. Used to be Megathaloides. Now we've got a little more interest. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ashton with a winning bid of 40. So we're going to go ahead and put that down here. Ashton, winning bid of 40. Okie dokie. And now we're going to do another thing kind of like before, but different. We're going to go do, let me find this bid thing here. Now we have a culture of the same species of fruit fly as before, but a different locality. We have one culture of Drosophila lumii, but from Japan. And I was told that the reason why they keep the strains separate is that they do have unique biological and behavioral characteristics. What those are, I don't know. I don't know exactly what those are. But it's enough that the lab rats keep them separated from each other. Maybe I guess I could say just from like pestering these a bit, these Japan ones seem a bit more active than the Russian ones. Maybe I'm not sure. Alan heard me say lumii and he heard it as rimii. Exotic Williams is asking when gastropods. They're here. They're in this stuff. Somewhere we're getting down to maybe the last 20 things here actually. Plus I got to do some stuff for Stella's. So we're gonna go ahead. Here you go. Somebody's got to be fixing for a locality fruit fly. And again, they are distinct enough that the lab folks do keep them separate. I don't think I was told why. I just know that they do. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Tammy, 121 with a winning bid of 7. Guess the Russians are more valuable than the Japanese right now. I don't know. All right, winning bid of $7. Again, we're having some fun. We're getting some unique stuff into people's hands today. Okay, we'll do another group of Oligatoma nigra, the black web spinners from Beetles, Arizona. We'll do another group of those guys. How did you guys even get these guys past the airport? Which species? The fruit flies? The fruit flies are like lab cultures, so those things actually get imported and cultured all the time by various institutions. Drosophila is the backbone of a lot of molecular and whatnot work. And Kevin, yes, there are more Linophili on the table. Let's see if we can see any web spinners through the bottom. No, I don't see any in the bottom of here. But they did web up the food, so there is an active colony in here. A little bit more interest in the oligatomas now. Let's see what the drip feed on my phone says about anything. See if anybody has pestered me with updates or information or the whatnot. Nope, no updates. All right. So we'll do an X for the oligatomas because there is a sizable list of stuff I have to do for Austin for those things, and hopefully before 1. All right, going once on the oligatoma, going twice. Sold. To Glock roaches with a winning bid of 25. To Glock roaches. I just heard a generic Will grunt. Oh, and there's a generic Will cough from the basement. Okay. What will we do next? Let's do, somebody wanted some gastropods, so we'll do one of these. We have a group of 10 Caracolus marginella from Homestead, Florida, starting bid $1, captive bred, produced by yours truly. Little Caracolus guys over in here from Homestead, Florida. There we are. Satchel says, yo, my internet service provider upgraded my Wi-Fi router, and now I can actually watch the stream in my bug room. I can multitask now. That's great. That's a big improvement, I would definitely say. Dewey says, Kyle, do you know anyone who could import other lab cultures? There's a strain of rice fish I've been searching for, but the lab in Japan with them only exports for labs, I think. Dewey, the main person who could get their hands on that I know personally would be, if you know Junkai Wang, if you talk to Kai, if you can find him on Discord, he's going into hibernation as the grad school is taking over his life. But if you can get in touch with him, he might be able to put you in touch with people who can help make that happen. So Glock Roach is asking for bristletails. No bristletails. I hope one day I can get to the point where I can offer bristletails in a Bugapalooza. You know, maybe I'll make that a little quiet goal up here to try and make that happen one day. I would love to culture bristletails. I just got to figure them out. They're very finicky about their humidity needs. Has been the problem in my experience. Here's an X for the Caracolus marginella. Dewey says, I don't ever intend on releasing them retail, otherwise only for conservatory. Yeah, again, just it couldn't hurt to ask in general and see. I mean, there's people from all kinds of different walks of life here. Somebody might be able to help precipitate that for you. Superfly, you can correct your thing. Do not delete it. Correct your thing. Make sure you do that in the future with the X's and whatnot. But going once, going twice, sold. To Ryan's Peter with a winning bid of 41. I think that's a really good deal for these guys. Ryan's Peter with a winning bid of 41 for the Caracolus Marginella from Homestead. Captive bred by yours truly. I'm really getting into native and really getting into naturalized and native snails. I think I'm going to go out and look for some sepia nemoralis this spring and give them a really good go for once, because I messed up with them a lot of times in my youth, and I think I'm going to give them a real good go. Okay, everybody, the hour I warned of has come. We're down to our last batch of Uric Nema Goliath ova. So if you want these, you want to get them in this auction, this is your last chance to get the Goliath ova in the auction. Your last chance. There's no more chances in the auction after this. This is your final chance. Here it is. Oops, I don't know what I just copy-pasted. We're going to delete the Paribus. What did I just copy-paste? There we go. Okay, no, never mind. I did take the picture. The last chance. I'm going to delete this because it was a copy-paste. There we go. All right. We've got some people towing the water, putting their big toe in the water right now to see where things go. I have an interesting smell. Eucaria says, well, let's see who else said things. Glock Roach says, I have one species. I'm always looking for more. Carlos has been successful with them. Which snail, Glock Roaches? Eucaria says, give me all the native stuff. I have some random land snails near me I should try to get going. Yes, I would love to see those and maybe work with them maybe. Charlie says, my best beetle bin is set up and ready for them. Barnum says, any flake soil going up today? Yes, there will be some stuff in dry goods probably after I get back at 3. Charlie's got lots of sticks and stuff around that I can sterilize and put them from now on. Basically, Charlie, they live in wood that has just hit the ground. Like imagine a tree branch that died and was standing for a couple of maybe a year or two, and then it finally hits the ground after a storm. So it's not even really colonized by fungus. It's just starting rot, and they will tunnel through that and facilitate that process. So they're okay with fresher stuff, but a little rotting wood can't hurt. All right. Here's an X for the last batch of Uric Nema Goliath ova. The last batch up for auction. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dr. Humroyd with a winning bid of 82. For the last batch of Goliath ova to Dr. Humroyd. I gotta go in here and copy this stuff. Where are they? Uric Nema Goliath. For 82. Okay. We're going to do another whip spider. We are going to do they have killed and left so many roach corpses on the bottom of here. It's looking a little moldy. I'm going to have to clean that out later. We have a group of 5. Phrynis. Don't get too excited. Phrynis margin immaculatus, starting bid of $1. These have been in captivity for maybe about 5-6 months now. They're eating Parcoblatta lata, doing well. They've been breeding as well. I've got lots of babies communally. Dragon Grimoire says, only snails I have so far are Cuban brown snails. Tempted to try some natives, but probably after I move at the end of the year. Dragon Grimoire, I would like Cuban brown snails, actually. If you could get me a small group, I would really like them. Every time I go to Florida, I only find dead ones, so I would actually like to work with some live ones. Charlie talking about lots of branches being dropped because it's storm season. And you could even just use like hardwood pellets hydrated for best beetles. They're really not all that picky. Oh, I'm getting a little hungry here. Here's an X for the Phrynis margin immaculatus. I really like these guys. I've been doing quite well with them for about a year now. Communal breeding and whatnot. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Kubrick with a winning bid of 51. Kubrick coming in for some whip spiders here unexpectedly. Okay. We'll throw up. I think this is the last. Yeah, this is the last one of these. We have one more Sinensis egg case to put up, I think. So we'll just toss this up there and we'll try to. Oh, no, we have two. We have two. That's okay. We'll just get them into your guys' hands. We are down to our last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 items here before I do a little bit of Austin's stuff. So we won't spend too much time on these Chinese mantids. There's an X. Let's see. Good to know. I got like 20, somebody talking about 20 babies and 80 eggs right now for the Cuban snails. Jordan asked about did I collect the Hypoponera myself? They just showed up one day. They just sort of showed up. So I guess you could call them Livonia, but I don't know where they actually like ultimately came from. They just popped up in the bin one day. They could have come from stuff that came from somebody else. They could have just been in the wild around my house, but they just popped up. Ashton talking about the logistics of stick bugs. Charlie said, any tips on getting them to breed? Basically, I think the main thing is they need to be cooled, and they only reproduce like once a year. So that's the most important part for that, I think, in my opinion. Have some discussions about the ethics of the captive bug trade. All right, going once on the Sinensis. Going twice. Sold. To Calc BC with a winning bid of $12. Calc BC. And remember, please do not release if you can fight the urge to do it. Please do not release. And Calc BC, I think that's your first auction win. So if it is, congrats. Let's do another of the gastropod sort. We have a group of 15 Neohelix albolabris from Bryceville, Tennessee, starting bid of $1. These have been very easy for me. I feed them dog food. There's miscellaneous leaf litter and wood and stuff in the enclosure too, and they've been very productive. I am very fond of my albolabris. They get good size as well. How big across? Maybe like 2, not quite 2 inches. Maybe like an inch and a half to 1 3/4 inches across diameter shell. It's quite a large native snail. So I wonder if I can find pictures. Oh, thank you. Somebody found in my posts stuff. That must be on my Instagram. So that you can even see the enclosure that they're in there, some of the variation, the size they can get to and whatnot. I like them. Easy, fun. Native snails are very easy and also very fun. I do need to get those sepia. Actually, I should look up terrestrial snails in Michigan and find some spots to find stuff. Gastropods. We're going to just go ahead and do this. And Michigan. see what's nearby. We'll do the map. We're going to go just in my immediate area, see what's hanging out, what might be easy access. 59 species. Oh, yeah, this is exactly what I need to see. Exactly what I need to see. Oh, there's observations of eastern white lips and a lot of white lip globe snail. Flame tiger snails in Michigan too. I can see that I got some stuff. I got some stuff that I can go out and look for. Surprisingly, not a lot of terrestrial snail reports, but I imagine it's not what people are necessarily looking for. Somebody supposedly found a globular drop snail in Michigan. No, INET, come on, you're messing around. You're messing around here. I'll have to do this some other time. Somebody's find those big Aryan group snails in Michigan, though, surprisingly. But I should at least look up where they're finding the striped white lip, the eastern heath snail. That seems like something I would want to go collect. The great pond snail. Let's see where they're finding the great pond snail. Oh, this is fun. This is goody gumdrops style of fun. The broad-banded forest snail. Oh boy, I can't wait to extend and expand my snail collection. See if even half of these observations are valid. All right, going once on the Neohelix. Going twice. Sold. To Tammy, 121 with a winning bid of 35. Congrats, Tammy. Tammy really getting a lot of stuff this auction, I must say. We'll do another thing of Septica. Fuligo Septica. Put that in there, starting bid of $1. We do still have some diversity of stuff remaining, everybody. We got to go through all these pseudoscorpions for starters. Let's see. People finding flamed tiger snails in Ann Arbor. Ooh, Glacier Hill Park and elsewhere. Oh yeah, let's view that observation. I gotta see where that is. Seems like this is something that's just going to have to be stumbled across. Like I don't think I can. I just have to kind of put myself out there and. Oh, there's striped white lips in Mayberry State Park. Let's see that observation. Well, that might be eastern white lip. I don't know. It says needs ID. I've never seen those there. Eastern heath snail in Pontiac? What? Where did that come from? Where's that? What are you doing there, buddy? Why are you doing that? This looks like it's in a restored prairie meadow area. That's really cool. Oh, it's introduced in Oakland Colony. I see. Great pond snails. Where's this guy? Look at all this fun I could have going out questing. That is not a snail. That's a tadpole. Come on, INAT. You got to pull it together. Ann Arbor's got quite a few things. It's got white lips, too, apparently. You just got to be in the right place for those. I'm starting to realize that I really just need to go out and look in miscellaneous places is my best hope for this kind of stuff. Here's an X for the Fuligo Septica. Going once. Going twice. Sold. The proud owner of this slime mold is Superfly with a winning bid of 13. Fuligo. Okay, let's do something exciting. We now have a group of, it was on the promo, 12 Eurycantha. 12 ova of Eurycantha calcarata, starting bid of $1. Now, the thing I was alluding to yesterday is, and I'm not sure I did, when I Googled this, there was some sparing information about it, but it wasn't like right in your face sort of stuff. I have been feeding my Eurycantha romaine lettuce, and they are doing well, and they are laying ova on a diet of nothing but romaine lettuce. So Satchel also said, "Do you still not have the tiger snails from me?" Yes, I do have them from you. However, I would like some from Michigan if they are present. So Kyle, check your Discord PM, please. Somebody said. Let's see. That's okay, Ashton. We will. That's good. We can do that. I'll have to address that later on. I will have to. We can deal with that. So don't worry. No worries about that. But anyways, for the Eurycantha, they will eat. Can I get some Eurycantha from you later? Yes, I suppose that is possible, Satchel. I don't know if they'll eat privet. I suspect they will, but I can't guarantee that. But at the same time, romaine lettuce, guys. Come on, romaine lettuce. And I received the ones I have as adults, so I don't know if you can actually raise them on lettuce, but I at least know for sure that they can eat romaine lettuce as adults and be healthy, lay eggs, etc., get everything they need from it, it seems. Maybe they're more fecund on other diets. I don't know, but I can at least say for sure they've been on it for about 3 months now, continue laying, no health issues, etc. So here's an X for the calcarata. Owen John said the zoo we had fed them nearly exclusively viburnum, so they'll probably take honeysuckle too. Shane asking about keeping amber snails for multiple generations without a crash. What's an amber snail? Oh, those little guys. Yeah, I don't know. Those are in my pond, and I see them very frequently when I go out collecting in riparian places, riparian corridors. Get a goat, Eric says mac and cheeses. Ashton says thank you, keeping something without those permits. Yeah, I guess Missouri at the state level apparently might have some pretty intensive permits for some stuff, even at the state level. Someday I'd love to get one of the larger phasmids one day. I need to check if they're legal in, I can't remember what IA is, Iowa, though. I just point Kyle. Kyle seems to be surviving. What kind of Bugapalooza is this? I think a lot of my death was actually coming from the packing process. That's where most of the despair and death was being felt. All right, going once for the calcarata. Going twice. Sold. We also, to Reptipets by Lena. We also we have a giveaway coming up shortly. Winning bid of 75. We have a giveaway coming up, and I've got the question for it already lined up ahead of time. So that's exciting. I don't have to sit here and think. Okay, we're going to do a pseudo scorpion from Will. We have 8 CF Hespero Chernese species, Livonia, Michigan. Starting bid of $1. I know nothing about taking care of these. You will have to contact Will either via his email or via Discord or via social media or something like that. You will have to get in touch with Will because I have no idea how to take care of these. So, not a darn clue. Oh, these are going to be fun. We got some hot stuff going on here. Oh, these guys are up underneath the lid. We can't have that. There we go. Snap it on down. So you maybe just look up the genus Hesperornis to get an idea for what they look like, but definitely talk to Will for actual fleshed out details on taking care of them. Will really came through with the pseudoscorpions for this auction. This is our highest, probably the highest diversity of pseudoscorpions ever auctioned off ever in the history of mankind, perhaps. All right, going once, going twice, sold. To Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 54. All right, we're going to do, Will just has a little like pseudoscorpion feeder mix here of pseudoscorpion feeder mix of Phaloniscus baldonii and Orabatidae mites. Starting bid of $1. This is just a cup of like some dwarf purples and some Orabatidae mites, which can just be used for feeding pseudoscorpions. Just a little something Will threw in here in case somebody needed this stuff. Just a little cup with some misc. Do we ask about more Ecstatosoma? I'm working on that. I'm working on it. Hold your horses. Here's an X for just this little pseudoscorpion feeder mix, just in case anybody wants it. We're going to just run through this pretty quick. We're going to going once, going twice, sold. To Ryan's Peter with a winning bid of $9. Just a little something, just in case somebody was like, oh, I want pseudoscorpions, but I don't have anything to feed them. Okay. Let's hop over to an earwig really quickly here, and I need to pull up my records here because I don't have a full thing here. Alan, I'm desperately looking up our conversation for the Arachidus locality because I didn't make a new label for the bin yet, but I'm going to at least put these up. I'm going to at least list them here. We have 20 Morava Arachidus, starting bid $1. Looking up the locality now. Where's probably my other invertebrate spreadsheet here? Where's all other invertebrates distribution copy? Arachidus. What do you mean I didn't add my earwigs to the sheet yet? There's everything else here. Let's try it one more time. Morava. Nope, didn't add it to the spreadsheet yet. So it must be in the text somewhere. Let's see. Alan and I talking about pregnant African earwigs. I'm looking for this Arachidus. So they're from Florida stock. Pulchella are from Auburn University, AUM. And that was the Pulchella. But where's the Arachidus from? They're from Florida. I don't see Davie, Florida. Thank you, Alan. I'm going to put that note in here. Davie. Perfect. Yeah, I guess I didn't put them into the Excel sheet yet. To be fair, I haven't looked at the other invertebrates Excel sheet. I was working mostly on the Roach one. But anyways, this is a tiny earwig I think the max size is like 3/4 of an inch, maybe. That might be generous. No, more like half an inch. Half an inch for sure. More in the half an inch range. Here's an X for these guys. Some of them don't have the spots on them too. There is variation in the colony. Going once. Going twice. Sold to OG Original Gecko with a winning bid of 39 for the Morava Arachidus from Davie, Florida. All right. Okay, we're gonna. Geez, the sinensis egg cases just never end. We'll do another pseudoscorpion now. We're gonna do 8 Sternoforidae species, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Starting bid of $1. This is another pseudoscorpion you're gonna have to ask Will about, all the care, all that other stuff. I can try and find some pictures of sternoforids to slap up here. Give me a second here. An iNaturalist. Sternoforidae. Actually, Will might have an observation from around there. No results found. Well, let's just see maybe for this whole... There's like no observations of sternoforids anywhere in Alabama. Here, this might be, but it needs ID. I would love to show you what they look like, but they're so stupidly tiny, I can't. Thank you, photo gallery. Got some people very interested in these though, so let's get those into your hands here. Yeah, I can't believe basically the whole state of Alabama doesn't seem to have any sternoforid observations on INAT. They are stupidly tiny for the sternoforids. Like, I was knocking, they're so tiny and they're so good at like wedging themselves up into stuff that on this deli cup, some of them were getting wedged in basically underneath the lip and the white. Like, they're that good at like shimmying back into stuff and staying there. But the size is like, oh, you can see one of them maybe if it'll focus. Do you see over here, right here, the little thing crawling away? The little black dot that just disappeared was one of them, actually. Very, very tiny. All right, going once on the sternoforids. Going twice. Sold to Arbs with a winning bid of 56. It's a shame that Pseudoscorpions Are Best isn't here. It's a crying shame because they would be giving you all a run for your money, I think, is what I earnestly believe here. I'll touch on collecting Pseudoscorpions in a minute too. Let's get the last of these freaking Sinensis Ooths taken care of because I'm getting annoyed having to copy paste this. All right, here's a wild caught Sinensis Ooth. Just get it over with. And we're into our last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things basically for the other part of the auction. I'll try and run some springtails for Austin before I take off for a bit. Where would you recommend someone look for pseudoscorpions? They're just everywhere. You got to pull bark off and look at both sides really carefully. Go through leaf litter, look through rotting logs. Sometimes, I've never seen this myself, but there's plenty of pictures of it. They will fluoresce on larger bugs, like on beetles. They'll attach to them and fly off with them. So there's a lot of they're they seem to be far more abundant the further south you go. Has been my experience, but even in Michigan, they're just kind of all over the place, and it does just take an eye to find them. Just in my backyard, if I go through a square foot of soil, if I go through that O horizon and keep an eye on things, eventually I will find some pseudoscorpions, and they're pretty common, but you got to get the eye for them, and you do have to be in the right place. But pulling off bark on things like sycamores and ash, if you can even find it anymore, and elm, is pretty reliable for finding pseudoscorpions. So usually if there's a lot of springtail activity or bark louse activity, there will be a lot of pseudoscorpions around as well. Okay, here's an X. What's the chance one of these guys don't hatch? I think that's probably pretty low. They've overwintered and they have a pretty good hatch rate. So I'd say it's pretty low. I'd be more concerned about it hatching while it's being shipped, honestly. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dead Bunny with a winning bid of 12. Congrats, deceased rabbit. Duck season. No, it is rabbit season. No, it is in fact the duck season. Excel, come on, be nice to me. All right, we're going to do something super special. Somebody was wanting orthopterans. Thank you for that image. That's beautiful. We have a group of 10 Taphalisca eleuthera from Key Largo, Florida. Starting bid of $1. The Florida falswetas. I still say, mark my words, if I actually put these on my website, these would catch on as a popular pet. Very easy. They bore into cork bark. You get a nice piece of cork bark. You put it in with them. They'll just make little homes in it, all out and through it. They'll chew it out and get in there. You feed them fish flakes and mango fruit jelly, and you could also add a slice of apple in there. They do great. High ventilation, half the substrate dry, half moist, and that's all. No supplemental heat or anything like that. Oh, Kyle, you forgot to say who won the mantis suit. I'll go back and put that in the sold to edit Dead Bunny. Perfect. So a beautiful picture by Photo Gallery. There is a famous live stream roach wiggle that I did while handling one of these, and I was so overwhelmed with how cool they are that I dropped an F-bomb while on the wiggle. I was just like, these are so cool, because I couldn't contain myself. So yeah, really cool, easy to breed. They don't breed out of control. They can be handled, as you can see. They're quite large. I do like them a lot. I'm happy to have them. I'd like to get more species like Taphalisca, so maybe some of the other bush crickets and whatnot will be just as easy to raise as these guys are. But you can't beat something that eats fish flakes and fruit jellies. You just can't beat that thing. There's a picture of a nymph. I thought I had another picture of an adult, but I guess it is just that one with them on my hand. But yeah, really cool bugs. Very cool. If only Ashton was in the live stream, if only. Hyperbeam says, yes, get us more stuff like this. I'm trying. Actually, from the December Florida trip that Alan, Kai, and Satchel went on, they found another species of bush cricket co-occurring with the Taphalisca and got those to me. I set those up, and I did get babies from them. And the babies, the last time I checked, which was a month ago, actually more than a month ago, were growing. They were like growing and doing fine. So I'm thinking that they might actually culture. They might actually be just as easy as the Taphalisca were. They're smaller than the Taphalisca, but we'll see. Doesn't everything eat fish flakes, is what everybody says? Fish flakes taste not unlike green tea. I have not tried that, actually. Here's an X for the Tafalisca. I'm kind of tempted to, but I'm also always, when I'm grabbing the fish flakes from the bin to feed this stuff, I've got gross hands, so I don't want to, like, grab them. But I guess I could always go, like pick them up with my tongue and taste them. But what I can say is they have a weird fish flakes have a weird smell when wet. When I add them to my isopod bins and it's like a wall that has just been added fish flakes to, they get like it's a weird smell. Maybe it's the ammonia. It's kind of ammonia-y maybe, but it's not necessarily bad. It's just very strong. All right, going once for the Tafalisca. Going twice. Sold. 2 could be Ice Beam, could be Chris Sniper. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how the dust settles. Ice Beam with a winning bid of 43, a steal for these guys, I think. Absolute steal by Ice Beam beating out Mr. Chris Sniper. Crazy. It's different. It is a different time now, I suppose. This particular auction is a different time. Okay, down to our last 5 items. We have, let me grab that Lanothely information. Maybe I'll get all the Lanothely over with right now. 2 more, the 2-inch Lanothely sericata used to be identified as Megathaloides. Ice Beam's been waiting for the Tafalisca for almost a year. That's good. That's good that you were stalwart and you waited, and guess what? You got what you wanted because you waited. Such things are very important. Also, is matcha and green tea the same thing? Yeah, it is. It's a finely ground powder of green tea, specially processed from shade-grown tea leaves. Okay, it is. So yeah, I could see them tasting like that. People saying not technically. People saying this, that, yes, no. So I guess it's the same plant. It's just a different part harvest. It's a different process. It's a different. It is unique enough that people consider it something different, but it is still of the tea plant, I guess. All right, here's an X for the Lanothely because I'm itching to throw up some of Austin's stuff and get to our giveaway. I'm itching to do that. All right, going once on the Lanothely. Going twice. Sold. 2 could be Paco Isace or could be Touchable Hat. Let's see. It is, it's Ryan's Peter ahead of everybody else with a winning bid of 46 way up there. Crazy. Fast times. Winning bid of 46 by Ryan's Peter way up there. Oh, I got to copy everything again. Okay, and now time for our last pseudoscorpion. There might be some pictures of these somewhere. We have 8 Chernetidae species garnet, starting bid of $1. This is a pseudoscorpion that popped up in one of my bins. Will collected them, got them going. I had since cleared out the bin, so I actually lost them. But Will says this is a very easy species that feeds or can be fed exclusively on tropical pink springtails. Somebody put up somebody took some macro photography of these. I don't know where it is, but Will was saying maybe somebody in the Roach Crossing Discord did macro photography of these. And then they kind of people put it to a vote what the common name should be, because we don't know We have no idea where these came from. Like they were in the bin, but I don't know if they came in with like bugs that I received or if they came in with something that I brought in from outside. So there it is. There might be better pictures. Again, there's macro photos somewhere of these guys. So here's an X for these guys. Will's going to be quite happy with the results of this auction. Let's see. Jordan Henderson, you probably answered and I missed it, but is there any locale info for the Hypoponera? They just popped up in my bins, so I have no idea where they originated from because they are a common hitchhiking genus of ants. But, I mean, they came from, they're in Livonia. They were collected out of my bin in Livonia, but I have no idea where they originate because I had no role in that. They just showed up one day. More Linothely. Yes, we have more Linothely coming up. Eric Matthews saying easy species for these garnets. All right, going. Did I put an X already? Yes, I did. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Tammy121, let's see, was in a little bit of a battle with, I think, Gordon Greeley here. Let's see. It is Tammy121 with a winning bid of 85, just beating out Gordon just ever so slightly. Oh, the huge manatee. I don't think I've said that yet this auction. Oh, the huge manatee. Tammy121, congrats. And a lot of people interested in these guys. I'm going to have to pass that information along to Guillaume and see what he does with that. All right, let's do... Alan, I think this is still the right name for this. The two, how big are you boys? You're like 2.5 inches. 2x 2.5 inch. Linothely. It's not, is it Phalanx still? I know there have been changes to this. I can't remember. Alan saved me. I'll go back and do an edit if it is Phalanx or not. Zen Monkey says, if we could breed scorpions up to about 1 pound, I bet they'd taste like lobster. Or would they taste like, they probably taste like spider because they're arachnids and not crustaceans, I would think. But maybe one day Will finally get his dream of going to that island, was it Ascension Island or whatever in the middle of the Atlantic that has the world's largest pseudoscorpions. Now that's something I could get behind. And I bet they'd be super easy in captivity. I bet they would eat like German roaches or something and you could breed tons of them. I bet it would be that easy. I almost guarantee it. We just need to get there somehow. Somebody needs to get there somehow. Somebody hold me back. I'm getting too worked up. Getting way too worked up. All right. Here's an X for the Linothely Phalanx. As I get worked up about going to the island with the giant pseudoscorpions, it would be a dream come true, I think, for Will and I think that would be a dream for me too, to just see the damn things. All right, going once, going twice. Sold to Bebop with a winning bid of 76. To Koi Boy Bebop. Okay. Down to our last two items here. Actually, we're going to do a group of just one adult pair of Romalia, Microptera, Citrus County, Florida, starting bid of $1. Just one adult pair, captive bred, and that's what we're going to do. And I'll see if I can find a Citrus County. This is just your standard, just your standard Florida lubber looking aesthetic, basically. I'll find a picture, I'm sure. Oh yeah, look at all the INET reports of these guys. There's a lot coming in now. Again, just your basic yellow lubber grasshopper. This isn't like the further southern ones. Here's a good picture. We'll go with these guys. Just your standard guys. Yep, there's a good picture. I forgot I had one on my website. Just basic Romalia. Let's see what's going on in chat. What's going on with chat? What country has jurisdiction of the island? Genuinely asking. I think it's the UK. I think we want largest pseudo scorpion. Garapus titanius. What? There's a picture recently? There's no way. Is that a picture? A recent picture of them? I thought I just saw a recent picture somewhere. Oh, we need those. They're like so rugged. Apparently they just did a taxonomic description or redescription or something in 2023. Oh, look at that thing. Highly protected reserve, which is at risk of invasive species and disturbance. This islet is strictly forbidden to any persons without authority. We need them so much. A pseudoscorpion is so large that even the juveniles are larger than adults of many hundreds of other pseudoscorpion species. We must acquire them. Critically endangered, just get Will. Here's somebody who just went to the freaking island on fucking. Sorry, guys. I'm worked up. This person was just there in 2019 and has pictures of them. They're so abundant. There's like a boatload of them underneath a freaking rock. Look at this. This is nuts. I'm sorry. I'm going to share this. I'm going to share it in the general. Oops. Accidentally just restructured our chat thing there. Look at this. Look at this. I just posted it in general. This person went to the freaking island recently. There's all these beautiful pictures, and they're huge. They're even bigger. Like that must be 3/4 must be the body length, but then the pedipalps and whatnot are longer than that. Will, you got to get in touch with Dr. Nikolai Weber. I'm going to have to send this to him because I'm just sorry, guys. I'm popping off. Let me see if I can find Wilt's Discord, and I got to send this to him. Maybe God willing, we can precipitate getting one chance with these things. Oh, it's just crazy. Just crazy. They're an arachnid. That's the thing, but they're critically endangered, but I don't know if that's a formal designation on them or not. So anyways, we'll wrap up the bids for the Romalia. I'm getting too worked up here. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold to Rimarjo with a winning bid of 35. Rimarjo, that's definitely your first Bugapalooza win. So congrats on this and coming out of nowhere to do that too. And I just realized I have to put up something for another somebody else who's got stuff. I need to see. Okay. We do have something really weird and really cool here. We have, this is, again, I'm running this for somebody else. This is for Obey the Snarf here on Discord. You're going to have to get in touch with Obey the Snarf to confirm and get shipping is different. All this stuff is different. And what species is this? What species of leech is this again? It's the one you keep posting, but I'm not seeing the Latin anywhere. Buffalo leeches. Okay, I need the Latin. Buffalo leech. But what species? Somebody's going to have to chime in here if you're listening. I hope Obey the Snarf is around so that I can get this information. What is the Latin? I might just have to put buffalo leech, even though I hate doing that. We have three baby buffalo leeches. 3 baby buffalo leeches. Starting bid of $1. So we're going to just see how this goes. And again, this is all stuff you're going to have to go to talk to Obey the Snarf to coordinate and all that stuff. And I don't like thinking about all that blood being out of my body. I don't like looking at one of these engorged ones and being like, I can feel what this would be like to not have that blood in my body. Hierodenaria minalensis. So here you go, everybody. Thank you, Hierodenaria minalensis. Bouncing baby buffalo leeches. Where is this leech seller local to? You'll have to take that up with Obey the Snarf. But here you go. If you'd like to work with these things, they're cool. They're cool. I'm not going to lie that I think that they're really cool. I'm just intimidated by them because some people feed them on themselves and some people feed them like pre-blood baggies and stuff like that. But it's here we are in the other invertebrates. They look like turds. Yes, that's an accurate statement. That's easily $300 value, no? Alan says, as a guy with leech phobia, my hands are tingling. So yeah, there you go. Here we'll try this, and maybe later I'll run another group if it's not getting quite the results. But we'll just have this one up for now here and see where this goes. Feed them the neighbor's dog. That might be the only solution. Yes, the meme. Thank you. Exotic Wilderness posting the meme. I think that's the TJ's foot with the buffalo leech on it. And this is beautiful. I don't know with the roach addicts if what is the Wojak holding there? There's the Javonica. What's in his hand though? Is it a vape? I can't tell. King Kyle. I appreciate the Discord summation there. Somebody deleted the meme. I was liking the meme actually. Mac and Cheese says suddenly the 3 kids seem to not be such a bad idea. Spread out the meal plan. Decaf cranberry. So are you selling counts of the Eleuthera? Yes. Decaf cranberry. Just contact me with your order and we can work something out. Yeah, Alan, it's okay. You can leave that one. That one's fine. That's a fine meme. All right, we're gonna start wrapping this up for the buffalo leeches. Again, just one of those weird and wild things you find at the Bugapalooza you weren't expecting. And again, this is a Obey the Snarf thing, so you do need to contact Obey the Snarf to work out shipping costs and all that other stuff. But all right, going once, going twice, sold. To Plastic Animal with a winning bid of 37. So I'm not familiar with the leech hobby. I'm not sure if that was a steal, what the going rate is, but that's that. There it is. So you'll need to get in touch with Obey the Snarf to go from there to claim your lychee prize. What steal? I paid $80 for mine. Yeah, people saying that's crazy. Well, there you go. People saying definitely a steal. So there you have it, guys. That is TJ's foot in the picture, by the way, and that is the species also. But yeah, real TJ feet pics. Okay, we're gonna do. This is our last thing. Maybe I'll run some springtails if we have time for Austin. Otherwise, I'll do them when I get back. We need to do another group of the Lenothele, but with a twist this time, because instead of a group of 2. It's a group of 3 Linothele sericata, which used to be ideated as Megathaloides. Somebody said, springtails again. Don't get your hopes up too far. They might have to wait until I get back from my errand when I get back from the break. Don't get your hopes too sky high just yet, everybody. So Paco E. Seis with a bit of 25 out there. We're gonna scurry this along with an X to get you guys moving. Yeah, I'm actually really hungry. I gotta eat some snackies and stuff, and then I gotta go run my errand so I'm not run down and ragged when I get back at 3, because we still got a ton of isopods, got stuff for Austin to go. We got dry goods, some dry goods and whatnot. We got grain pet hours. We got a lot of stuff coming up. All right, going once on the Linothele. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like double Z, but I'm control R right now to see what's up. Double Z with a winning bid of 55 for the Linothele group. Where's my other 2X Linothele? Sericata. That's supposed to be a copy and a paste. Okay, and winning bid was 55. Thank you for going out of your way to correct your bids also. I appreciate that. Shows you're following the rules and being a good person. Thank you, Paco Ises. Double Z. Double Z. Okay. And now we'll do a giveaway. We'll do the giveaway that I have a question for. And what do you know? This giveaway just so happens to be a giveaway for 10 ova of Eurycnema Goliath. What do you know? A giveaway for the thing that we ran out of stuff for. Did it actually go through? Okay, it did go through. Charlie Bug asked about Nizatum oranges being put up for grabs. I'm not sure. I have to see. There's a lot of isopods left. So this is a giveaway for 10 ova of Eurycnema Goliath. The Goliath stick bug is just a giveaway. You don't have to pay or anything. You just got to answer the question properly. And this question is going to challenge you guys. And that question is, what is my least favorite cockroach to keep? Proper Latin, capitalization, etc., etc. And while you guys fight that out, I'm going to go move this stuff into the other room because I'm curious to see what you guys are going to guess. Who's going to get it right? Okay, let's see if anybody's come close. Let's see if we got a lot of names going on here. Simplici no. Dorlia orani, no. Blatella germanica, no. Blaptica dubia, no. Parcablata americana, California, no. Hemithyrsos rivitata, no. Parcablata pennsylvanica, that's pretty funny, but no. Derapeltis species, Mara, Eublaberus posticus, Perispherus pygmaeus, Dorlia orani, Eublaberus posticus, Supella longipalpa, Shelfordella lateralis, Elastoblata abortiva, Carablata lutea, Latiblatella renai, Pycnoscelis ornamensis, Blata orientalis, Baltanaculata, Simplochi incuriosa. The list goes on and on. But I see a winner. It is Caleb Kahan with Ectobius pallidus. I am so frustrated keeping Ectobius pallidus and having inconsistent results. I try cooling them. I try not cooling them. I try moving them into a different room. I try keeping them in the same room. I try treating them like Cariblata. I try treating them like Blatella. I try doing all these different things, and I'm not getting consistent results anymore. I just never was getting long-term consistent results. So Caleb Kahan, you have won yourself a group of 10 ova of Eurycnema Goliath for knowing my frustrations with roach keeping. How did you make those determinations? What exactly led you to say, yes, I know these are the ones that Kyle does not like? Kyle will be back at 3 p.m. Eastern. Next up. Just randomly guessed all the expert ones. That actually was a pretty good use of resources. Looked at the care guide, looked at the expert stuff, etc. Kevin Santiago, we are out of Linothely now. I am sorry, we are out of it. And people, here we go, people talking about the blog stuff. All right, we got a couple more minutes. I'm going to try and cram in some stuff for Austin here. I got to copy the Austin auction moniker thing. Austin. All right, everybody, going to do some Stella's Springtail stuff. So again, you got to get in touch with Stella's Springtails, aka Austin, for all of these things. We're going to do. Oh, he's got some other stuff in here actually. We'll just do what we can. We're going to do Ceratophycella, lilac. Oh, and there was one more thing. We got a big centipede coming up. Let's put this in here. $1 starting bid for these guys for Ceratophycella species lilac, Ceratophycella lilac master culture, and there was a Galapagos. I said too much. Let's see, Austin. All right. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for pulling some stuff up. And there's my alarm to get ready to take my break. We'll probably do one more springtail. We'll get to the rest when I get back. So here's an X for the lilacs. Again, you'll need to contact Stella's Springtails for this. Going once. Going twice. Sold. to looks like Ashton. Control R-ing. Let's see who it is. It is actually Charlie Bug with a winning bid of 35 coming in before Ashton on my screen. There we go. Charlie Bug, you won some springtails. Congrats. And let me grab the next thing off of the list here. We got to do this. Paco Isace. Yeah, you're getting blown out a little bit here by some of the competition at times. Okay. And last thing before the break, we have a culture of Thai red springtails, 25 to 40 of them. I'm going to start setting my alarm for resuming the auction. We're going to do that at around 2. Auction, get your butt back to work, Kyle. There we go. Perfect. Little Ninjas with 50 out the gate. We're going to put an X here because I feel like not many people are going to challenge that. But Eric Liu, no more Chirinus. Barnacles talking about getting hands on some New Zealand springtail species. Chain asking about the idea of the lavenders that they're Ceratophycella isabelli now. I think that's what Ryan told me. I grabbed the list that Austin had sent me. I've got like enough for one more batch of springtails. Hello, everyone. How has it been from LC? Things have been good. We've had a pretty busy morning getting through the other invertebrates and stuff, and it's been a pretty good morning. And we're going to get into isopods when I get back, and it's going to be a very good evening, I think. Oh, wow, the bids are just going crazy. All right, going once for the Thai red springtails. Going twice. Sold to Lil Ninjas 18 with a winning bid of 75. Please get in contact with Stella's Springtails to confirm your wins, yada, yada, yada. With that being said, everybody, I am taking off to go run an errand, to eat, to recharge, and get ready for what will be a delightful evening, I'm certain. So let's get this all set up. And everyone, break in bidding. See you all at 3 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so there we go. Let's get this all set up. Thanks everybody for participating this morning. We're going to have a lot of stuff this afternoon/evening. Tons of isopods to go through still, but I got a blast. So we're going to leave this here. Take care, and I will see all of you in a couple of hours. Didn't write a countdown on this container. Probably looks like 20. Scrumpy. Yeah, looks like 20. Hello, everybody. I am back. Welcome to the tail end of the April 2025 Bugapalooza. Right on time, somebody said. Yeah, I was perfectly on time. I had all the isopod things all stacked up here, all ready to go, already in the thing. Let's see what we could go on. People can't stop thinking about the silent bush crickets, the Florida false wettas. Anyone look at the website for this afternoon's schedule? We're gonna do isopods. We're gonna finish up some. There's a couple Austin things we're actually gonna finish up out of nowhere, kind of. We're going to go check Stella's list actually, and I'm gonna add everybody. Isopod bidding begins. Also some Stella's stuff left over. So we're going to get to that. I'm going to scroll all the way up and find the copy pasta for Stella's stuff. And we're going to go ahead and put up a group from Stella's of Serrata ficella. Somebody just had the Latin name for this. Serrata ficella. What the name is now. What was the ID for the Serrata ficellas now? It was Isabelli. I think it was Isabelli. I'm going to put Isabelli in here. Isabelli. Yep, Isabelli. We're going to go with that. Serrata ficella, Isabelli. Yellow master culture. All right, here we go for some Serrata ficella. Again, more stuff from Austin. I got a handful more things that aren't dry goods to put up. Eric Matthews says, Uricnema Goliath can eat privet. So the internet says, can they eat it exclusively? I don't know. I don't know. You'd have to find out. Oh, that's from way back. I'm sorry, I was looking at the original stream thing and not at the up-to-date one. Charlie did some spreadsheet organizing. Dragon Grimoire asked about how many isopods are left. It's about 60, maybe 70 isopods left. People got some stuff, some funds left in their budgets. And why am I frozen? Let it go. Let it go. There we go. Now we should be back up to date. All right. 44 watching. I should do an ad everyone in general too. Bidding begins again. There we go. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for the beautiful picture. The first morph of a springtail ever isolated, the yellows. I need to get... Actually, I still have my Serrata ficella cultures. I should get some more again at some point, just a little bit. Just a little bit. So, yeah, welcome back. I'm sleepy. Will and I went and got some pita stuff. It was tasty, and it's got to be very calorically dense because I feel so sleepy. It's also the 3 p.m.s are hitting, the afternoons. We got to do this, the favorite. Keep me awake here for as long as we can. Oh, boy. Because we got a long evening. This is the last springtail we got going up, actually. Here's an X for them, by the way. We're going to wrap up the bids on the Ceratophycella isabelli yellows. Going once, going twice. Sold to Ashton with a winning bid of 41. So there's a couple other live things from Austin I got to put up. I'm going to wait till we got some more people and everything, though. I'm going to wait so that we get more of a hype over some of them. But let's get in some isopods. We got people here dying for isopods, waiting for isopods. Let's do a group of 20 Cubaris species, rubber bee, starting bid of $1. If you'd like some rubber bees, here's a chance to get a good chunk of them. Put that right over there. And I'll get the next groups of stuff queued up over here. We got some good things. We got plenty of good things. We got some memes. We got some fresh stuff. We got all kinds of things. Memes and dreams and creams. We're going to do this stack first while we wait for people to trickle in. Wait for more people. There we go. That's a good. Now that's a good spicy meatball. Get ready to spend some money, some De Niro, everybody. Spend lots of money at the Roach Crossing. Give you a big cockroacha. I wonder if Exotic Wilderness was here to cap that. Maybe, maybe not. All right, we got some interest, generated some buzz over the rubber bees. I hope my dandelions do well over time. That'd be nice. Consistently. Delicious. Not nutritious, though. There's 0 calories and pretty much nothing in this. It just goes in and then it comes out. All right, here's an X for the rubber bee bunch. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Paco y Seis. Let's see what it says, though, on the refresh. It is Paco y Seis with a winning bid of 44. 44 to Paco y Seis. Paco y Seis. Okay. Good start to our second section of isopod bids. I would think a pretty good deal there. I'd feel happy getting that for that. Now let's move on to, we're going to do some meme here. Do a big meme. We have a group of 20 Porcelio Scaber, Cumming, Georgia, starting bid of $1. Now, if anybody lives near Gay, Georgia, or if anybody lives near anywhere named Gay, we really need Porcelio Scaber from Gay so that we can finally create the Gay X Cumming cross of Porcelio Scaber. So please, somebody who lives in or near Gay, find us some Scaber from there. Jay Steverson asking about pineapples. There might be another group of them in here. Might be. Not 100% sure. Yeah, this is the place to get your good deals on things, everybody. Posted in our isopods. Was that posted by Alan of Cumming Scaber? Really, really, really. That looks like the start of Dragon Horns there, actually. That looks kind of like the first individual that founded that colony. Maybe I should look more at my Cummings if that is them. And please, somebody who lives near Gay, please, 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 we need Gay so we can create Gay X Cumming. We really need that. All right, going once on the Cummings. Going twice. Sold. to JoJo with a winning bid of 24 on the Cummings. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. This is why we're here, everybody, is for the Cummings. All right, something a little more utility. We have a group of 40. Porcelionides, Floria, Montgomery, Alabama, starting bid of $1. These throw lighter individuals I've been trying to isolate for a couple of years now and just apparently keep failing with getting that done. So one day I will I'll get something going. Isaiah Willis says only doing this for the meme. That's why you should do anything is for the memes. And Jojo says this is what I came for. Jojo came for coming. Coming Scaber is what Jojo came for. All right, here's an X. Again, maybe somebody will get this stock and will be able to isolate the like whitish individuals better than I have been having morphs regularly available. It's a shame. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Ectrol with a winning bid of 15. Ectrol winning the Floria from Montgomery, Alabama. All right, now we have a popular thing. We have 20 Porcelio, Nides, Virgatus, Big Pine Key, Florida, starting bid of $1. CF Virgatus, whatever the Big Pine Keys are. Again, whatever they're going to be, whatever they are, etc. Exotic Wilderness strong out the bat here, and we have Dewey asking, how do you deal with failures in the hobby? Sometimes the approach seems simple enough, but the results not to expectation, and death takes a toll on the confidence. You just don't let it get to you, and you kind of go into a little bit of a denial about it, and then you just try again. And then when it works, you eventually hit your stride, and you don't make the same mistakes twice, hopefully, most of the time. You just got to be positive. Whoops. Staying positive is a very important thing in life. Staying as positive as possible. I don't think anybody sees that Exotic Wilderness jumped out the starting gate with a bid of 40. Everybody's ignoring that. Nobody seems to. Everybody's looking at it right away that it just hit the ground running. Everybody thinks it's still at a lower number. Well, here's an X for wrapping up the bidding here. We're gonna see on the Big Pine Keys. This is amusing. Everybody's like, I don't see that. Yeah, people didn't seem to realize the bidding was already at 20. And yeah, doing win. The failing forward is definitely Tennyson. My Lucy Scaber are coming back, so that's good. But I have lost my White Tigers, and I need those again badly. Going once on the Big Pine Keys. Going twice. Sold. And the lucky winner is Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 54. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 54 on the Big Pine Keys. Somebody, Exotic Willis, said he saw him typing it out, and that's where you gotta go hard when Beetle Pixel is on the prowl and Dr. Hemorrhoid. Although usually Dr. Hemorrhoid stuff goes unchallenged, so there's also that. Okay, we got another group of white sharks that are contaminated. put those up here. Again, I'm kind of cleaning out the old bin so you guys get to capitalize on this. And my contaminated white sharks. I also feel like I haven't seen anything go for under $15. So if you're going to come out the gate with a starting bid, I feel like 15 is the bare minimum. I think. Tennyson says, oh, yeah, it turns out one of my red Mueller was male, so I have a 1.2 trio, luckily. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Oh, boy. I know we still have some giveaways tucked away and everything, too. There's giveaways for grain pest hours as well. People coming in with some bids in the 20s right now. Well, let's see if we can get those into the 30s or maybe the 40s. There is the X for you to start rethinking your decision-making processes. Going once on the white sharks. Going twice on the white sharks. And finally, sold to... Looks like Stella's springtails, but we're going to see. I'm Control-R-ing. Let's see who. And it is J.S. Vanna. Winning bid of 54. Sneaking in before Stella's springtails there. With a winning bid of 54. 54 seems to be 54, 55 seems to be a winning bid. Actually, looking at the numbers, 54 through 56 seems to be a good threshold for those who want to maybe game the system a little bit here. Okay, 50 Cubaris species Panda Kings, starting bid of $1. The Panda Rats, get some bulk Panda Rats here, guys. Good cleanup crew for discoid roaches. I can at least say that. Positive about them. Oh boy, am I going to sleep good tonight. Exarwillis has got, I have to hop on the Beetle train next year. Maybe. We need more Pacnotas. I need more Pacnotas, guys. They're like the best thing ever. I like Pacnotas about as much as I like roaches. Like, that's how strong it is. Which is why I need more of them in my life. All right, we've got a lot of people here showing interest in the panda rats, the rats of the panda, Rat du Panda. Going once on the Panda Kings. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 150. Chris, is that intended? Is that intended? You can concede it to Phil Dresty. Pacnota count as honorary roaches, says Dragon Remark. Can we see a Pacnota enclosure? Maybe I'll bring the Esculca attempt bid in. I guess Chris Sniper, he wants them. Chris Sniper is typing. He wants the cleanup crew Panda Kings. Phil can have it if he would like. Phil, would you like to claim for 52? All right. Phil D. All right. A rare potential mistype from Chris Snyder, perhaps there. A rare potential mistype. It happens, though. Even it happens to the best of us. With a winning bid of 52, it goes to Phil D. Phil D what? I don't know. Phil D Hole, maybe. Okay. Onwards to a group of 20 Armadillo Officinalis Sicily, starting bid of $1. $1 for a group of Armadillo Officinalis Sicilian Swindler. Here we go. We are also an A granulatum. We did Magic Potion granulatum on Friday. And my wild type colony isn't doing so good. I actually had to, as an assurance policy, get a colony from someone at an expo just in case my colony burnt out. Bob Lazar asking about the reptiles. The reptiles might actually be spoken for before everything. Somebody contacted me ahead of time, showing some interest. So they might actually be spoken for. So I think I'm gonna pursue that route and save myself some extra FedEx trips. But anyways, the officinalis going once, going twice, sold to, looks like JS Vana, but could be Iden. It's Iden S with a winning bid of 30 at the last second. In fact, it looked like it was posted after I said, but alas, it was not. Iden S with a winning bid of $30. And we are nearing passing a threshold of a goal type situation. So we have now a group of 40. Illuma Cilada El Granada, California, starting bid of $1. Very dry tolerant isopod. Nifty little isopod that has a singular beady eye instead of a compound looking eye situation. There's just one facet. Zemmo says, sorry, laying concrete block, fingers not working so well. Dragon Grimoire says that their colony is throwing out some Dalmatian granulatum, which, I mean, the magic potions that somebody isolated had to come from somewhere. I'm trying to see if I can find that Illuma picture with the single beady eye, because it makes, yeah, you can kind of see it there. There's a really high res image. This is the one that makes them look weird. I like it. It's very endearing. They just have like one beady eyeball instead of a compound eye. It's very strange. Here's an X for the Illuma, a very nice sized group. I almost killed them at first. I kept them too moist, and then I started keeping them drier, and they started doing really well. Somebody says, on the other hand, $150 for that wouldn't have been reason to cry. All right, going once on the Illuma Cilada, the beady-eye bug boys. Going twice. Sold to Exotic Wilderness with a winning bid of 42. Did we pass our threshold yet? No, we're working our way up there. And we are at 326 items. I think this might actually mean that we've already passed the threshold for this being the largest by numbers of stuff Bugapalooza so far, actually. So that's a benchmark. Obey the Star says that these are long. I'm not exactly sure what that means. All right, magic potions. Somebody wanted some actual magic potions. We have 20 Armadillidium Vulgare Magic Potion. Pure, starting bid of $1. This is reminding me I need to get in touch with somebody who's usually at this auction, but who is not here, who may have some isopods for me. Okay. Again, the OG, the original. I might do a meme sale of some of these towards the end. I'm not 100% sure yet, depending on how fast everything goes, what we get through, and how late stuff goes to. But here we go. Let's try and get somebody some well-priced, original stock magic potions straight from the source. Going once on the magic potions, the pures, the originals. Going twice. Sold. To Bane of Fenrir with a winning bid of 60. Congrats on getting some well-priced, pure magic potions that are still being refined to this day for their characteristics. Okay, we have a first... no, I think I offered these once before. It should have been me, not him. Maybe I offered these once before. We have 20 Porcelio Scaber, Orange Pie. This is Derek Me. Houses improved orange piebalds. Starting bid of $1. So I wonder if there's... That's pretty similar. The thing with this is I think I have to text him again. I think he used actual piebalds and not koi or anything like that for creating these. So instead of... A lot of them have the single band of white through the midsection and not kind of the all over the body white like this. But they are as consistent as any piebald line is going to get. I just did a little bit of improvement after he sent them to me. They were already in pretty good shape. These Zevias are really helping to keep me hydrated. My voice is not feeling nearly as shredded as it was on Friday. Let's see. Health, Fitness, Adventure asking Japan or American on magic. There is no Japanese magic potion. There is no American magic potion. There is only magic potion. I'm going to link. I'm going to link the page. I'm going to link the page. I gotta save myself some breath. I gotta link this page. There we go with all the information on it. Here we go. Should I pin it? Do I pin it? We're going to pin the message for now. As a meme, we're going to just keep that pinned up there. All right, here's an X for the orange pies. Derek, if you're watching, they're loving your Scaber line. They're eating it up. They're going for it. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Paco E. Seis. I'm control R-ing to double check though. And it is Bob Lazar, 88, with a winning bid of 33. We have Bob and we have Bob Lazar here. Okay, I'm going to go get another drink actually too. But I don't think we know the ID for these, or they keep going back and forth on it. So we're just going to use this 40 Isopoda species, Tarragona, starting bid $1. Somebody correct me if it's been re-updated again after they changed it a few times. But there it is, the Tarragona Isopods. So I will be right back in a second. you. All right, there we go. Peasy, sorry you missed the orthopter earlier today, and the flower beetles were on Friday. And what was I saying? These Tarragonas probably be a good cleanup crew for a mid-level moisture to kind of on the drier side enclosure. I am back off of mute now. Also, thank you everybody for jumping down my throat the second that I realized I was talking without being mic on. Okay, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Control R again. You guys are just inching up and stuff here. Oh, we got a good one next. We got some good ones coming up next. To Civ with a winning bid of 17. Yeah, I think I'm going to wait for us to pass our threshold before I do this one big one. Although, no, it could push us over that. Could push us up there. Okay, give the people what they want, what they are clamoring for. We have finally, I've been able to breed these guys, figured them out, doing well. I think I know how to do it. I got it down to an art and a science now. We have 10 Ardentiella species, Ember Bee, starting bid of $1. Finally have gotten these guys figured out. You may not recognize it because they used to be called Marulinellas, but they're not. It's a new genus, Ardentiella. Nice lip action, somebody said. So here you go. You want these guys? There they are. The key seems to be stupid high air humidity and 50-50 moist dry in the enclosure. What I've been doing, I actually tossed them into a roach bin, and they have been doing really well in there. And so Alan says that the Tarragonas look like the mystery isopods found in Arizona, Nevada. Could be. Bob Lazar says, enjoying an orange Zevio right now. So underrated. They really are so underrated. Very much so. We've got quite a bit of interest going on here in these guys. Again, they've been easy for me. Tossed in with roaches. They're actually in with my Uricotis opaca right now and just thriving in there. So my problem was I packed these. It was one of the first things that I packed. So I actually didn't pack another count, but you know what? Maybe we'll do another count later. I do like funds. I like funds for lower efforts. And by the time that I go to pack stuff up for the auction, like ship stuff, there'll probably be more of the smaller ones up on the taller pieces of bark. So we may do another group of these later. But here's the X for these for now. A lot of interest. That's what I like to see. Civ says, I can't get these guys to thrive where I live in Arizona. Just can't keep the humidity up. Civ, what you may have to do is do almost no ventilation. That might be how you have to do it. You may have to do like zero ventilation on the enclosure, basically, and just use a larger enclosure so there's a large amount of air contained within it. That would be my recommendation. All right, going once on the Ardentiella. Going twice. Sold. To Hades 2 with a winning bid of $225. Hades 2, that's your first win at this auction too, Hades 2. Congrats. Are you just sitting there waiting for these, maybe? Just sit in line and wait for something like this to come along? Somebody's saying, what a good deal. That's funny. All right. We don't get to sleep on that, though. We're going to do 15 Armadillo tuberculatus, one of my favorite isopods. I really like these guys. And I'm going to go get a dummy cup for another group of Ember Bees in a bit. Okay, dummy cup is in place and we'll just slip it somewhere. Let me check on these guys and see what's going on. Hey, good looking. What's cooking? How's it going in here? Fellows, guys, looking good. No deceased. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. All right. We have some more special stuff coming up, everybody. Get ready. Hold on to your butts, as they say. Two things of the same right next to each other. I don't appreciate that. Okay. Oh, that's a lovely picture. Again, this Nikki Bay person does some really good photography. That's really nice there. Did I fix right? Stella's. Austin / Stella. Austin Stella. Let's see. Ardentiella arboreal or something? I don't know. I have no clue. I just know they're doing really well in the setup I have them in, and it's finally low effort to keep them. Could a mixed enclosure of emerald roaches and Ardentiella work? Maybe with the conditions that you're living in. Here, though, my emerald roaches would want more ventilation than the Ardentiella, so not the best idea for me. In with the conditions I have, but maybe there you could do well with both of them with restricted ventilation. Kind of how dry things are. All right, here's an X for the armadillos. And how close are we to hitting our threshold? Oh, we're getting close. We're kissing your sister levels of getting close to a threshold here. All right, going once on the tuberculatus. Going twice. Sold to Matt with a winning bid of 75. Matt winning the tuberculatus. There is one more group of tuberculatus also coming up, I should say. I know that for sure because I remember feeling physical harm when I was packing them up because I was like, no, I don't want to lose. I don't want to leave my babies. And then I ended up finding a little clump with extra in it. I was like, okay, guess this is okay. Winning bid of 75. Okay, to Matt. All right. Next up, we're going to save those for a little bit further down the road. 30 Porcelio, Scaber, Orange Calico, starting bid of $1. Good variety. Kyle checked the bid. Beetle one. Wait, Beetle Pixel one? I didn't even see that. Oh, shoot, it's Beetle Pixel. I got to correct that. Edit. Beetle Pixel 77. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm sorry. It was Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 77. Oh, I've gone and done this. I've messed it all up. I've soiled it. And on top of that, my Sharpie's running out of Sharp. Or maybe out of P. Matt, I'm sorry. Everybody, I'm sorry. I've let you down. I should go do a Sudoku puzzle now. Anyways, here we are with Oren's Calicos. Lovely line. Oren put a small amount of work into isolating them, and at some point he's like, yeah, I gave up because I couldn't really get the Calico perfect. So it's just a good mixture of some different colors and whatnot. Can we show it off here? Maybe we get close enough. Maybe. Oh, yeah, there we go. Look at them colors you get. Lots of different colors you can work with and try to refine things from. It's an old line, too. This line is probably about a decade old. Aiden says, will there be more Ember Bees? I'm going to put up one more group of Ember Bees. I don't know when, though. Could be at the very end. I have no idea. All right, going once on the Orange Calicos. Going twice. Sold to Civ with a winning bid of 27. Jojo just having a difficult time getting the scabers and stuff that he wants. I see you there. I see the effort being put in. Okay, next up we have a species I thought was lame, and then after I got them and I kept them for a while, Kyle, look up. I didn't either. No, check again. Who won? Bebop? Guys, what are you doing? I gotta keep doing this. Edit. Bebop. It's Bebop. Bebop is the winner. No, I will strike you from the record, Civ. This is an oddity to have this happen twice. You guys are just lunging at things with these bids. Was a $30 winning bid to Bebop? Crazy. You're just lunging at things. I can't even. It's like Exotic Wilderness with his $40 bid, the Big Pine Keys, and then nobody else saw it. All right, 20 troglodillo, species, soil, starting bid $1, hiring a new auctioneer. But if I outsource this, I couldn't have fun here. And I do have some fun, believe it or not, when I'm doing the auctions. Believe it or not. Roach Crossings, believe it or not, like Ripley's Believe It or Not, if that even still is a thing. Everybody's screaming wrong. Dewey says, by the way, Kyle, by the way, I don't know if it's my husband or your problem, but does the Roy G. Biv reproduce slowly for you? I've been able to expand beyond my group to more than 20 plus. It's been almost more than half a year now. How are you keeping them? The lava influence in Roy G. Biv means that they do appreciate more ventilation or a little more dryness than other scaber lines. So that might be part of it. Jojo Bugs, my son Oren is crying on me sick today. Made me lose this one. I'm sorry, Jojo. I'm sorry. You were so close. Civ says, my soil were doing so great until the dwarf whites invaded. Someone make a meme out of Kyle saying that just now. I don't know what he's talking about. What's saying? There's a carpenter roaming around. The amount of stories about dwarf white invasions has convinced me to never bring them into this house. I actually don't have a functional colony of dwarf whites right now. The colonies, the bins that they were in, that they were doing well in, one of them dried out and got invaded by pyralis moths. They were in with roaches. They didn't do so well long-term in my critter keeper style setup, so that colony burnt out. So that means actually my only, other than the dwarf whites that got mixed in with the white sharks, the only dwarf whites in my entire collection that aren't like wild species or something like that, like possible Donaldsoni, etc., are in with my Blada orientalis. They're not in any other bin. So I was underfeeding. I never bought dwarf white ever. They always came with other things. Yeah. Haven't changed the sub or add more leaflet. Charlie, look behind you. They're already there. Moths invaded my bins recently. Had to BT them out. Oh, but Bacillus thuringiensis, troglodill-doe. I'm kind of interested in some localities of wild-caught dwarf whites. Like I really want some from around the Archbold Research Station, which I didn't find any when I was down there, and I think the ones that I received back in December were not happy with being brought back in a cold car and didn't really seem to make it. So I do want those because those are Trichorhina Donaldsoni, and I had a colony, and Will skipped over the bin watering it. One time he was watering, and they dried out, and I was upset about that, but hopefully I can get them going again or just get them again in the first place. So yeah, Alan, that's what happened. The ones that just got from this last trip, I don't think they liked being in Kai's frozen car driving back to Michigan. So I have the container labeled, like I dumped the substrate in case there were like little babies and stuff, but I don't think I've seen anything emerge from there yet. It should be happening soon though, if they are making a rebound, if they did survive. Going once on the species soil, going twice. Sold. 2. I'm going to check up all the bids. Lotus with a winning bid of 37. Okay, next up we have a huge meme. We have 20 Porcelio Af Levis regular cow, starting bid of $1. Wild type dairy cows. Oh, almost proved out. Before you guys all go jumping on and bidding, these are just, I've almost gotten all of the dairy cows and whatnot bred out of them. Just so close to it. Just, it's like less than 1% of the population. So, people putting negative numbers. So they're just, let's see if I can find one. It's just a huger, bulkier, Levis-like isopod with just the solid gray coloration, and I wouldn't have it any other way. They are a beautiful creation. Let's see if I can show one off. So this is what wild-type dairy cows actually look like. If you can see, very much so like Levis, but they're broader. Whoops. Okay, it was a male. He'll be fine. Instead of it being a female falling and babies going everywhere. So get in on the meme on the regular cows. We've got some people interested in the regular cows. I like them. I've been working on these for, I think, 2 or 3 years now. Sankosaurus must not be in the live stream. So, all right, going once on the regular cows. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like a Paco E6, but let's see what happens when I control R. Not everybody all at once now. It's Paco E6 with a winning bid of $15, receiving some of the first regular cows made available. Very funny haha joke. Okay. We're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more pretty good thing, and then we're gonna kick it up a notch with something else. We have 20 Porcelio Hoffman Zegii, starting bid of $1. Just Hoffman Zegii, not any of the mutants or anything like that. Maybe I can show them like this, like this. Oh yeah, you can kind of see. And then a lot of the other ones, the smaller ones, are in the folds of the paper towel. So there we are. No X for, I didn't put an X for the regular cows? Did I not? Oh, no, I did. I put it way, way up, actually. All right, here's an X for the Hoffman's Eggy Eye. Somebody asked, how are the oranges doing? Oh, Tennyson, how the oranges you're doing sent me. They're doing good. They bred already. I think I texted you that. And Civ says, I have a lot of white gold jelly bean Nazatum that have, what is that exactly? Do I have to look that up? White gold jelly bean Nazatum. What does that even mean? What are the traits? What's the genetics? They're on Morph Market too, but like what's going on? They look like Dalmatians with something else going on, is what it seems like. So, but I don't know. I can't really tell. White Nazatum with gold flecks on them. Sounds like the project I was working on with crossing orange to pearl and getting mixed results, because I can't tell, because the orange is so faint on the Dalmatians, I can't tell which ones are Dalmatians and which ones are just double hets. So that's my big Nazatum project right now. All right, going once on the Hoffmannsegii. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 64. Beetle Pixel coming in at the last moment there and slapping the 64 win on. All right. Okay, now time for something that you've all come here for. Another thing off of the promotional material, so get ready for it. We have a group of 6 Cubaris species, Pak Chong, Cherry Blossom. Starting bid of $1. I don't think this will last at 10 for long. I don't think this is going to last at much else for long. And I just realized I need to grab Beetle Pixel's winning bid of 64 here. Okay. And these are domestically produced. Stella's springtails just leap into the front here. Dude, I literally meant 20. You should you should go back and perhaps change that. But you may. Touchable Hat is currently in the lead with 201. Aren't these from Stella's? Yes. Apparently Stella's might be having some regrets about putting more of them in my hands. So it would seem. It happens. While they seem to be unchallenged currently, Touchable Hat is in the lead with Stella's backing up. Or it could be a Stella's joke. Stella's leaving the bid unedited. Hades 2 with a 202. Here's an X. Okay, just more discussion about Nazatum. What we got? Whiteouts, oranges, Dalmatians, and whatever's going on with the gold flecks. There might be hypos involved in something too. Something hypo-y. All right, the cherry blossoms. Going once. Not Sakura, by the way. These are actually pink. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel's gonna probably want to edit that bid, I would think. Let's see. I'm control R'ing to see who's even got the claim to them. Let's wait for my screen to load. We're still waiting here. Come on, Discord. Our mascot Wumpus was really created as a character with no friends. I'll put, would you like to concede to Hades 2? Which is the option here. Hades 2, do you accept? All right, the winner is Hades 2 with a crazy winning bid of 212. That I know is definitely a good deal on these guys. Hades 2 getting the steal of the entire auction, I think, with a winning bid of 212. 212. Come on, Excel. Is everybody just messing up right now, me included? 212. Hades 2. That's why you got to pay attention in the auction. You never know when something spicy is going up. Speaking of which, next we're going to do a group of 20 Cubaris species amber, starting bid of $1. And of course, right off the bat, we've got some big heavy hitters. Dude, right? Yeah, Stella's really wants the ambers, apparently. Oh, that's a nice photo, too. This Nikki Bay person, really doing good, although I feel like that individual is a little dirty. It's got like cobwebs on it and stuff. I don't know. I would have gotten Maybe found one that wasn't quite as beat up looking. Maybe that's what I would have done. Is that slime mold on there too? Maybe on that cork bark? All right, here's an X for the ambers. Are these the ones from me? If so, I got them back in 2021 and never added new stock. Yes, Alan, these are from you. These are directly from you, actually. This is your group that I'm putting up. I can't remember if I packed any from my group, which is doing well after almost dying last summer. All right, going once on the ambers. Going twice. Sold. To Stella's Springtails with a winning bid of 102. Stella's won some ambers. Okay. Let's do something. Let's cool it down for a second. Let's do some. I like Dewey's GIF. 30 Porcelio. Levis dairy cow. Starting bid of $1 for dairy cows. Just in case somebody out there needs them. Just in case you've lived out of under a rock for the last 7 years. Hello, Duke and Enzo the Iggies. Welcome to the final Bugapalooza day as we wind. We're in the back half, starting the back half of the day pretty soon, basically. These days just fly by. I dread doing the auction because of all the work I have to do, and then we actually get to the point of the auction, and then it just goes by. And tonight I'll have some drinkies. I'll get to see the dogs tomorrow morning. It's just is a good old time going on right now. Siv says, to be fair, might need to get more dairy cow. Whites popped up and took over. Oh boy. Yeah, maybe you should. Mac and Cheese says, my first auction. This is the most fun I've had in a while. I love that. I love that for you. Here's an X for the Levis dairy cow. And this was also from the first stock ever brought into the U.S. This particular stuff here. So, all right, going once on the dairy cows. Going twice. Sold to, we gotta see. Close bidding on these guys. Very close bidding. It is Hatted Tenacity when the dust settles. Hatted Tenacity has clinched the victory with a winning bid of 26. All right, next up we have a group of 20 Reduc Toniscus Costulatus Pink. Was it Pink Tobuscus? Pink Tabazo? Pink Tabato Beza. Somebody help me. I'm having a hard time. What are these again? Pink Tabazo. Pink Tagazo. What does that even mean? Tagazo. Starting bid of $1. Pink Tagazo. What is Tagazo? Tagazo. It's not named after the Kirby enemy, is it? That would be a real stretch, I think. I appreciate that if it is a Kirby reference, but still, man, come on. Really digging into things here. Zach also had the cherry blossom payment due to me. They are in my possession. If it's something going to somebody else, it will be listed in that ad that you need to contact the other person. So these are mine. So Charlie Bugs, I'm pretty sure just watching unless some Nazatum or pop up. My wallet may hurt after this weekend, but know what it's worth to get a proper start in the hobby. Dragon Rumor says, are these any different than other dairy cows, or are all the dairy cows in the hobby Afflevis? All the dairy cows are Afflevis. But again, this stock does go back to the first ones that came in 2018. So my stock is of that very same lineage, the first stuff that was around. Allie Lass said, did I miss any common springtails? I'm needing some white. You didn't, because there actually haven't been that many springtails up for grabs. We have a bit of a dearth of springtails this go around. All right, the pink Tagetzos. We're going to wrap those up. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To DGSJ with a winning bid of 100. DGSJ for the pink Tagetzos. Pink. Gotta cross this off this darn cup. Tagetzos. All right. Winning bid of 100. A solid winning bid on these things. They're very tiny. By DGSJ. Okay. We'll go with something a little more basic-y. 20. Now they're basic. They didn't used to be basic. Armadillidium espanoli. Starting bid of $1. I think this is the species somebody was spreading a rumor that they were extinct in the wild and therefore trying to drive up the price or something like that. Duke and Enzo asking about Columbaniscus for sale. I was going to put up some Columbaniscus, but I got frustrated digging through the Uricoda species Venezuela enclosure, and so I didn't actually end up packing any Columbaniscus. And we will be doing dry goods later too, actually, after isopods. We have about about 40 more isopods to go through. Am I bidding or am I driving the price up to dry people's wallets? Who knows, says Dewey. So real, Dewey. Yeah, about 40 isopods left, roughly. The Espanoli are very good for dry enclosures as a cleanup crew if anybody needs that. If you need a dry cleanup crew. So you guys know. All right, going once on the Espanoli. Going twice. Sold. To Paco Isace with a winning bid of 39. A good solid snipe from Paco Isace. 39. Sniped out his own wife. Very amusing. Well, it's for bragging rights, you know. All right, speaking of stuff that's good for dry enclosures, we have a group of 20 Cubaris Benitensis Yuma, Arizona, starting bid of $1. $1 here. I'm wondering if I should go bag up some plants before the sun goes down. Comet says, love you, love your bugs. Thank you so much, Comet, for providing so much financial support over the last 3 days. Thank you so much for your support. There we go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Comet, again for 3 days of support throughout all this. It really counts. Basically, you basically paid for my food and my existence the last 3 days on top of the work that I've been doing, so I appreciate that. Dewey says, I've been drinking all day, fam. Catch up. Are we drinking for bids past 50 again? I might do something crazy like that for grain pests now that I think about it. I might drink, I'll drink half of a can or something per grain pest that goes over 50 as a meme. We'll see how that goes. And my Zevia. Speaking of which, I'm out of Zevia. I need another one. I got to go get that. I'll be right back. See, again, we alternate the flavors, and therefore I never get tired of them. Bebop with a solid bid of 45 right before the X. Kyle, you need a collection of terrarium plants and house plants to alternate between bug auctions so we can have more live action show. Yeah, well, I'll get right on that. Roach crossing guy, I like that. How dry are you mean? I'm planning on a bioactive leopard gecko setup soon and I have no clue what, if any, isopods could work. If there's an isopod that's going to work, Cubaris benetensis, the Espagnoli armadillidium, Porcellio ornatus is very dry tolerant also. I've seen Armadillidium parachi is another good one. Armadillo officinalis, the genus Armadillo, is another really good one for dry stuff. So next trivia question should be how many you've opened on stream. Yeah, maybe that will be a trivia question. Who knows? Who knows? Mac and Jesus is more plugging for Zevia in 3 days than I have heard in my whole life. I think you found your YouTube sponsor. It's so good, though. And it's not going to drive up my glycemic index. Oh, yeah, and Illuma Silata. I forgot about that. Yeah, you got about, I don't know, 5 to 15 choices of drier isopods. And with leopard geckos, maybe the smaller the better so they aren't tempted to eat them as much. Caffeine free too. I will admit I broke my caffeine break to pack this week. So that was Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I've been off of it since then. It slowed down on that stevia. Is there a negative effect that I'm unaware of? I noticed some GI stuff. Siv, what do you mean you find Armadillo officinalis in Arizona? Do you have pictures? I don't think they're found there. All right, Cubaris benetensis going once, going twice, sold to Ice Beam with a winning bid of 47. I just think of the every time you win, I think of the Ice Beam and the Hyper Beam sound effects from Pokemon Red and Blue, which I think I've mentioned this before, which are absolutely sick sounding sound effects. All right, 15. We haven't seen these guys in a minute. 15, Porcellio Sakinctus, starting bid of $1. Supposed to be some special Sakinctus somewhere in all of this. We're going to see. Is that not what I have? Oh my, says Civ. I should call her. Yeah, so it should just be Armadillidium vulgare, but weirder things have happened. Like there's all kinds of introduced isopods in the U.S., so you could actually end up having that by some roundabout way. Hyperbeam says, yeah, Ice Beam is my favorite Pokemon move. Reads Die Dragonite. I just like in the first gen, like it showed the little, like the beam went out and then the little ice crystals built up over the sprite. I always thought that was really cool. You selling any cool / rare plants that can live in Florida? Northern Florida, probably. Kevin says 6 sound effect the base in some of the attacks on Fire Force, Fire Blast, and Legends. Yeah, that they did a good job with the moves in Legends Arceus, I have to say. Jacob Moss says, Owen Johns, I've been keeping afish analysis with my leopard gecko, and the gecko doesn't seem to mind the pods, while the pod's doing fine, and it gave you a litter lately. Daytona. I'm not sure what's in Northern Florida gets just cold enough in the winter to take some of the plants from the Midwest. A lot of them need a certain number of cold hours. Here is an X for the Sakinctus. Let's see where Daytona is. Daytona, Florida. Because once you get past a certain, I'm going to say probably not in Daytona, Florida. You would have to treat them as like reverse tropicals, where you put them in the fridge for the wintertime and then pull them out in the summertime. Did anybody do that? Like, people do that with tropical plants, where you bring them indoors over the winter and then you put them outside during the summertime, like at higher latitudes. So at lower latitudes, are there people who like put plants out over the summer and then fridge them over the winter? Like maybe somebody who really likes daffodils or something like that. I don't know. Tell me how many females you see there, Kyle. See where? I don't see any females. Oh, that's your group in that picture. That's really unfortunate. You could have some. I think it was Alan who found some femboy Sakinctus. All right, I'll talk more about that in a second. Going once with the Sakinctus group. Going twice. Sold. To Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 67. Beetle Pixel, you've awakened from your slumber. Excellent. Okay, let's do our last group of Scaber Orange Calicos, another group of 30 of those. Porcelio Scaber Orange Calico, starting bid of $1. Ah, what a pleasant spring evening it is. Somebody asking what is we got Pihasai High Yellow today. I think there's one more group of those somewhere in here, I think. Alan was finding, were they feminized male or masculinized female Sakinctus in your colony? I can't remember which one it was. I want to say it was masculinized females where they had the long uropods. Masculinized females, I think, yeah. So they were not femboys, but boy femmes. They were tomboys, maybe. So is it possible that maybe some of your quote-unquote males are actually females, Tennyson? And Alan says it produced offspring, too, which is interesting. Hyperbeam says all of my wins in this auction so far are U.S. species. Had long uropods and long gonopods too. So it was, I don't know what it was. What do you classify that as? Is it like a hentai, like a is it a femboy? Is it like a Futanari kind of hentai thing going on? What do we classify that as? Because was it a male that was pregnant? Was it a female that had male organs? Like, I'm very confused and I want more answers to these questions. I have more questions than answers. So I see I came back just in time for the Weeb Perv talk. Satchel's excited about his Stigmata breeding. My Erginulus bred. I was going to put some up for auction, but I want to hoard them until I figure out how to take care of them best. But my Erginulus did breed in a communal setup. So everybody, Erginulus, Giant Harvestman will be up for grabs at some point. There's an X for the Scaber Orange Calicos going once. Going twice. Sold. To Patrick with a winning bid of 40 right before JoJo's winning bid of 40. Absolutely crazy. This is Patrick. 40 to Patrick. Name's not Rick, etc., etc. Okay. We got, let's go down this stack. We have, I think this is the last contaminated white shark. Yes, this should be the last contaminated white shark. They contaminated with dwarf whites with the devil's rice. Pretty sure it's the last one. Alan says, I'm so mad. All but like 5 babies of my Argynulus died. Seems that they don't eat the bug bites thing I give to the adults. Yeah, they may be too small to eat them. The container I have mine in has a ton of tropical pinks, ton of dwarf purples, ton of small silvers. There's a lot of tiny prey in my Argynulus setup. Satchel says, my Argynulus bred too. Apparently, we just needed to wait. We only need to wait almost 5 months to get some results from our Argynulus. Maybe they're just slow like that. I wonder if they just take their time. Huge reproductive event once or twice a year. But yeah, these are some big harvestmen that Alan and Kai and Satchel collected in Florida back in December. And we're just now, all of us are finally getting breeding from them. Apparently, it must be just how they are. Here's an X. Oh, there's a cold wind blowing. Here's an X for the white sharks, everybody, for the white sharks. Goldenrod corrected the bid to 51. That's totally fine, totally fine. All right, going once on the White Shark Cup. Going twice. Sold. To the Great Hyper Carry with a winning bid of 65 for the compromised White Sharks. Also, I might need to ask Will something in a second here. With a winning bid of, what was it? 65. The Great Hyper Carry. Okay. We'll put something interesting up for grabs while I'm gone. Let's do... Oh, yeah, let's do this. Okay, while I'm gone for a second, I'm going to put up a group of 30 Cubaris species, red edge, comma, orange. Starting bid of $1. I really like these. This is one of my favorite isopods, I think. My culture produces both yellowy individuals and orange ones. It came as just orange and ended up producing both. Don't know how that happened. So I'll be right back. All right, everybody, how's the enthusiasm been for these guys? Any more Venezuela Pisum? I think we're all done with Pisum. We still got some cool stuff coming up, though. Will you have Choparde available after the auction on the site? All mine turned male. No, that's horrible. Yes, I have tons of Choparde available, so just get in touch. Here's an X for the species red edge orange. Let's see how these little fellows are doing that we're about to put up. Oh, yes. Hello, little fellows. You little scrumptious pumpkins. You little dudes. Again, one of my favorite colors. It's a complete sausage fest. Is there a lot of hissing going on? Is that happening too? A lot of male hissy fits. Okay, going once on the species red edge orange. Going twice. Sold. To JS Vana with a winning bid of 65. Out of 65 winning bids right now, too. Beating out the competition. Actually, no competition. There was a tie, but somebody got in first. All right. Let's do, this is probably the last group of these. Probably. Let's see. I'm going to copy what I put before, just so everybody's on the same page, that this is Smalls of Expansis Witch's Potion, our last group of Expansis Witch's Potion up for grabs in the auction. Done, done, done. People already getting in on it, climbing over each other. Stella's springtails, just no F's given. That's pretty decisive. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for a picture. I do love these. Oren did some good work, yada, yada. And I'm excited for my Naranyas to start proving out more consistently and start producing more, because this is the Witch's Potion came from the same stock as Naranya did. So the size and all the other attributes are in the Naranyas too, and I'm really excited to start sharing those. Here's an X for the Witch's Potions. Everybody, Tino is in the lead with a bid of 120. Let's see if there's any chat going on about this. One day, ... says Hyperbeam. Going once on the Witch's Potions. Might be a steal for someone. Going twice. Sold to Gordon Greenlee. It says I'm one. There's a bid there. There's a standing bid of 150. How do I interpret this though? That's a bid. There's a period after the bid. There's text in front of it, but it's a bid. It's a standing bid. So I got to give it. Autocorrect added the I'm. Thank you. Okay. Not your fault. You could be making that up, but that's, it's fine. You got the number there. You got the period after it. I got to give it to Gordon Greenlee with a winning bid of 150. I have to give it. I am technically within the rules. I'm bound by what I have written. So there we go. With a winning bid of 150 to Gordon Greenlee. Shoot, every time I double click, right to the top of the Excel document. And Gordon Greenlee, that's your first auction win. So congrats on getting something very coveted as your first and only win thus far. Let's see, we're going to do... Oh, a group of Brevicornis. Hilaria Brevicornis we have hiding in the pile still. I thought we had gone through all of these the other day. We have a group of 20 Hilaria Brevicornis, Provence de blah, blah, blah. The autocorrect thing that perhaps it was not actually autocorrect, but it's also very strange that anybody would go in for a serious bid and type I'm before that. So you're all good. We will. You did. Gordon Greenlee did nothing wrong. You followed all the rules with the period and stuff like that. So it's all good. Boy, am I starting to get tired again. 3 days of this. I got days of packing. I got to do husbandry tomorrow. Yada, yada, yada. Just nonstop. But honestly, if I was moving and still had stuff to do all day, I think I'd feel a little better. It's kind of nice to be in motion like this. Hashtag Gordon Greenlee did nothing wrong. Hyperbeam says, I'll try again when your washer/dryer breaks or something. If only that didn't happen. Here's an X for the Hilaria. Do Hilaria have one big eyeball? No, they don't. They got a cluster. They got a little cluster of it's like a blackberry for an eyeball, basically. They've got a little blackberry for an eyeball. All right. Going once on the Hilaria. Going twice. Sold. Two. Looks like Stankosaurus, but we're going to see. We're going to see. And the winner is Stankosaurus with a winning bid of 80 to Stanko. Winning bid of 80. Okay, here's another group of these. These went up yesterday, but here's another batch. We have a group of, where is it? Guys have really been talking about some of this stuff. It's messing with my search abilities here. Okay, here we go. 20 Cubaris species, Pakchong albino, starting bid of $1, just a solid white Pakchong. Drinkies time, somebody says. We aren't doing drinkies. I'll start drinkies at grain pest hours. We'll do that. Maybe I'll do, again, for every bid during grain pest hours that's over 50, if any of them even get over there, maybe I'll drink a whole can or half a can of something, and we'll see what happens, just to give some extra motivation and hope that I don't pass out or die or both. Yeah, we're chipping through the isopods. We got a good chunk of stuff left here. Lots of good stuff. I'm going to spoil something. I see some Flavomarginatus still. There's still some magic potions. Actually, kind of getting into, it looks like a lot of stuff that's left is kind of higher end. Now that I'm looking around, a lot of it is. Not all of it, but a lot of it. So, the WHO recommends limit 4 milligrams of kilogram of body weight as long as you drink less than the equivalent of 2 stevia-sweetened beverages a day. It can be harmless. It can be harmless. So what is the damage of drinking more than that is my question. Is there such thing as a stevia poisoning? 4 milligrams per kilogram. How many kilograms am I at? About 185 pounds to kilograms. So about 84 kilograms. So I should not have more than, doing math for my health over here, 1.8 milligrams stevia compounds per pound. So that's 185 times 1.8. So I should not have more than about a large, obese, adult crested gecko. No, that's not. 333 milligrams. But it doesn't say how many milligrams of stevia are in this. That's the problem. It's a stevia leaf extract. So, yeah, I don't know. Well, I haven't dropped dead yet. DNA damage. Wait, really? Are you kidding me? Is it mutagenic in certain it couldn't be worse than. I'll argue it couldn't be worse than processed sugar, but here's an X for the species Pak Chong, albino auctioning. Charlie says, do spider beetles have to be kept on an edible substrate? Or can they have normal dirt substrate? You could keep them on normal dirt. Just make sure that the food stays dry and doesn't really mold. Stevie Wonder. That's a meme. Yeah, I hope it's not terribly mutagenic. We've got a little bit of bickering over the price for the albinos. Let's get it finished with going once, going twice. Sold to, looks like Smugger Smoogler, but it looks like maybe Civ slid in at the end. Let's see what's going on with this. It is Civ with a winning bid of 71 for the albinos here. Albino Pak Chongs. 71 to Civ. Civ. It's as simple as that. Okay. Let's do. Look at this spread. This is dangerous for people who don't have money to spend necessarily right now. This is a very dangerous spread of stuff here. Oh, we have a group of these guys left. How you guys doing? You guys doing all right? Oh yeah, you're eating, you're pooping. That's what life's all about after all, is eating and pooping primarily. We'll get to those very soon. We're going to do a group of 25 isopoda species, purple ghost, starting bid of $1. I think maybe Tennyson can tell me they was it silver ghost that had a mixture of species in it, or was it purple ghost? I think maybe these are the ones that ended up actually being Nasodilla archangelii. Life's about pooping and eating, also suffering. Yeah, there's a bit of suffering in there too. Charlie says, can I make sure to avoid them when I do my misting? I'm assuming they're basically kept dry like mealworms. Yeah, but if your air is too dry, you can run into problems. So it's a good idea to just keep a little moisture somewhere in the enclosure for them. Silver ghosts ended up being 2 species. Yeah, I could believe that. So these, I guess, might actually be Nasodilla archangelii. I'll wait for our photo gallery bot to correct or to add any comments on that as necessary. So they're CF Nasodilla archangelii because they think the species is correct, but not the genus. So they believe that they don't actually belong to Nasodillo as a genus, but that the species is valid as it was described within Nasodillo. Okay. Charlie says, I'll keep springtails with them to keep mold down. Maybe you'd want to keep something other than mesium for spider beetles. Nyptis I keep with substrate and stuff like that, and they do really well. I don't think they do so well if they were kept just on the grains, actually. Hyperbeam says, guess I can always post auctions to pay for auctions. Aucception. Yeah, keep the pyramid scheme going of like the ball pythons thing, where it's like, where is everybody getting money for these ball pythons from? And just kind of manifests and does this whole weird trickle down situation thing. All right, going once on the purple ghosts. Going twice. Sold to Paco E6 with a winning bid of 52, and I'm finally saying the name properly and consistently because I've learned it. I'm SMRT. I have learned. I've got the good book learnings in my brain hole. Okay, here's something for somebody was asking, can you please put up some for poor people or something like that? Here's a group of 40 Cubaris Murina citrus starting bid of $1. This is from Florida locality. Maybe I really don't want to open my emails right now because there's going to be a ton of unread things. And let's see if I can find Murina citrus. Let's see if I can find anything on that. I might have to ask Derek to give me that person's information again. Yeah, that seems like what I'm going to have to do. Tennyson saying purple ghosts are the same species as Shiros, thought to be true Archangelii, but Archangelii is a species that needs to be redescribed, so it's Archangelii until they are redone. So Nasodila Archangelii is actually the proper name because it's currently valid, and this is the organism it describes, right? So I would be correct using that, I believe. I like Kyle closes his eyes for the last couple of seconds. Yeah, I do that to be fair because I don't want it to seem like I'm waiting for the bids to go as high as possible. I close them. I kind of get a tempo going in my head as I count, and then I press the button so that it's fair. So Tennyson says some silver ghosts are mislabeled purple ghosts. Others are a completely different species. Tennyson, do you happen to have the true silver ghosts? Because I think I like them. If I don't already have them, or if that's not what I got from you guys, I think, did I get silver ghost from you, or was that from James Beetle Farm? Yes, okay. So they're the ones from you, so they are the different species. So perfect. All right, then I'm all good. So that's what that container was that I didn't get to yet when I was taking care of things. I really need to update that Isopod Excel sheet. Add it to the list. Being a cataloger of stuff. Here's an X for the Murina citrus. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dewey with a winning bid of 51 because there was no period. Dewey, that's your first win. Congrats. Congrats, Dewey. You've gotten your first Auctiones win. Congrats. And we'll do, we got a giveaway I'm going to do. I'll put the giveaway off to the side. Here's a good thing. Oh, wait, Paco Seis? This, somebody said, it's Paco Seis? So Paco Seis won the last thing, okay. Paco Seis won? I don't, no, Paco Seis was from before all this. That was the last auction. Yeah, he didn't bid on this, so that was for the previous guys. All right, back on topic. We have 6 Cubaris species, Jupiter, excellent stock from Alan. Alan, why did you give me the whole colony? This is too much pressure for me. Starting bid of $1. I'm going to add it for the starting bid. So these are actual Jupiters from Alan. Alan was like, oh, here, take my whole colony because, like, they crash a lot and I don't want to deal with them anymore. I'm like, can you just keep, like, a couple of them so that I don't mess them up permanently? And he's like, oh, no, just take them all. And I was like, Alan, why? We need backup policies with these things. Kenneth says, oh, and blue pigeon are possibly the same species as the southern Thailand stock of silver ghost. Well, I have blue pigeons as well. So that's good. I would really love to see some of those species that came in like right around when COVID started that were coming in with crazy prices. I would really love to have gotten some of those and tried to work with them and see how far I did or didn't get. Yeah, these are actual Jupiters. They're very different from actual lemon blues. It's possible lemon blues and Jupiters are the same species, and people have been caught mixing up the stock of these. So I get stuff from Alan because I know Alan does his research before things, and then I just pray that I don't fail with it. And speaking of this, my lemon blues desperately need to be removed from my Sakinctus bin. They are the Sakinctus are winning the war over the winter time. Although it may swing the other way with the humidity in the summertime, it may go back to being lemon blue wonderland. So I'm not sure if I should act or just keep waiting on my hands, sitting on my hands. Owen John says, is there ever an issue with inbreeding with isopods? theoretically, there could be. Have I ever had that problem? No. People who even just listen to me on stream will know every couple of months it's oh, something happened to this colony and it's down to a single or like low double digits, and then everything expands out again and does just fine. So theoretically, there could be detriments to inbreeding. In practice, I have found there is usually not a problem with it. Somebody asking, is husbandry hard with Jupiters? I don't know. I've only had them for like a month from Alan, and he just handed me his colony, and I'm again panicking, and I would like to make some money, but I would also like to get them into capable hands. All right, here's an X for the high quality Jupiter stock. Tennyson's also seconding isolating morphs from single individuals, and that he would also argue no on inbreeding can it be a factor? Yes. Outbreeding can also be a factor in poor vigor in some organisms too. It's called there's inbreeding. There can be inbreeding depression. There can be outbreeding depression, which is what happens with things that are lower in compatibility, where you get out of the realm of hybrid vigor and into outbreeding depression. So, all right, wrapping it up for the Jupiters. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dewey with a winning bid of 80. Dewey coming out of the woodwork here for some rare pods. Really putting in some effort this evening. Haha. Shaisha. Mr. Dewey. Okay. What else we got? We haven't seen these guys in a minute. We have another group of these. Last time we put these up was a hot minute ago. We have 40 CF Myctoniscus species, North Dam State Park, Tennessee. Satchel says, I have I have no breeding depression. Eric Matthews says Jupiters need a red spot. Yeah, that would bring it all together, wouldn't it? Tess Kingsley says have that outcrossing issue with crested geckos. Well, crested geckos are crazy inbred from the get-go. It was from some 7 individuals founded all the captive stock. So I remember once somebody had one of the original founding ones and had it up for sale on Fauna Classifieds. It was kind of weird, like seeing it and then surrounded by like a billion ads for all these crazy morphs and whatnot. But yeah, it was weird again to see like this person, like this individual's like 15 years old and it's still doing fine, and it's one of the original imports and it's super skittish and blah 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 blah, and just being like, the evolution in this population is weird. Like there's individuals that founded this population that are still alive while like around them their species is evolving around them and they're just still there basically. That was the last of the Jupiters also. There's the only Jupiters, just letting a couple slip out as a contingency protocol in case I screw up with them. All right, going once on the Myctoniscus. CF Myctoniscus. Going twice. Sold. To Blado Beans with a winning bid of 15 for the CF Myctos. Welcome back, Blado Beans. Welcome back to the party. All right. Let's do a group of 30 Porcelio Levis White, starting bid of $1. This was a line that circulated very on into the Isopod hobby explosion. I think it's maybe fallen by the wayside, but it does appear to be actual Levis and not the dairy cow species. Let's see if I have any to show off. Or is it the dairy cow species? I need to do a cross with these now that I think about it. But because the Europods kind of look like the dairy cows, but I swear these were labeled as like U.S. stock Levis when I received them, if anybody can see that. So I guess doing a test cross will be the real determinant here. But yeah, this stock is from like 2018-ish. I don't know if it's easy to be seen. I guess getting a specimen to Nate for him to dissect to look for the diagnostic character would be important. But here's an X for those. Just a neat little group. You need a new Levis. You're rounding out your Levis collection. Yada, yada, yada. Here you go. Here's your opportunity. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Taranchi, but could be Bebop. Let's see. Could be Bebop. Say that 20 times fast. Could be Bebop. It is Taranchi with a winning bid of 19. Finally, says Taranchi. Okay, yeah, we got a lot of stuff here, and let's do these guys now. So we had the rarer wild types before, but now we have a group of 20 Armadillidium verneri orange with a starting bid of $1. Here we go, everybody. We got some verneri orange here, which have, again, seem to have had the stranglehold on the verneri discussion. Did I show you my wild-caught leucistic-looking P. levis? They also throw oranges caramels. Yeah, that seems that there's Hyperbeam. I need the stock that you have. I don't think it's genetic. I think it's actually like a pathogen or something that does that. But I do actually need and want that stock again, so I'll have to get some from you. That was being called stuff like that, and of origin somewhere in California was being called Cali mix for a while. Cali mix was the name, maybe not in use anymore. Here's an X for the verneri oranges. Start smoking them if you got them, everybody. Going once. Going twice. Sold. And the winner is Bebop with a winning bid of 47. Hades 2 missing a period. Bebop getting in a winning bid of 47 before the surrounding bids. And it is already pretty much 5 o'clock. We have done 354 items. 354 things, everybody. That's how much stuff has gone up for grabs. And we are where we are now. Let's see what else. Whoops. Oh, it's an empty cup, so that's fine. Otherwise, it may not be so fine. We're going to do a giveaway soon. I'm going to go get some trivia from Will for that, actually. But while I'm gone, I'm going to put up our last group of armadillo, 15 armadillo tuberculatus, our final group of these available, one of my favorite isopods. and I'm going to go grab some trivia from Guillaume. So I will be right back. Okay, I got a good one for you guys. I got a good one. Once you wrap up the armadillos, Will gave me a good one. They get more smooth as they mature. All right, people are. We've got a solid bid already on the tuberculosis. I'll put an X here, and I'll go in here, and this is going to be our giveaway. It's for a group of 40 Cubaris murina citrus. Start giveaway, and I'll get to the giveaway question in a second because Will gave a good off, just out of left field one. Come on, let me post the giveaway. Come on. We're going to have to refresh this bad boy here. Still waiting for it to refresh. Still waiting. Surprised that the YouTube streaming thing has not crashed. Let's try reopening the tab. I don't even know if it posted something. Okay, we got this. Why is YouTube, guys, your boat stuff? I'm getting a recommended sponsored ad on YouTube that says a new boobatastic game is here. Thank you guys for poisoning my algorithm with the boat girls. Thank you for that. I can't say how much I appreciate that enough. All right, here is the giveaway, which we will do right as soon as we wrap up. Going once with the tuberculosis. Going twice. Sold. To Matt with a winning bid of 67. Congrats, Matt, on your tuberculosis win. Okay, so we have our question for the giveaway in the live stream. Not the booba ads, that's all you, Kyle, but are they attached to boats? No, they're not attached to boats in any way. That's the most disappointing part of it. I will take an answer for this. Well, let me write it out first. And this is right out of Will's mouth. All right. French General Charles de Gaulle was 6 feet 4 inches tall. What was his nickname in the French military academy? You may offer it in English or in French. I don't care which one you give. I like the big Charles, Le Grand Charles, the Great Asparagus. You're close. You're very close. There's that first one might actually be it. There's a couple ways you could translate it. Okay, it's more of somebody will hit it more on the head with the transliteration here. Jay Steverson, I think I got to give this to Jay. No, who is it? I got to give this to Jay Steverson. The tall asparagus is how we'll describe it. The Le Grand asparage was so Jay Steverson. You have it closest to what Will had told me. So Jay Steverson, you win. Congratulations. I see. Did Aiden say? Aiden said tall asparagus, but it's the. He was the tall asparagus, not just tall. He was not tall asparagus. He was the tall asparagus. Again, that is what Will had told me. So there is the Le Grand Asparage is the full title. So the is important. So Jay Steverson, I must give it to you on the count of that it matches what Will told me verbatim. So you're technically correct, Aiden, but maybe bring that up when you get your bugs from me. Maybe there will be consolation prize there. But I must give it to Jay Steverson for figuring out the tall asparage, 40 citrus marina. Give Jay Steverson. Okay. All right, back to brass ticky tacks. Here, we're gonna do another scaber now. We're going to do 30 Porcelio Scaber Shubunkin. Starting bid of $1. These are Dalmatian X Lava. Red 4, 50, orange, gray spot color. And JoJo is all in right off the bat with a $1 bid. Will anybody defeat JoJo's $1 bid? I wonder. Will it stand? Will it stay? Will it stand? Let's see. How are people just knowing this? How fast are y'all typing, or is this just common knowledge? And Eric Matthews says French military history versus bug trivia, which is more useful? Today, apparently, and over the last couple of days, the military and whatnot trivia seems to be more handy. Charlie says is melanism a thing in isopods? I think I have a melanistic nizatum. I mean, you could have some that have more pigment and some that have less. So, yeah, I'd say it is. You never know until you try something if you can breed it out or prove it out or not. So I say follow your heart and try it. Oh, beautiful. There's a decent picture of them. Here's an X for my Shubunkins. I didn't even realize that I had them hosted on Roach Crossing. This was years ago, too. So the spottiness has not been improved because it's very difficult to do that. But the color balance has been. All right. Going once with the Shubunkins. This is also a very inbred line, also extremely inbred. Going twice. Sold. To Jojo with the winning bid of 50. Jojo not playing around now. Jojo tired of losing out on some of these bids. Jojo just going right for the jugular. I like that. That's good for padding out my panties, padding out my pockets, I guess. Next up, Cubaris. Species Panda King, Red Panda, starting bid of $1. We're gonna do an extreme thing next, everybody. We're gonna do. Do we do the extreme thing next? Yeah, we could do an extreme thing next. I think is what we will do. We're gonna do you guys next. Oh yeah. And here we are. We're rounding out the day with our isopods. Is it really melanin in isopods? I'm not sure. Double Z says off-brand witch's potion. Yeah, Kirkland brand witch's potions. Little guys, pure black with almost no noticeable patterns. I'll give it a shot. Some aspects of isopod color are also influenced by humidity and temperature, so you gotta maybe keep that in your noggin too. Well, that being said, again, just try it. Try it. Spend a year or two trying to work it into something, and if it doesn't work out, maybe keep trying or table it. Cameron says, Kyle, these guys are bullying me today. All right, here's an X for the species Panda King Red Pandas. Start thinking about placing your bids if you're ready to go. My mom said, Kyle, fix your hair. It looks bad. And like, I've been. It always looks bad. It doesn't always, but yes, the majority of the time, anytime I don't do anything with it, it looks a certain kind of way. So you guys just get to sink into the wild man look. And then, I was out with the feral dogs last night. I'll be out with the feral dogs tomorrow morning. You know, I can only be expected to appear so stately and given these parameters. All right, going once on the red pandas. Going twice. Sold. To Paco Ises, will you concede your bid to Fancy Cloud? The bid of $456. Let's see. Fancy Cloud, do you accept the bid of $45? I think I know what the answer is going to be. Fancy Cloud is the winner. Here we go. So close, so close. But hey, this is good. We're leagues ahead of how this used to be, especially when the auctions were run in YouTube, because now we've got more consistency with Discord, which is nice. Also, a reminder, everybody, refresh your Discords so that you don't have desync, especially with this next thing coming up. Make sure you do a quick refresh. refresh your YouTube, not your Discord. You could do your Discord. I don't know. I don't care. We're going into the next thing. We are doing another group of these guys. I want to see you guys get mad. I want to see some aggravation. I want to see aggravated assault. I want to see premeditated murder. All of this stuff I wish to see. We have another group of, and the last group of Ardentiella species, Ember Bee, starting bid of $1. Here we go again. Produced in-house. Stock came from Tennyson Kingsley and Dead Rabbits of Psycho. Say it doesn't look bad. It just looks like you've been up all night staring into your colonies, which has been my life. Staring into the screen or staring into colonies the last week. So somebody said, Braden Williams said, good Lord, these people are wild for isopods. People are just ready and willing to go after these Ember Bees. And I'm very thankful that they're doing well for me so I can capitalize on this. And thankful to the people who sent them to me. Tennyson, thank you for sending me my starter of these. Without that, I wouldn't be in this very good situation. Pseudoscorpions Are Best is here. Pseudoscorpions Are Best. You missed. We had 4 species up for grabs earlier. I'm sorry if you were asleep or something, but you did miss it. It was a big sad like a sad tragedy, I suppose. All right, here's the X for the Ardentiella. Come on, guys, we'll get all worked up and vicious. And yes, Satchel, these are the things that used to be Marullinella. And Tennyson says, my dad. But yeah, well, Tennyson, I talk to you all the time. I know you're like the face of that interaction for me. So Charlie says, how long until grain pet hours? I don't know, maybe an hour, roughly. I'll probably take a short break to lay down and like close my eyeballs after isopods, and then I'll come back and we'll do dry goods, some of Austin's stuff will go back up, whatnot. Somebody asked about, are there more cherry blossoms? Oh, there could be. Owen's saying that there's been quite a few funds over the last few days. See, you say that, and it is quite a bit, but with the move and everything going on, money does not necessarily stick around very long. So this is keeping pace or trying to get ahead of a lot of things. So, and I'm very grateful for that. All right. The Ardentiella are going once. Going twice. Sold. To the lucky winner, who is Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of $226. Beetle Pixel winning the Ardentiellas there with a winning bid of $226. Do not underestimate Beetle Pixel. This has happened many times before. Beetle Pixel is the usurper with these strategic bids in these strategic situations. Okay, we're gonna save a couple of these things for last. Save the best for last, they say. We're gonna do that. We'll save the best 3 things for last. Oh, here's something nifty. I don't know how well these will go over. These are pretty nifty. We have 20 Cubaris species, Pakchong, red, starting bid of $1. Just the red Pakchongs. And I have to check my colony label. I don't think these came from Anthony Green. I think this line actually came from Carlos at Tropical Isopods. I think. I have to check my labels. Always must consult my precious labels. Don't say their name, they will appear, says Jay Steverson. Are you out of monies yet, Beetle Pixel? Everybody's just like, how much is it going to take? When you want bugs, you want bugs. I have to say mine are more consistent than these, so maybe I got them a little further down the refinement pipeline. Let's see, Cubaris, Pak Chong, red. So they're more consistent. They don't seem to throw a lot of those gray ones. Sorry, Isopod Depot. I'm gonna bung this really quick. I can't recall. Albinos came from this stock. I don't think that mine produced any albinos. I think maybe I found one when I first got them and I disposed of it, and I have not seen any more, but I could be a fool. But albinos came from this line, so that would make sense. All right, here's an X for the Pak Chong Reds. Red Pak Chong are a different locality. So Alyssa, thank you for that. Is it possible there's been some shenanigans with the labeling of them? Because again, I received my red Pak Chongs and they are consistent in terms of the colors they throw. Okay, so most likely there might be something going on there, because it just makes too much sense. The same person gets the albinos and the reds. The reds are throwing some albinos, and the albinos still throw reds. So, there's something. I cannot be certain, but it seems a lot more than coincidence in that situation, especially. All right, going once on the reds. Going twice on the reds. Sold to Christine C with a winning bid of 52. Christine C, I think I recognize your profile picture, but I think your name is different. So if you're changing your name a bit, I do need, when you contact me, let me know so I can synonymize all of your winning bids into one thing on my list. I would appreciate that. Actually, it's kind of necessary for things to go smoothly. So Christine C, thank you. All right, we'll do another group of 20 Troglodilo species soil, starting bid of $1. My soils are happy little creatures. I'm glad that I swiped some from Kai a couple of years ago. Oh, Kai, if you're listening, I miss when you would get random bugs in and I'd end up with them. Those were simpler times. They were much simpler times. Anybody, any discussion? Not much discussion. I hear a gato. But which gato is it? Is it mine? Is it Baloo? Don't know. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for a nice picture. Although it does make them look lamer, I like them. I like how much their little antennae stand out. It's very nice. And something I found the other day while doing Isopod stuff, and I don't know what it was. I can't remember what species it was, but the antennae were a different color than the body on a species that doesn't usually have that. And I think I told myself you should pull these, and I didn't. So I'll probably do it next time if I can remember what it was for, but I thought this would be really cool to isolate that. Hyperbeam is at work, can't be very talkative, but happy to have won the bush crickets. Here's an X for the species soil. Also, the fall auction or even the summer auction has potential to be very crazy, because right around January, once I got on top of my Isopod redos, I started going going to pods to the wall, getting tons of new isopods that were being thrown at me. Austin kept throwing them at me. I went to the expo in Cleveland and picked up some stuff. So I've got a lot of things that were coming in hot recently set up and waiting for them to establish, and they're just about getting ready to produce or be established. So there'll be a lot more stuff over the summer. Going once on the soils. Going twice. Sold to the lucky Paco Issei. So the winning bid of 31. Paco Issei is getting in on the sniper action here. Winning bid of 31. Paco Issei. Okay, here's another batch of these guys. I think somebody was asking for these, if there were going to be more of these. 15 Porcelio CF Magnificus Almeria Mountains. Starting bid of $1. These are the possible Magnificus. Somebody maybe tried crossing and they didn't cross with the orange Magnificus, so they may not actually be Magnificus. They might be an as yet undistinguished species. Somebody says, I'm pumped for Matt's stuff, Alan. I mean, brain fart. Hybrid says, oh, the Summer Auction of Madness 2.0 is going to be nuts for sure, huh? I think it has the potential to be, maybe with some wild caught bugs in the mix too. I don't think I'm going to be doing much more out of state collecting other than that potential trip to New Mexico in the fall this year. That might have to wait until next year. But everybody's always finding cool bugs and asking me if I want them, and I'm just going to keep that pace up. Balazar says, I swear that's not how you say his name. It is Paco Issei. It's Paco and 6. He specifically told me that. Aiden says, are the orange Magnificus we have in the hobby an orange morph, a wild black one? No, they're actually orange in the wild. You can find pictures on iNat of the two of these supposedly the same species occurring very close to each other, but it seems like they're actually not both Magnificus. They're two separate species, and they are two separate colors. Alyssa says, Kyle, you're killing me. You're killing me, Kyle. You know you want them. They're super cool. I don't know if they're very common or not. Vegas has a bunch of grasshoppers. I'm hoping to catch some this summer. One day I will put a good effort into rainbow grasshoppers again. One day I'll work on them. Theoretically, I had a laying bin for Neobaretia in my garage over winter to try and cool the eggs to get them to hatch better or whatever. And then I just repurposed it into a darkling beetle bin. So theoretically, I could walk into the office one day and just find like dozens of Neobaretia hatchlings all over the place. Speaking of orthopterans. All right. Going once on the Almeria Mountains. Yes, also known as the white antennae. Porcella species, white antennae, whatever. They're Almeria Mountains. Going once. Going twice. Sold to somebody's getting a steal. Kubrick has the oldest standing bid with a winning bid of 45. A real steal for these guys. Definitely a big steal for these. Kubrick, good job. Everybody else who was fumbling, what is wrong with you? What have you done? You've enabled Kubrick to regain dominance. Okay. We'll do these guys. We'll do another group of 20 Armadillidium Vulgare Magic Potion. Pure duh. Starting bid of $1. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for getting that queued up already. Jeez, that was so fast. Let's see. The 57 bid without a period threw you off, says Hyperbeam. Jose said, if you find... Oh, he's talking to the Satchel about finding the Paratomnoides nidificator. Bob Lazar says, I should have known better than doubting the Zevia man. Satchel says, I'm going to be in Louisiana a couple weeks, Kyle. Let me know what you're thinking about. The Paraphylosia are doing really well, actually. They're doing really well. They're not exploding like I'd expect a tinier isopod to do, but they're reproducing and holding their own, so that's better than past results. But basically from Louisiana, Narcissus I would like, Euryurus I would like, maybe some Sei if you can find a bunch of them, Eumesosoma, and most important of all, top of the list is the Near Hammond Romalia microptera. Yes, 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 says Tennyson also brings it up. Definitely need those now that I have mastered keeping Romalia. That's definitely a necessity. All right, here's an X for the magic potions. And we are down to our last maths. 3 times 4 is 12. We're down to our last 14 isopods. I might do a crazy thing at the end of all this, actually. I might do a crazy thing at the end of this section. Going once on the magic potions. Going twice. Sold. To Bebop with a winning bid of 57. Okay, more heavy hitters. Maybe we'll save the heavy hitters for last. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? All right. 20, Porcelio, Scaber, Piebald. This is the Valerie O'Neill line from late 2017. The best line on the planet. Winky face. Starting bid of $1. I will stand by that this is the best line of Porcelio Scaber with piebald characteristics on the planet. Full stop. Bebop with the steel chair, bringing it back from, was that yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Owen says, I remember when I went to a mass reptile expo and there were magic pots 10 for 10. Maybe they were, what do they call them? Bastardized? What do they call it in honey? I was really amused by it when they mix different sources of honey together. Adulterated. That was right. They called it, when they mix different types of honey together and sell it as like single source honey, they call it adulterating the honey. So what you probably were seeing was adulterated magic potions, not the real deal. And speaking of magic potions and whatnot, I lost my original Orange Dalmatian line, which was made crossing orange with magic potions. I'm working on making another one, and they're taking so long to grow. Like whatever they got from the magic potion strain is just affecting these too. Like they're so slow growing. It's been about a year since I had these babies of Magic Potion X Orange Vigor, and they're growing so slow. They're not even sexually mature yet. So I'm curious what's going to happen when I get the F. Let's see, this is the F1 of the cross. So when I get the F2 and I actually have to start picking out the oranges to make sure I'm getting oranges and not hets, and I might have to back cross them to orange to make sure everything is both double homozygous for orange and double homozygous for Dalmatian, because orange in the orange spotting in the Vulgari males comes off very brown. It's just how it expresses for the double homozygous for the Dalmatians. All right, here's an X for my Scaber piebalds, which are better than the ones in the picture. They vary consistently, and there's no thing there. Do I not have a good... Wait, I do have a picture. I put it in Show Us Your Bugs a while ago because I was so proud. Here we go. Here we go. Don't even take that. Take this trash down photo gallery. Delete that. Here we go. I'm sorry I put the X, everybody, now that I have the image. We're going to print screen this boy here. There we go. Look, behold the beauty of my piebalds of late 2017 to mid-ish 2025 work. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To JoJo with a steal in my eyes. A steal with a winning bid of 28. An absolute steal for this absolute quality here. This is like finding something expensive at a thrift store and you outbid yourself. But I think you got a See, I would have gone up into the $60s, $70s, $80 personally for this if I was trying to get my own line back, but that's just me. Okay, we have 20, 30, another species that has kind of fallen out of favor. Porcelio species Valencia, starting bid of $1. Now, have these been identified as Porcelio incanis? Anybody know anything about that? I picked them some incanis in February. They're doing really well, and I can't help but notice they look very similar. So, Alyssa asked about more regular Pak Chongs. No, unfortunately, I don't have any more for the auction. I can probably scrounge up a group for a box for if you're adding them to your auction box, though. Please just stay in touch. That looks like Silvestrii, though. I don't know if that looks like Porcelio species Valencia. Now, they get very good sized. I don't know if I trust the picture on Dubia Paul. Somebody thought that these were Silvestrii, but the husbandry is just so radically different. I really doubt that they are. Really, really, really doubt. But anyways, that the lighter individual, the gray individual there, yeah, they're kind of like they're just giant scaber basically. They're gigantic scaber. Okay, going once, going twice, sold to Christine C. with a winning bid of 35. Christine C. All right, 35 winning bid. Okay. We're getting basically into heavy hitting stuff now remaining, everybody. We're really getting into the thick of it. We have 20 Cynodillo species Vietnam, starting bid of $1. The cherry head isopods, back when you could still keep up with the imports and give things common names that weren't just disguised as a scientific name or a locality or whatever. I'll try to stop being bitter. Happy fish. We got 62 people in the YouTube chat. I like to see that. I wonder if there's a possibility for Grain Pets hours if we could pass over 100 concurrent watchers like we did 1 year ago at the Bugapalooza. A whole year ago. But we will have to see. There we go. Let us talk. Let us have interest in these lovely Cynodillos. And I am working on isolating the whiteout from here. Maybe somebody else already did it. Cynodillo, Vietnam, white. I know, Tennyson, you said you guys had some stuff pop up in your cultures. You had some whiteouts pop up that you were looking to maybe have me isolate for you. But I have them going, again, popping up in mine too. It looks like nobody has isolated the whiteout Cynodillos, so I guess it's something I should be prioritizing more. You had oranges. Well, that's cool. I want to see those. Can you send a picture? I want to see the oranges. After Monster Hunter, somebody named Peter maybe had white isolated. Solid red was what you guys had. I'd love to see some pictures. Those sound really cool. Disophoria. Okay, let's see. Cynodillo Disophoria. It's not popping up when I Google it. The Monster Hunter reference stuff is, though. And also a reference to TJ's blog, apparently. That's really interesting. Liam in California isolated them, I believe. Peter Rushton. Maybe they may have multiple points of isolation. Here's an X for the species Vietnams so far. We can wrap this up, but Yes, Tennyson, Billy, I would love to see the pictures of the solid red ones. Those sound really cool. So, all right, going once on the Cynodillos. Going twice. Sold. To Reptipets with a winning bid of 53. I think these are underrated. They are uniquely shaped and they behave a lot differently than a lot of other isopods. I think these are underrated or have fallen by the wayside. What do I think is overrated? I think some of the small spikies are a bit overrated. I think that obviously a lot of the Cubaris that were coming in were overrated, but not all of them. Some of them are pretty cool. Again, you get sleeper hits like the white pigeons that I really liked. Okay, let's do 15 Cubaris species amber. Starting bid of $1. Again, more stock from Alan of the Cubaris. The Cubaris. Behave differently. How so? They like to run. They're very fast. They don't really necessarily roll up a lot, even though they can. They're very roach-like. I think that's actually what I'm trying to say here is they're very roach-like. So, but yeah, hopefully Tennyson and Billy can give me some pictures of these solid red ones. I would love to see those. Let's see. Do I have any tasks left for Mr. Guillaume to do? I think that we are at the end of tasks. Aiden says, I got some for free from Austin. They're fun. No assassin bugs to end the day. No assassin bugs. I've been working on recuperating all of my assassin bug colonies. So hopefully by midsummer or by fall, we'll have a good crop of assassin bugs up for grabs. Oh, we did have zealous longipes earlier. We did have those. Somebody said they have flames painted on their chassis. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Check the general chat for the Disophora. I see stuff by Mac and Cheeses. Okay, I see it hiding in there. It is a whiteout. So that's cool. I'll just isolate my whiteouts because apparently they have them and I can just take some time to do that. All right, so we have the Cubaris species amber going into the countdown here. I have returned Wahoo. Archangeli give me that crackpot vibe at times. Kyle, if you need restarts of any of the Platymeris, let me know. That's nice to hear, Satchel. I appreciate that. I think I'm good on all of them. I'm just kind of waiting for them to get to maturity and get their numbers up again. It's more of a thing of me being consistently taking care of them, which I can do now. Monster Hunter Frontier mention. All mine are turbo producing. Turbo producing, you say. All right, going once on the ambers. Going twice. Sold to Beetle Pixel with a last minute bid of 69 from Beetle Pixel. That's crazy, man. Did I just put them over here or not yet? No. Ambers. Again, we are approaching the final isopod hours, everybody. Final isopod hours. Okay, next up, we're going to do some... We haven't seen these guys in a while either. 15 Troglodillo species green spots, starting bid of $1. Let me copy this to the Excel. Paco Ises out the gate with the 2. I don't think that will be enough. Somehow. I just have a suspicion. Hyperme says there's only isopods and grain pests left, right? Oh, and dry goods. Yeah, dry goods, maybe some plants, grain pets, and miscellaneous stuff like Kyle live streams and whatnot. Maybe some Kyle body parts or something will be put up as well. How many isopods we got left? We have, after this one, we have 9, possibly 10. 9, possibly 10. So if you're looking to spend some muns, get it in right here and right now. Here's an X for the green spots. There's a big ol' X. So get them while you can. The last batch of them available. The last of the green spots. Is there a pic of Troglodilo green spots? Troglo green spot. I feel like the AI will be horrible for the isopod hobby as people keep scrambling to find out what things look like through different search methods. There we go. Somebody put those there. All right, going once on the green spots. Going twice. Sold. To Iden S with a winning bid of 96. Iden S and the winning bid of 96 for the green spots. Good show. Good show. Okay, we're going to do a group of, again, last groups of all these things. 15 Porcelio Verneri, starting bid of $1. Somebody said, I saw Beetle Pixel typing. Yeah, that'll get your blood pumping for sure. Or Dr. Humroyd, or Chris Sniper, when Chris Sniper shows up and is ready for something. Although Beetle Pixel last night in the Rhino Roach battle was right there, neck to neck, and then just swooped in. Do we still have Alan's stuff left, or did I miss that? That was mixed into the other things. Hyperbeam said, oh, I forgot about the 3 armpit hairs. Iden. Is it Iden? Aiden? Evan, are you Iden? Is that why you're telling me that? Or is it because somebody's getting annoyed with how I'm saying something? It can be all of those. All right, the Greek shields. Lotus is locking in, saying, oh, man, please, for the Greek shields. I don't know if begging is going to be enough there. You might have to. Aiden. Okay. I guess I've never seen that. I've seen it spelled other ways, I guess. So Aiden. We'll keep going, Aiden. Somebody asked about more cherry blossoms. Oh, that could be somewhere in here. Could be, I suspect. Here's an X for the Porcelio Verneri. Going once on the Verneri. As we start the countdown. Going twice. Sold. To Control R. Lotus, you might get your wish. Let's see what happens when I Control R. We're going to see what's going on here. Sold to Evan 4805 with a winning bid of 55. 55 to Evan. An upset to those who were patiently waiting. And that is just the cruelty of the Bugapalooza. At times it can provide you with much, and it can take just as much away from you. Next, we have a group of Porcelio Expansus White. Super good Allen stock. Starting bid of $1 for the Expansus Whites. And soon we will be into the super duper good stuff. The super duper end of the day type bug auction things. And we are going to leave that with a giveaway, actually. So I lied. We're actually down to, there's a giveaway. And after these Expanses, we have 6 more things to go, actually. Only 6. Double Z's with a 69 funny haha number right out the gate. Braden says, I'm sorry, Lizard Beans. I got to win the CB for my wife and his anniversary. I'm going to double check the CBs, make sure everybody's looking nice and good. Everybody's having a good time. Everybody's hanging out and dancing. We don't want We don't want anybody dying in your arms tonight. We got to make sure everybody's hanging out and dancing because my girl wants to party all the time. Yep, everybody looks good. Okay. Good show. Good show. Okay, let's see. Here's an X for the Expansus White while I read the live stream stuff. Lizard Bean's got a ton of Aleniscus perconvexus booming this time. That's great to hear. Spikies are coming, says Hyperbeam. Bad financial decisions are coming. Aiden says, I love L'Oreola's Hyperbeam. They're amazing. And Owen Johns is just wow. Just wow. All right, going once on the Expansus White. Leave that alone. That is not for you. Going twice. Sold. Oh, you guys all piled on at the last second. I got a Control R. That's okay. It's better than not having to Control R. The winner is Terrariums by Laura with a winning bid of 100. Terrariums by Laura. 100 Terrariums by Laura. Congratulations on that. Terrariums by Laura squeezing in there. I wrote it as best as I could on there. There's no guarantee for legibility. Okay, let's see who we doing next here. We're gonna do. I'll just do one more group of these. 20 Armadillidium, Vulgari, Magic Potion, Pure, comma, duh, etc. The haha funny. Vulgaris. Just one more group getting out there before the war begins, before the great end of the Isopod section of the Bugapalooza begins. If you're willing to share, how much are your cherry blossoms selling for off bid? They're not, because I haven't sold any of them. I've been hoarding the what I have received. Braden says, wait, I thought it was actual cherry blossom, like a sapling. Oh, no. This is Isopod, real Isopod hours here. And they were in the promotional material. They're right there next to the L'Oreal kids, whatever thing. All right, here's an X for the Vulgari. We're gonna see if we can get these to somebody for a reasonable price. Okay, everybody ready? Here we go. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To the Great Hyper Carry with a winning bid of 45. I love the little water gun that people have been putting on the snipe. That's one of my favorite things. And one of my least favorite things is writing out the Great Hyper Carry on the deli cups. I'm not a fan of that in the slightest. Okay, let's annex some territory and start a great war here. Just dip our toe in it a little bit. We'll go with some Porcellio Flavomarginatus, 15 count, starting bid of $1, just to get you guys ready. Just start salivating a little bit. Just no anticipation. Pavlov's dogs, except it's Roach Crossings customers. Roach Crossings bidders. Satchel says, are the cherry blossoms hard to keep, or is it just the new pretty premium price thing? They're just pack chongs, so no, they're not terribly explosive in terms of keeping, but they do well, and they are the new / pretty thing. The other problem is, right when they popped up and started circulating on social media, people started putting out imposters of things and naming them very close to that. Like there was Sakura that somebody put up, with the idea being that you would maybe, this is assumption, maybe sow some confusion regarding the names, and somebody might get the Sakuras thinking they were the cherry blossoms they saw, and blah, 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 and Sakura means cherry blossom and all that stuff. But So basically, there's a little bit of subterfuge. The line doesn't seem to be proven out perfectly in that there are some individuals that are pink, and then there are some individuals that are very pink in the same line. So I don't know what that's about. Had a bit of a kerfuffle out there. Almost had to close the window, maybe. Kyle does that all the time. Cherry Blossom, wait, no, they're just bugs. I keep buying white pigeons from it. I've yet to receive anything that looks like a white homing pigeon. Very lull. So let's put this here for the Flavomarginatus. All right, Flavomarginatus. Christine C. in the lead, going once. Also, I now notice that there's two people with the same avatar, which is what was confusing me. Going twice. Sold. With a winning bid to Beetle Pixel of 50. Oh, wait, no. It's Evan. Sorry, I saw Beetle Pixel and I assumed he was the winner. Edit. Evan 4805 beating out Beetle Pixel. Evan 4805 with a winning bid of 55. Again, 54 to 56. If the bids are getting up in that range, tends to be a good bid for winning, has been my observation. So congrats, Evan, on dethroning Beetle Pixel for once here. Everybody doing good in there? Oh, yeah, you guys are good. Need some more airflow to get some moisture out of some of these cups. Some of them, not all of them. All right, let's go. We have 10 Cubaris species white ducky, starting bid of $1. Get yourself some white duckies, one of my favorite isopods. I definitely can put them up there. They're very cute, good color contrast, all that stuff. Satchel says, time to sell some mislabeled Murina. You know that's 100% what's happening with the papayas and the mamies and the mangies and the tangies and all that stuff. It's just too much, man. I knew it would come down to this. I just knew it. They didn't listen. They didn't listen to me. And now look where we are. Zen Monkey says 61 in YouTube, 150 in Discord, everybody. 150 people joining the festivities. Charlie says, shaking my head, Beetle Pixel favoritism. Beetle Pixel favoritism. I have a bias, apparently. I see a Beetle Pixel bid, and I assume that it's a win. Not White Tiger, White Ducky. White tigers have been identified as a troglodillo. I believe you can ask Tennyson for information on that. Laura says that rabbit is just what Discord gave me because I didn't upload a pic. That's okay. Sorry, I made some assumptions. We know what happens with that. You make an ass out of you and out of me when you assumption. That's the saying. Here's an X for the white ducky. Again, I do really like these. They get very large. This is not a small species. This is a larger species. Hyperme said, last year we gave away rhino roaches for reaching 100 watchers, and now we're finishing early at 150 plus. Well, we had 100 watchers in here. We had 150 plus people in the Discord. I might give away... Maybe I do a crazy giveaway like that if we could somehow muster 100 watchers tonight during Grain Pets hours. We'll see how that goes. Kyle Dad, don't forget the 5X Albino Narcissus. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that as part of the Grain Pets section. I have a couple of things. There's a couple of things left to put up from your list anyways, live and not live, and was once alive. Okay, going once on the white duckies. Going twice. Sold. To Patrick with a winning bid of 74, beating out the malevolent crab cake. Some delicious crab meats. Okay, everybody, we're in the final three. We'll do a giveaway first. Well, what's the question going to be? I'm going to have to go ask Will. I'm going to go ask Will for our giveaway. Giveaway is for 20 Armadillidium maculatum original 2014 import. So I'll be back. All right, I got a good giveaway question. Enough about me. It's time to learn some more about Will. And the question for the giveaway is... Oh, speak of the devil, and up he will talk. Well, he will pop. We're going to go common name, not Latin, must be very specific with common name for type of this animal. All right, here we go. What is Will's favorite mammal? Common name, not Latin, because I know the taxonomy for this is shifting and it's a bunch of stuff is happening. Look, you're just barely in frame. I want you to realize that. There you go. So, and you got to be very specific for what type of this animal. If we go too long and we're not there, I'll start guiding you guys.
I think you can even just accept the more common.
No, we're not going to do that. We have animal people here. Somebody has to do this. Nobody's gotten even close yet. Nobody's close. Look at this.
Sasquatch.
They're not even in the most of these. Nobody's even gotten anything in the taxon, anything closely related.
So the correct answer is the beast titan.
The beast titan.
My wife and I just got done watching Attack on Titan, and when what's his name? Zeke. When Zeke appears in his Titan form for the first time, she turns to me and says, "Babe, look, it's the Lithuanian Titan."
Aaron Yeager, my favorite animal. Some of you guys we've started getting into the greater taxon that contains this organism.
Oh, and we're actually starting to get some of like my second and third place.
But nothing yet. Lithuania dog.
The Komodo dragon, my favorite mammal.
Somebody's getting close. You guys are flirting with it, actually. A couple of you guys are flirting with the answer. Still getting close. Some people.
That's really close.
Some people are getting very close. I gotta make sure again. This is valid currently. Oh, but they're.
I told you the taxonomy is wonky.
I know the taxonomy is wonky. That's the problem. That's the thing. Because by technicality, somebody did already get it. But apparently they've synonymized some things recently. So do we just go back and give it to that person? Yeah. Okay, I gotta find it. It was Aiden Sheriff with the Siberian tiger, and recently they've done work and they synonymized the Siberian tiger and the Amur tiger supposedly.
No, that's just the same. They both use those common names. What they did synonymize was they lumped all of the mainland Asian tigers. So the Bengal tiger, the Indo-Chinese tiger, the South China tiger, the Siberian tiger into the mainland subspecies. And then the Java and the Bali and then the Sumatran tiger, for some reason, they lumped those all together. Even though everybody outside of the team who published this paper are like, that is stupid. The old taxonomic rankings work perfectly fine. Why are we not doing that again?
There you go. So,
if I may peddle a conspiracy theory for a moment.
Yes, you may peddle a conspiracy theory.
I think that team did the reclassification of the taxonomy just to make it look like, oh, the tigers aren't that endangered. Because if you look at like the South China tiger, for instance, it's extinct in the wild. There's like 50 individuals bred in captivity, with like half of them being hybridized with other tiger subspecies. So, and then the difference between the Caspian tiger and the Siberian tiger is like one base pair or something absurd like that. It's literally just geographic isolation.
There you go.
And it's all subspecies. So there's your little tiger info dump for the day.
There's your tiger infographic. Thank you for joining us and providing us with a good question here, Will. Will rambles about tiger taxonomy. Will rambles about tiger taxonomy for an hour on stream. We could get there. We could do a special Will rambles about things stream. You guys, you guys might like that because there's also the historical side of what he knows. But yeah, Will loves Siberian tigers. Wow, that was trivia, everyone. Will has to be so fun after a few beers. No, he is not fun after a few beers. What happens with Will is the fun drains away the more that he drinks. So the more beers he has, the more stationary and quiet he becomes. You do not want that. You want the opposite of that. Anyways, all right, let's get this going. We're in our final three here, the three heavy hitters. We have a group of 10, Porcelio, Scaber, and here it is, my babies. Roy G. Biv, starting bid of $1. I'm going to see if I can actually show off a Roy G. Biv here from the container without jeopardizing its integrity. Let's see if I can do that. The integrity of what I have packaged. Ooh, there's two good ones just sitting right here. Check this out, guys. There's two really good ones. I got to make sure none of them flop out of the paper towel and fall onto the keyboard and get lost forever. Oh, here's two other really good ones. There we go. You can see. Put this up close. Back me up. Put this there. It's a little bit better there. See if I can delicately unfold more of this to find more without causing a panic. Here's the two original ones. there that we were looking at before, so you get an idea for sort of the color variation that appears in this heavily refined, first heavily outbred and then heavily inbred line of very colorful scabers. So there you go. So I haven't looked at the disc. Oh my lord. Things are really jumping here. Dr. Hemroyd is in the lead with 100. These two are on. Rest of us might as well go home. People are not playing around with my Roy G. Bivs, and I'm glad I put so much time into them. It was worth every second. All right. Beetle Pixel is typing. Oh, wait, he stopped. I was going to get a print screen to show here. All right. Roy G. Biv Scabers going once. Going twice. Sold. And the victor is Jojo, standing at 101 is the winning bid here. Good job. Congrats, Jojo. You beat out even Beetle Pixel. You're getting pushed around a bit earlier, but you know what? I think you stood up for yourself and you did it. You finally asserted yourself here. Now, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm not going to try and obfuscate things here. We have a batch of cherry blossoms and a batch of white stripes. And the question is, which one do we do first? Which one do you guys think we should do first? We're going to put it to a vote. We're going to get some more engagement. We're going to, if I can do that, we're going to ask, which first? Cherry blossom or white stripe? All right, let's see what you guys say. Jojo from the top rope. Oh, Jojo from the top rope. Oh my goodness. Jojo with the, it was actually me, Jojo, the entire time. Steel chair. I'm loving these memes in here. Seeing all the typing had tears in my eyes, and they let me have it. They committed a kindness. Look at this. People wanting to do cherry blossoms first. I want to see cherry blossoms first since we haven't seen white stripes yet. We did see white stripes, L'Oreola species white stripes, 2 counts of them last on Friday. We did see 2 counts. And they're also the isopods featured on the Bugapalooza Kyle Will Not Survive infographic. Which, looking at the infographic, we've done everything on the infographic except for the spider beetles, actually. So Stella's also had a 5 count of them on Friday. Yes, there was also that. Jojo with the people's elbow. White stripes are winning by a very narrow margin. 31 votes, 32 votes. I'll let it sit for a second. Come on, anybody else want to get make yourself heard, voice your opinion. The white stripe seems to be winning. We're going to leave it there and let's see what it says because it kept going back and forth. All right. The white stripe it is then. Not the 2 sibling band. 6 L'Oreola species white stripe starting bid of $1. Here we go, everybody. Our last 2 isopods for tonight. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the last 2. Pseudoscorpions are best, hitting hard out the gate. Hades 2 also hitting hard out the bait. Everybody's saying after ISO. When is dry? Oh, when is dry goods? Yeah, it's going to be after this. I'm going to take a break to close my eyes, gather my thoughts, and get ready to have some alcoholic consumption this evening. These are not going to be as cheap as last time, says Hyperbeam. Yeah, there's more people here. It's the end of Isopod days. We have 69, almost 70 people watching right now. That's crazy. Probably people listening to waiting for the countdown. And how many people are active in the Discord? Where is it? We have 151 people online. Who knows how many people are lurking also. Just crazy. All the people that are here. Just absolutely nuts. It's great. This is a regular event, everybody. Regular hullabaloo. Kyle falls asleep on stream due to alcohol consumption more. It could happen. The more that I drink, the sleepier I get, especially if I'm not in motion. And I do tend to just gravitate towards the floor. Like the more tired that I get, I just want to like lay down and sleep and just be pleasant. I'll still talk or whatever, but like I reach a point where I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm comfortable. This is good. Okay. I'm seeing some big numeros here. We're going to put an X for those big old numeros, and we are very close to passing some goals here. Passing some goals. So we're going to see how that plays out. What with passing the goals and all. If you fall asleep, do we have permission just to spam ping you until you wake up? I won't even notice. I'm not even getting notified when people are saying things here. I have to be attentive actively. All right, the Loriola species, white stripes. Let's wrap it up, people. Our second to last bid for isopods. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Two. Looks like Bane of Fenrir got in right before Blado Beans. Looking like it. And it is Bane of Fenrir with a winning bid of 280. 280. Bane of Fenrir beating out a heavy hitter in the shape and form of Blado Beans. Just at the last second there. That's a perfect GIF for this. I love that GIF. I'm allowing this. I want to pin that GIF actually because it's a cute GIF. We're gonna just pin that one really quick. I like that. Wow. Go to horny jail bonk. That was tight. The messages came in at the exact same time for me. Yeah, I'll copy it for just so everybody can see. And also I just clipped a bit of Blado Beans' reaction too. So this is some good stuff. All right. Bane of Fenrir and the no from Blado Beans. Bane of Fenrir. It's time to play Bane of Fenrir. All right. Thank you for my shame. Now it's time for our final isopod. We all saw this coming. It's on the promotional material. 5 Cubara species, Pak Chong, Cherry Blossom. Get them while you can. You want them. They're here. They're hot. They're actual cherry blossoms. Photo gallery coming in hot with the picture there. And I can't even copy it to put it in my Excel sheet because of all the bidding. All right, there we go. That's better. Jesus is King. A new challenger appears. Jesus is King appears and just slaps a $200 bid down and then just walks away. Let's see. It's 200 ES for 6 1-inch bugs is wild. And not even that big. They're smaller than that. Jesus gave him the money to bid that. Personally, Jesus handed it to him. Touchable hat. Ice being Dewey with the Vegeta. Touchable hat with a bid of 251. That's the standing bid currently, and we haven't even gone into the countdown yet. But it seems Touchable Hat 45 is holding the line. Ice Beam here with 250. Ice Beam maybe hesitating to up the ante on Touchable Hat. Everybody is waiting to see what is going to happen here. Go stand in the corner and think about what you posted, said Dewey. 251 is the standing bid, everybody. I see OG Original Gecko typing. I see Jesus is King typing. So there are some parties interested here. Jockeying to make a move, seeing if they can swoop in at the last second once. Oh, no. And what is it? It is an X being posted in the Discord telling everybody, watch Beetle Pixels already got their bid locked and loaded, or a bot that like ups the ante every couple of seconds. There's the X as we wait. More people joining in the fray. People typing frantically. There's like a bunch of people typing. You got to be careful here. You could make a mistake and lose, or you could make the right kind of mistake and win it all. Here we go. We're going into the countdown. Going once on the cherry blossoms. Going twice. Sold. And I'm not even gonna look. I'm gonna Control R so that everything's refreshed. I have no idea what's going on. Looking at the screen now to see if it reloads. And let's see who the winner is. The winner is Blatto Beans. Blatto Beans regaining the shedding the shame, regaining victory, wrestling it from the jaws of defeat with a definitive winning bid of 301 to Blatto Beans. For our last isopod available here, Blatto Beans. And it's Blatto Beans with a steel chair! Oh my gosh, this is some good stuff. Me typing just to psych people out. Everybody start psyching out, like mind games, start typing, stop typing, start typing. But yep, Blatto Beans is the definitive with the 301 there, just out leagues and miles ahead of the next closest, which was Matt. But a close, please find alternative ways to disappoint your father. That was some good stuff, guys. He's dead. It's okay. Bruh. Oh, what a wonderful session there. Blatto Beans with the entire kitchen. September by Earth, Wind, and Fire started blasting the instant the bid ended. Oh, I wish. All right, everybody. That was some good stuff. We had a really good isopod section. Let me see how we're doing today. I feel like maybe not quite as far. Nope, we're doing really good today. So here we are. We find ourselves nearing the end of the 3-day Bugapalooza. Kyle will not survive, with me looking like I may actually survive. So maybe that's false advertising and you should be mad at me over it. But here's the plan now. Is I'm going to take a break to rest my eyes and my brain, and also get this stuff unloaded, get the new stuff, the grain pets loaded up, figure out a list of dry goods I can offer, because I actually didn't write a list out before this. I'm going to think about what I have a lot of volumetrically and go from there. Braden, there is no pass list this year because dollar starting bids means everything was bid on, actually. So there hasn't been anything to cobble together. How many minutes am I going to take for the break? I might even take an hour because I think I'm going to be here a lot of the evening for the festivities. So I'm probably going to take an hour break, eat, relax, walk, whatever else needs to be done. And yeah, that's going to be that, I think. No pass list since the poor people never got a chance. Kyle, I sent you a quick question on your Instagram for before our next section starts. Could you maybe send that in a text or over Discord? Because I don't actually check my Instagram messages. I don't even actually know how. So I would appreciate if you found another way to contact me. Maybe somebody has my number. I'll just say my number. I don't even care if I get doxxed or something because the world already has it. It's 313-530-1970 for anybody who needs to contact me about MISC stuff. That's okay. Don't call, text. So I think, yep, I'm going to do an hour break. I need to get some signage up for that. Signage. Now, I guess I should also ask everybody, have you been satisfied with the selection of stuff, with the quantities, the selection of stuff, the diversity? Has there been a good amount of stuff for everybody? I can't have everything for everybody. Kyle will be back at blah, blah, blah p.m. Eastern next dry goods and grain pets. More amblypygids. I have to beg Alan for those because I don't do as many amblypygids as I do of other things. Zen Monkey complaining that we haven't had a 15-hour stream yet, even though a good chunk of that time has usually been me inventorying or something like that. So there's also that. You're getting better quality, less quantity, more quality. Other inverts too were Satchel. Where's Satchel with the snails? We did have some snails, and I'm working on breeding more snails for myself too. Is the other thing. Again, I really hope to add sepia nemuralis from places I found them when I was a teenager. Fond memories of finding them there. Go and get them there because the habitat's changing and it's not quite so good for them anymore. So live stream video still not as entertaining as it could be. I do agree with you there. I could be working some more live bugs and whatnot into this. The problem is I'm split between focusing on being an auctioneer and showing bug. So more live streams with visual stuff as a separate standalone thing. I do need to produce some more content like that, but we're getting there. Everything's a work in progress. People wanting Wetapunga or Tropidacris, etc. I love Wetas, but aren't they endangered? My family ditches me for this auction. Elsie wants more roaches. We can always use more roaches. I'm going to put the note in here. At everyone, isopod bidding ends. We pick up with grain pets, dry goods, and more at, we're going to say, 7:25 p.m. Eastern. Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, everybody, we're going to go into our break mode now. I'm going to put my little signage up, go take my little break. Rest my eyes, rest my soul. Try to keep my wit nice and recharged for you guys. Pack up the new stuff that's going to be here. And here we go. That's easily readable. Okay, I will see you all in an hour. Howdy doody, everybody. I have what y'all been waiting for right here. Lots and lots of little grain pesticles. Okay. So here's how this is going to work, everybody. We got our viewership is going up. Let's go, gamers. Chair stream going hard. Is Kyle just sleeping on the solid wood floor? I was on the couch, actually. This isn't where I sleep anymore. That's the other room on the famous air mattress. That is how he treats his guests. Worth it to see his collection. Let's go dry goods raw. Kyle has returned. Give me the grain pets. No more arachnids. No more arachnids unless there's anything in the remaining Austin stuff, but I don't think there is. So we're going to go through. We're going to finish up some things I was putting up for Austin. Maybe we'll get a cat cameo to get some people in here. Man. Hello. Come on, there's some people who would like to see you here. This is Man. Say hello, Man. She's a little monster. She's a very sweet little kitty, and she comes when she's called, because when she gets called, when she's in the basement, it means that Dad has a mouse from the colonies for her, and she gets very excited about it. She's a very good little kitty. She's a good, sweet little kitty. Hello. This isn't a mouse, but I hope it's good enough for you, Man, okay? She's purring. She does like it. You see something somewhere? Here you go. Go on down there. There we go. Cat appearance. Definitely need a bug or cat on video when you leave. Maybe lock something in the room for people to hear in the form of a cat or something. That actually sounds like it could be a minor disaster waiting to happen. Waiting for us to get our viewership up a little bit before I start putting up some of Austin's stuff. Maybe I'll put up a couple of dry goods from Austin's things while we're getting ready. We have some people bidding for Man. Somebody saying my life savings for Man. I think I actually spelled it Man-Man. I had that as an auction question or a question at one point. Let's see. I got to get the Austin copy pasta. Let's see. Oh, it's the Stella's. So we're going to just put a dry goods thing up here really quick. And this is an Austin item, a Stella's springtails. We're going to do, these are all pre-frozen / sterilized. We're going to do it's kind of hard because he doesn't have the volume for some of these things. He doesn't have the volume of these bags unless, Austin, if you're there, let me know the volume of this. We have 3X stuffed live lichen / mossy bark bags. Starting bid of $1. So let me know. I'm going to start partaking of the spirits once we get to grain pests, is how that's going to go. Once we get to grain pests, I will begin partaking of the spirits, but not until then, because I will be drinking casually for yours truly, but of course for your viewing entertainment, I will drink more for higher bids on grain pests to perhaps incentivize some extra enthusiasm. Tag people in the Discord. Oh, that's right. We got to do an at everyone. Let's do an at everyone. Bidding begins. I forgot. I'm bad. I'm bad at this, guys. I'm still alive, so I'm bad at this. Bidding begins. Misc bugs, grain pets, dry goods. All right, everybody's been tagged. There we go. We're getting my own protocol in my own dojo. Let's see. We still got good light too. How many minutes of auction remaining? I don't know. Here, let me do picks real quick. Okay, Stella's gonna throw some picks up while we're waiting. Definitely need a bug or cat on. Okay, we already did that. Wife wants to bid on the cat. A lot of people want Mon. She's a great cat. She's a very cute little kitty. Let's see. I went slightly over my budget, but it's okay. Elsie says I'm going to put some Pycnoscalus with my Paraplania Americana. Do you think they will mess with each other? The Battle of the Titans. Elsie is what that would be. Charlie saying you'll make people outbid me on the spider beetle. Spider beetle people eating good tonight. How many grain pets do we have here? We have. Let's get them all lined up here. We have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20, 23. There are 23 things in the grain pets category, and I'm going to start writing up in a little Word document my dry goods and my other things that I can offer. Let's see, for things that I can offer for other things. Getting some ideas written down here as we wait for people to trickle in. Got some ideas for stuff. Got some ideas for stuff. Let's see. Ooh, here's another. I got some good ideas for stuff. We gotta put that in there. You guys can't see what I'm writing out, but it's good stuff. And all stuff I'm gonna auction. I'm gonna do all these things that aren't. Yeah. We'll do those for dry goods. We'll do a couple of those. What else can I offer? Have to think. How many items remaining? So we got whatever I said for grain pets. Maybe in the order of 35 to 40 items remaining that are strictly mine. Lizard Bean says, my BF side-eyed me as you read off the winning bid for the CB. Didn't you say 200 was your limit? I've spent over 2K for one of these options. What's to come, says Stephen Logan. Again, we got some more Austin stuff, which I think Austin's getting pictures. Pen for size because the banana was not nearby. That's my favorite thing to hear and say. All right. Here's an X for wrapping up the bids on this stuff. Spider Beetle giveaway, but you secretly DM me the answer before. Eric says, can you offer some more Chirinus? You'll have to ask Alan for those. Alan would have more. I don't have any more available. Exotic Willis asking about the cytophilus he gave me from Ruskin, Florida. They're doing well. Not ready to share, but they're doing well. So, all right, going once on the supplies. Going twice. Sold. Control R-ing here. It looks like Behigiger, but we're going to find out. Behigiger with a winning bid of 25. So be sure to get in touch with Austin with Stella's Springtails regarding this. So I'm going to put up some Stella's bugs here up for grabs too. And we will then jump back to dry goods shortly after. We have one large female Scolopendra Galapagos orange, starting bid of $1. And it is a confirmed adult female. A lot of people saying spider beetle giveaway. I think you're in luck. I think my giveaway actually was for spider beetles. I just saw, yeah, this would be an easy thing to do. Exotic Willis have another identified cytophilus. I'll make sure 50 plus unidentified cytophilus make it around the hobby. I think the ones from Florida have a good chance of being something unique just because of the sharing of stuff with like Hawaii and other places. Like places that are tropical and kind of porty have high chances of things like that. Remember, periods, Behavior says. Man, I'm wondering if I should get a drink already. Oh, looks like we actually do have some more whips coming up. So I'm going to just spoil a couple things. We have from the Stella Springtail stuff, we have dung beetles, a whip spider, and a millipede coming up, actually. So we're going to go ahead, put the X here for this. I'm going to be honest, guys. I think I need a drink already. But, okay. Going once on the Galapagoensis. I'm going to take my time with this. Going twice. Sold. To Slicer, getting a steal at a winning bid of 90 on this very large female Galapagoensis. All right, next item here. I'm pretty sure this is what they are, but 8 CF Canthon Imitator, starting bid $1. Austin, you can correct me if I'm pretty sure we discussed that these were the dung beetles up for grabs for Canthon Imitator. I've bred these before on boa poop, actually. They're pretty easy to breed. They just need a lot of poop. You could breed them on human poop too, I'm sure, if you had a ready supply of that. Exotic Wilderness is still working on getting the grain pest with large mandibles. That is an honorable task. Speaking of which, I know what I want for our giveaway. I know what we're going to do. We're going to do it for spider beetles, and actually I think maybe I did something else. I need something else. I need a favor from you guys, and I'm going to motivate you to help me with it. I'm going to motivate you guys to do my dirty work. We're going to actually do it right after this Austin one. And I'm going to leave it up until somebody actually fulfills this thing. Here's an X for the Canthon Imitators. CF Canthon Imitators. Oh, he's got a video of them. That's lovely. Rolling something. Yes, they will. I bred them using boa constrictor poop, actually. Now, the results were not crazy. They didn't seem to do amazing on it, but they did breed on boa constrictor poop. All right, going once. Wait, did I put an X? Yeah, I did. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Repta, might be actually Tammy. Let me control R. To Reptipets with a winning bid of 47. And I'm going to put a giveaway thing up here, actually. Lizard Beans does not have space for the dung boys, but they are some of your favorite bugs. Will rapid work, poo work, or too dry? I don't know, actually. All I know, All I can say is they took boa poop and they took bearded dragon poop, and they will take human poop too. So here's the giveaway. This is a giveaway for 50 Mesium Aphany. And here's what I need. Find me a link to somewhere with flightless, white-eyed Drosophila melanogaster for sale. First to link in chat. I don't think you guys can link in chat. First to link in Discord, new channel wins. So I'm going to go, this is, again, I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to leave this up, and we're going to create text channel. This is fruit fly giveaway channel. So there's a new channel right under Bid Central called Fruit Fly Giveaway channel in Discord. Let's see. Lotus linked something. This is a flightless hide-eye culture. I need white-eyed. I need this. No, there we go. Flightless white-eyed melanogaster. So somebody linked to Wardside white-eyed mutant. There's a slide, but I need the culture. Frog Daddy has something called this is creamsicle. I found that already, and it is not. Here's White Eye in the UK. Here's just what, but you got to remember Tiffany's Wingless Golden Delicious Black Jungle Exotics seems to be the place with it. Let me make sure. Those do look like they have white eyes. The problem is they are out of stock. I need these right now. Somebody needs to find these. But Black Jungle, that I will, if nobody can find anything, then the Black Jungle Barnacle will win. But I need flightless, white-eyed, and I haven't seen it yet. This is it. This is it, but they're out of stock, and who knows if they will ever be in stock again. So I need them now. That's the thing. None of these coming up are flightless. That's the thing. Nobody has flightless right now. Didn't specify US only or available. What about a culture with white eyes in it? If it's flightless, that would count. Wardside, let's see. White eye and vestigial wing. Oh, that's technically flightless. But is vestigial, is that the... Oh, that's the little nubby wings. I actually wanted wingless. I should have put wingless in the thing. So I guess somebody technically has won it. Somebody who linked to the Wardside. Jesus is King says, I think I got it. TMBS, white eye with white eye mutation. I actually looked at that already. Jesus is something, but those are winged. That's the problem. I do need the Tiffany's Golden Delicious is exactly what I need. But technically, the person who linked to the the Wardside? The Wardside site does have vestigial wing, but I want wingless, small wingless. But that's okay. So here's what I'm going to do. The person who linked to the site that had the vestigial winged white eyes available, who was that? It was on Wardside. Who just linked to that? Who linked to the Wardside store? Arthropod Addict, I think you linked to the Wardside store. I think... Yeah, if you linked to, I have to look up this link. Whoever linked this, Fishy, you did find a site with a flightless line of melanogaster available. The problem is it's not actually the one that I want, but it is flightless. So you were the first person to get it. So I'm with one that was available. There's pricing. They say in stock. So Fishy, you get a group of the Mesium. I still need the Tiffany's Golden Delicious, the wingless ones. So we're gonna go. Oops. Fishy has claimed for flightless, but I mistakenly said that and actually need wingless too. So keep going. Bro got us looking for Dorado. This shouldn't be this difficult. But I need flightless. I need wingless and white-eyed. TMBS has just white eyes, but I need wingless and white-eyed. And the Tiffany's Golden Delicious is exactly that. That's the line that I used to have. And so if anybody can find Tiffany's Golden Delicious available, I need that. If you want to go to Facebook and beg around a dart frog group and find somebody who can sell some to me, you can do that. People saying impossible combo. It's not, though. It's literally, I literally need the strain called Tiffany's Golden Delicious. That's exactly what I need. But the problem is Black Jungle Terrarium supply is out of stock. So, and it says put me on a waiting list. So I need somebody with these available right now so I can get to work on the project that I need to do. So if anybody, you're on Facebook, you're on a Dart Frog group or something like that, I need you come through, put a post up right now, see if anybody's got Tiffany's Golden Delicious. Bugs in cyberspace. See, a lot of these are just Golden Delicious frogs and things. Tammy 12669. That looks good. Tammy, I think you got it here, but this website interface is atrocious. But you know what? You found it. You found somewhere with it available. Here's somebody. TC Insects has some stuff. Let's see. I gotta give it to Tammy 12669. Found frogs and things had it, even if I hate the website interface. And then the one I'm actually going to end up ordering from is Dragon Grimoire. So, I'm going to pin all these and I'm going to close out this contest. Giveaway over. And Cape Cod Roaches doesn't exist anymore also, actually. So that's the problem there. All right. Winner. Fishy. Who's the other person? Tammy 121. And then the site I'm actually going to order from is Dragon Grimoire. So, all of you guys, since I have a lot of spider beetles, all three of you guys, since you found what I need, all three of you get stuff. So I posted those TC ones first, right? Let me see mac and cheeses. Yeah, I saw did you put the TC Insects link up there first? Okay, well, I'm not going to be a liar, so we're going to, and mac and cheeses. Mac and cheeses got it, I just didn't see. All right, so I'm going to have to write this on the cup for this giveaway. We have 4 winners. We have Fishy, Tammy, Dragon Grimoire, and Cheesus. And you guys will have to remind me that I owe all of you guys giveaway stuff on here because I'm putting it all in the same cup just so I remember. So, all right. Tarantula, let's see this wingless golden fruit fly. Yeah, that would be great if Cape Cod roaches still existed, but apparently the owner has gone missing in action for like 2 or 3 years. So, all right, 0 giveaway wins for all of Bugapalooza. Let's go. So all right, I'm gonna put up something in Bid Central while we're waiting. Fishy says I don't really want them. I just like doing the giveaways for fun. Well, thank you for helping, Fishy. Again, I wish I'll cross your name off of here then if you really don't want them. So that leaves only 3 people to send the spider beetles to. But Jesus is King says, I'll take. Fishy, you give it to whoever you want to. I got to start running another bid here. We're going to do another auction bid, wherever this is. Okay, we're going to do another Stella's thing here. We're going to put up another bug from Stella. We're going to run 8 more Canthon Imitator. Actually, you guys really like those. There you go. Running it again. Give to Jesus if he wants them. Jesus is King. Fishy is giving those to you. So we got Jesus and Jesus is King. So Tammy, Dragon, Jesus, and Jesus is King are all getting the things. So what is this clip of? Who crunched me into AI? I don't like that. This makes me feel uncomfortable. I need an adult. Okay. So dung beetles, we got 2 more living things from Stella's going on. And next giveaway question, find Cape Cod roaches. Next giveaway, bring Kyle a golden goose. Let's see, Tiffany's Golden Delicious. Okay, so I'm gonna buy from TC Insects. Has anybody bought from TC Insects before? I hope they have a PayPal checkout too. Oh my Lord, it's a whole thing. Come on, just PayPal, credit card, local pickup. Maybe I'll use the horrible Frogs and Things page. Ready to feed, 14 days old. Can I add it to cart? View cart. I guess I'm going to have to estimated total shipping. Okay, there's a PayPal button. Okay, guys, we're going to try Frogs and Things and see if this website with this... I just don't trust websites with this kind of interface on them. It just feels so sketchy to like, there's all these pop-ups and all these things. I feel like it's going to swipe my data with it at like every turn. We're going to do ship. We're going to do USPS ground advantage, and we're going to do pay now, and let's see if I can get some golden delicious and what if they actually arrive and they actually are golden delicious. At this point, as long as it's wingless and it has white eyes, we'll see. Golden delicious cost us about $12. We're going to see how it goes, and that's how it is. And I should be able to start my little project this way. Should be able to start my little Kyle project this way. Somebody said, okay, now here's after I've spent my money. Somebody said I did, but they crushed my Nocticola. Never buying from TC again. Desire Williams says I bought from them. Didn't super like their shipping. I've heard various things about TC, good and bad. Same here. Doubt you can go wrong with shipping fruit flies. TC and 6 is great. I'll endorse them. Okay. The best bug and reptile sites are ones that look like they came out of 2004. Very true, very true. Alan's not here. Spam memes. Okay, so again, maybe if I was buying something that wasn't a fruit fly, I'd be a little more skeptical. But it's also $12, and it's a fruit fly, and it's a good time of year for shipping. So if I'm going to risk $12, this is the time and I think the place to do it. So we'll see how everything goes. And I'll keep you all updated. Maybe give them a good review, a bad review, whatever. As long as like a dozen fruit flies make it here, it will be worth it to me. Here is an X for the auction stuff. Wow, it's almost 8. Cat noises. All right. Going once on the Canthon. Going twice on the Canthon. Sold. To Taranchi with the winning bid of 45. All right, get in touch with Austin and claim your poopy boys. I believe in you. Okay. We have next item up. We have 5 Phrynis white eye starting bid of $1. Boy, it's nice to not have to record any of these in my Excel document, I gotta say. I'm having a good time not having to write any of that down. And let's see, how's my list of stuff I gotta do? We'll do one more of these, and another one of those, and another of those, and another of those. I got a couple of things here, looking pretty good. What other dry goods could I do? We could do also. See, I'm thinking about doing like a Ziploc bag just stuffed full of native plants from my yard, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea because you may not want some of the things and you'd want to identify some of the things and that sort of stuff. I don't know if that's the best, most practical thing. $12 in your social security number, security, whatever, go my scarab. Alan's not, let's see. I hope Frogs and Things work out for you. I bought from them at shows. Okay, I think Frogs and Things was the website that I was a little intimidated by. I'm gonna bookmark. Wait, no, I bought from Frogs and. Who did I just buy from? Did I just buy from Frogs and Things? Let me see what I think. I can't remember what email I gave them. Yeah, I bought from Frogs and Things. Okay, so never mind. We're all good. Frogs and Things is who I bought the melanogaster from. So we're gonna see how that goes. I just need one pregnant female. Tammy Roach says that they bought from them at shows. Lizard Bean says, I'm so sad my sewer fairies from you never took off. I had 2 adults emerge and nothing else. That is unfortunate. What species was it? Satchel says, for a second, I thought you had white eye morph Phrynis. That would be kind of cool. I don't even know if that can happen in arachnids. Maybe if let's Google white-eyed spider and see what comes up. Nothing. I wonder if that can't even happen. I wonder if because spiders are so dependent on, or well, not all of them, but I wonder if because a lot of spiders are dependent on, not all of them. I don't know what I'm saying. Because I'm seeing pictures of all visual hunting spiders and not the like billions that use vibration and webs. But I wonder if spiders can't even have like a white-eyed mutation, if that even can happen. Charlie Bug wants to get amblypyge one day, but only the big ones because the small things will teleport in the depths beneath my dresser. White simple eye. I think most simple eyes on roaches. The simple eyes are usually white, if I recall correctly. Maybe I'm thinking of just like Paraplaneta americana face. Yeah, the simple eyes are white on Paraplaneta americana, actually, and I think on a lot of roaches they are as well, if I'm thinking correctly. I like the Dragon Grimoire saying that the big amblypyges will still disappear beneath the dresser. Well, that's right. We got bids going on here. Here's an X on these guys. We've already got some pretty heavy bids for these, so we're going to go ahead and start wrapping it up. I believe that's one of the individuals for sale on Stella's hand. Somebody put an X already. Going once. Going twice. Sold. To Burb, the Vinegaroon connoisseur. Burb with a winning bid of 70 here. And then we have one last Austin auction stuff here that's not dry goods. And I might start hopping around your dry goods, Austin, because I want to get to my stuff. 5 Narcissus Americanus albino, starting bid of $1 for those. Roaches aren't compound eyes. So roaches and a lot of insects have compound eyes, and they also have 2 to 3 simple eyes usually. So if you look at a picture, if you Google roach face, if you Google a picture of a roach face, you'll see that there's the huge compound eyes, the black ones, but then at the base of the antennae, there are 2 white dot looking things. And those are actually simple eyes. So they have both compound eyes and simple eyes. And then if you look at something, you Google, let's say, wasp face. Maybe that's not the best example. What am I thinking of? Maybe sawflies. Sawfly face. Okay. Then you Google like sawfly face, and not all of them. It's not very easy to tell on all of them. But on some of them, you'll see that there's 3 dots on the front of the face, and those are also 3 simple eyes. So roaches have 2 simple eyes, and some things like hymenopterans have 3. I don't think butterflies have any. So just some little fun insect facts. We're going to have some of those. We're going to have some actual book learning going on here. Sleeve McD coming out swinging with a bid of 100 going on there. A big 100 bid. And I wonder if it will stay there. We'll put the X for wrapping things up. Ice Beam, Hyper Beam. Beam is very excited about albino Narcissus. Didn't even know they existed until last Friday, which is interesting. They used to be very popular and well known on like Bugs in Cyberspace, and then apparently, things come and go over time. It is the way of the world. All right, going once on the Austin's albino Narcissus americanus. Going twice. Sold. 2. I'm going to control R and see what's up here. Beetle Pixel. Beetle Pixel with a winning bid of 133. Beetle Pixel is still here, everybody. Hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because Beetle Pixel's bidding on everything up in here. All right, we'll do a couple more Austin items here. We're going to do a substrate bag. What do you say? Frozen / pre-sterilized / ethically harvested / blah, blah, blah. Let's do 1 mossy bark bag, 3 gallons mixed maple leaf litter, and 1 X bag of live moss. Starting bid $1. So we got a group of this going up. These are, again, Stella's Springtails items. You'll have to work out shipping and all that other stuff with Stella's Springtails. Beetle Pixel with the 15th steel chair of the night. Anybody else like your typing to scare them into bidding high? Act like you're typing to scare people into bidding higher. Lizard Bean says, I had Lepisiodina, the Jimbos, and Pseudomima. Only the Pseudomima Nidida produced any adults, and it was only 2. I love to try them again. I love them so much. Remind me of that, Lizard Beans. Remind me of that at shipping time or something like that. I was thinking about doing some sewer. We should do some sewer fairies. We should maybe do some of those sewer fairies, maybe. But I don't know. Like the cultures are. I've been splitting out of them a lot for sales lately, and they're getting kind of low. Like I feel like I really need to let them sit to regenerate some individuals so I don't have these problems again. So I don't know, but just remind me of that, and I'll keep that in mind into the future, kind of like we did with those milkweed bugs last fall. DD Mark Morka says, my wife thanks you, Beetle Pixel. I believe I would have been in trouble had I won that. That's a silver lining. All right. Here's an X for the miscellaneous supplies via Beetle Pixel. There is an edited bid here. Goldenrod 6901, you've edited your bid. This was not edited properly. Goldenrod 6901, you did not edit your bid properly. That I'm gonna have to take action here. That is not okay. What can I do? How do I do this? Speak message? I'm not actually sure what I can do here. I'm going to have to say. I will give you a warning this time, but if something happens, I will have to take immediate action, and you will not be allowed to be in the auction anymore if a similar situation happens again. All right. Terrariums by Laura is in the lead so far. We're going to go ahead and say going once, going twice, sold. To, looks like it could be Garden Tales or Terrariums by Laura. It is Garden-Tales with a winning bid of 25. And let's see, we're going to do, here's another one of these Austin specials. We're going to go ahead with a 3X Botanical Isopod Botanical Kit. What is this? Isopod Botanical Kit, lichen, bark, seed pods, live moss, and 5 gallons mixed maple leaf litter. Starting bid of $1. Okay, then we're going to get back into the Roach Crossing stuff as we will have gone through the Stella's stuff. All right, now we've got some interest. It would be a good idea if you had any pictures right now, Austin, to put up. DD says, I am Sleeve. Apparently, Sleeve's wife would not have appreciated winning the bid on that Narcissus, so it would seem. Do we still got good light for me, or am I starting to look scary? I'm starting to look scary, so we're going to turn on the foot thing. Get some light in here, some soft light, and make me look a little bit softer. Let's see. We have 62 people watching in here. Started streaming 10 hours ago. It's been 10 hours, everybody. I've been staring at the screen, and it's only 8. I think we're going to wrap up at a reasonable hour, even with shenanigans and antics. I'm kind of happy about that. Charlie's tempted by gallons of leaf litter. Then you realize you can go 15 feet away from your house and find it. Anonymous agent says, I'm starting to look scary. And there goes the Sharpie cap. That's not good. Oh. Okay. Let's see now. So, yeah, not everybody has that luxury of having leaves just right outside their house. That's something you find out real quick. Oh, my neck. Need to go for a run and a walk. Oh, move more than a couple of feet a day. All right, going once on the botanical kit and leaf litter, etc. Going twice. Sold. To, looks like Aiden, but could be Lotus, so I'm going to control R. And it is Aiden with a winning bid of 24. Aiden S, winning bid of 24. And with that, that will conclude our stuff of the auction of the Austin Sorry, the auction is not over yet. We still got to go through some misc, some dry goods. I think we are going to go through some dry goods, and my bonus stuff and weird stuff will be intermingled throughout the grain pets hours. So, okay. So we're just going to go through, since we're still on dry goods, we're going to go through and do some Roach Crossing dry goods. And we're going to start with a large flat rate box of my yard compost. This is my main substrate base nowadays. Sterilized, it's approximately 5 gallons. Starting bid of $1. Do I have an example of this in anything here? No, they're all grain pests and stuff, so there's like none of that going on here. I don't have any of that substrate in here. Do I have any pictures even? I don't think so. Do I have anything on hand to illustrate this stuff? I don't think so. But this is my base compost for a lot of stuff. Some of it's old bug substrate that's broken down. A major component of it is it's pine mixed with rodent droppings that has just been rotting or decomposing for 3 to 8 months, depending on where on the pile I grab it from and whatnot. Exar Willis says they got tons of pyralis from it. That was probably that was old substrate from an enclosure. This is taken out of the nature of my backyard where I create it, put it into a steam/pressure cooker, and completely sterilize it before sending it to you. So everything is dead short of some tenacious seeds. But other than that, that's it. He said, edit it, never mind. Yeah, I think the substrate you got from me was actually the old mix, which it doesn't have as much of a sand component as this does. It's not saying this is mostly sand, but the earthworms work up and through it too, and that moves some sand into it, so it gives it a little bit of weight. Here's an X for this substrate mix of my yard compost. Good show, good stuff. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To Dewey with a winning bid of 30. Whoops, I gotta put this into our wins thing here. Yard compost. Another way to think about this is it's a good way to see the sort of substrate I use for my bugs. It's not actually on the website yet, but I've been offering it as an alternative to my Roach and Isopod substrate because it is what I use now. I've stopped using that other mix for cost reasons and started using the compost because I make it for free. Whoa, it says from Dewey, SpongeBob images in my chat, more likely than you think. All right, next up we have a large flat rate box of oak forest leaf litter mix, sterilized, approximately 5 gallons. Large flat rate for that. Large flat rate. Why did that unalign that? There we go. That's good. So this is just the leaf litter. It's mostly oak. There's also some cottonwood in there. There can be some redbud and some elm. And what else? Mostly those four. Maybe some cherry mixed in. Dewey said, Kyle, these bugs are easy. So great for roaches, isopods, and millipedes. We've had some concept about people living in concrete cities, wooded areas that get sprayed. People asking how I sterilize. I steam it for a long time, and it stinks up the house. And I'm working on getting a large pressure cooker to use for this very purpose to sort of cut into that. Charlie says, thankfully my HOA doesn't spray as it's a waste of money to most of them. And my very anti-pesticide mom is going to become HOA president. So it's going to stay that way. Fascinating. And Eric Matthews asking, pine? You use pine? And yeah, most wood is fine as long as it's broken down well enough. And so I'm using pine shavings for my rodents. And mostly also rotting wood is kind of deficient in nitrogen. So with the rodents, they're adding the fiber from the dog food they eat. They're urinating, and that's ammonia. And so when it goes outside, it's just supercharged with a lot of nitrogen and stuff. And it breaks down pretty quickly. I try to leave it for as long as possible. I don't want it to completely break down. I basically, in the summer, if I go outside and I find cotinus or euphoria larvae in the substrate, in the material, I know it's at the perfect state to use for other things, but I'll use it before and after that too. It just really depends. Also, Kyle, everyone has tons of exotic rodent manure that's been fermenting for over a year, right? And Zen Monkey bring up the pressure cooker auction. Yeah, I will eventually have an auction within the next couple months for the 941 pressure cooker / canner, because all the stupid mycelium mushroom places I had couldn't get me a unit that uses every inch of its internal space for sterilizing things. It just couldn't be done. So you know what? Now we're going with the all-American 1930 pressure cooker, because what was the biggest one? There's the huge one, the 41.5 quart, which is how many gallons? And I was like, I think that's good enough. 2 gallons. Yeah, 10 gallons. That's enough to do some increments of stuff. So yeah, we're gonna do that eventually. Thank you, Photo Gallery, for it's a pretty mix. Although I don't have the sweet gum or the maple. Not a lot of maple actually in my immediate vicinity. Yes, there's flat rate shipping, so it'll be the cost of a large flat rate box, and that'll be that. All right, going once on the leaf litter mix. Going twice. Sold. To Dewey with a winning bid of 30. Dewey really needs some substrate supplies right now, it seems like. All right, in our last of the substrate supplies, we have, I don't know, we'll see how this performs. I may run 1 or 2 of them. We're going to do a large flat rate box of mixed mulch, sterilized, approximately 5 gallons. And this is a mix of hardwoods and softwoods, and I have been using it for my bugs and my isopods, and they've been using it fine. It's been sitting out in the front yard since last May, actually, so it's a year aged. So it's really good for stuff. There's all kinds of wild bugs that are already colonizing it, but it will be gone soon. Will was actually mulching paths and stuff while I was auctioning today. So the pile is slowly creeping up the driveway, and one day will be gone, one day soon. All right, here we go. So this is mixed mulch. It's spruce and maple and elm. Yeah, spruce, maple, and elm. Is there anything else in there? There might be some other miscellaneous hardwoods tossed in too, but again, I've been using it for everything. Isopods, it's just a great, the mulch I love to use as a substrate cover because it's chunky. It's got little bits of other stuff mixed into it, like remnants of leaves and stems. And a lot of things really go crazy for that, especially when there's a mix. There's a mix of options for them to choose from. So it makes an excellent cover for especially for isopods. The Spanish isopods really like it too. I have, half of the enclosure will usually be moist and then half will be dry. And on the dry half underneath where the pieces of mulch have kind of shingled up as they've settled over time, that's where a lot of the baby Spanish isopods will be hanging out. So it's really good for that. So, all right, here's an X. And again, this is the very same stuff that I'm using for raising things like your beloved cherry blossoms and all the expansis and all of that stuff is on this. A lot of hissers. It's been great for hissers. Hissers have really liked it. Again, that shingling that it does gives them something to grip. It gives the first insars something to hide under and whatnot. All right, going once on the sterilized mulch. Going twice. Sold. 2. Looks like bladdo beans. Looks like bladdo beans slid in there. Let's see how that goes. Bladdo beans with a winning bid of 25 on the mulch box. Large flat rate mulch box. 25. I think that's a good deal, actually. I think a lot of these substrate things are actually a really good deal. And I do some live mycelium, but the problem is I don't know what species the last batch that I have is, and I don't want to say like this is great for this or this is great for that, and then you end up feeding it to something important and it dies. So I think I might hold off on that actually. Yeah, the 941 pressure cooker is what I'm going to go with. Maybe even I'll run multiple units at some point because I can't find a reliable thing for mycology usage. So, okay. Well, guys, we went through dry goods, so you know what that means. We are on to grain pets. We are on to our grain pets and some miscellaneous things, miscellaneous items, miscellaneous tasks and services, stuff like that. So I am going to go get a drink. Okay, everybody, we made it. We made it to real grain pest hours, and actually, I'm gonna commit a sin right now. I'm getting annoyed that there's 2 separate tabs for the Bugapalooza, so I'm actually gonna close out the live stream tab for a second and then reopen it, so I don't have to deal with 2 tabs. So I'll see you all in a split second here. All right, somebody said no flake soil. What about the flake? That would actually be my compost stuff. So if you guys actually want to I'll put it up and I'll note that you can use it for Hercules larvae, and we'll run it and see how that goes. I'll show you that I'll put that in the disclaimer. Compost, so you know exactly. But I should have said before, I do use this for my Hercules larvae. Here we go. We're going to do another one of these. Useful for dynasties larvae. All right, we'll do one more of these because you guys were talking about needing it for. We'll do one more of those. Run that back, Kyle. My poor beetles are now going to starve. Will there be duplicates of the grain pets? There's duplicates of not too many of them. Honestly, most of them are one-offs. So you guys are going to have to get competitive. Grain pets hours canceled. It's dry goods again. Well, somebody said they needed flake soil type stuff, and again, you can use this for dynasties larvae, which I do use it. I use it as the base, and then once they're established and they chewed everything up and left fecal pellets everywhere, and they're big and monstrous, then I'll start using some of the higher quality stuff just because it's easy to just get a bunch of that, put it into the enclosure. But so I've raised Grantii with this, I've raised Tidius with it, and I've raised what is the genus for the Kabuto Mushi again? What's the new one? Kabuto Mushi Tripoxylus. There's a Tripoxylus dichotomous with this stuff. And I've also started Hercules on it, but I've actually never raised Hercules to adulthood. So, Kyle, I might have to talk to you, buying some from you to use for beetles next year, says Exotic Wilderness. That's fine. Yeah, just talk to me about it. And somebody's asking, what is considered a grain pet? Well, they are lovely organisms that feed mostly on the grains in our cupboards. And some would consider them grain pests, but this eclectic group considers them grain pets. So, and we're also going to do something special with this to encourage people being a little bit more loose with their bidding. Is Alan going to allow past memeing now that it's borderline grain pest hours? I'm sure he will. I'll put a word in for that. They're the bugs you find in your flour. All right, let's go to. I see more people are interested in the compost now that you find out it can be used for dynasties. Oh, and I forgot. I use it for Pachnota, Urdicella, and Dichronorhina too. How could I forget to? Oh, Dichronorhina, and Cedoniscoma. This is the base for all of those as well. All right, going once. I should have mentioned this earlier, maybe. I forgot that it had multiple uses beyond isopods and roaches. Going twice. Sold. To looks like Fushiguro actually claimed it. Let's see. Fushiguro with a winning bid of 50. So, yeah, looks like Dewey, you lucked out considering how much people are loving this stuff now. So I like the Kirby GIF. I appreciate that. If any of you do need some of that, let me know. I will retail some more of it. Just you're not going to get the crazy deal that you would at the Bugapalooza, but I can retail some more. I've got a fresh pile of it that I'm going to start cracking into. Probably in mid-May to late May, it should be ready. So keep in touch. All right, everybody. I'm going to make an announcement because we are entering at everyone. It is real grain pet hours in Bid Central. We have reached it. We have reached the end of the Bugapalooza, the April Bugapalooza. We made it. It is real grain pet hours. We'll go into the Bid Central at everyone. I have Legato playing with the cord for this. It is real grain pet hours! Exclamation points. It is real grain pet hours, everybody. So here are the rules. Again, to encourage a little bit more fast and loose with your bidding and such. People saying, do not let her eat the spider beetles. Wait, you promised drinkies, somebody said. Dewey said, see, my strat works out. Bleed people's wallet and then bet for $30 wins. I really want 190 well spent. Exactly what I said. I sent you some a while ago in August. Oh, you guys have a little chat here. So here's how this is going to work. Here's my drink of choice right now. Low sugar, locally made, delicious cider. I'm going to be drinking casually as we go through the real grain pet hours here. Ooh, that's some foamy stuff. I'm going to be drinking casually. And for every bid on something that goes over $50, I'm going to drink half of one of these. So let's say I'm casually drinking and I'm all the way down to here. That means I'll have to crack open another one and drink to the equivalent volume of half. So in sum, each of these is 12 fluid ounces. So every time that a bid is won for over $50, I will have to drink half of one of these. So 6 fluid ounces of one of my drinks, and I have 7 drinks. Actually, I have more than that. We're good. We're good no matter what nefarious stuff happens. All right, I'm going to post this rule with everything that goes up as well. During real grain pet hours, all winning bids over $50 come with Kyle drinking 6 fluid ounces of drinky. All right. So here we go. I've got my little copy pasta here that I will put with everything that goes up during real grain pet hours. All winning bids over $50 come with Kyle drinking 6 fluid ounces of drinky. And I'll put that with everything that I put up. So first, we're going to start with one Trogoderma people you're going to be eating good tonight, because I think this is the highest Trogoderma diversity we've ever had. But we're going to start with something else. We're going to start with 30 Tenebrio obscurus from St. John's, Michigan. Starting bid of $1. Larvae are all dark in this strain, unlike in others. All right. We have 30 Tenebrio obscurus from St. John's, Michigan, starting bid of $1. And we have a bid of $1. Let's see. We got that. Yard compost was just for beetles. You can use that yard compost. I use it for roaches and for isopods and for some millipedes and for beetles. I use it for a lot of stuff. And it works well. Stuff I wouldn't use it with, not for stag beetles, unless you also work some white rot into the substrate somewhere. Some millipedes are kind of picky about it, so I would use it as a substrate for millipedes like Chicobolus and Narcissus, but not as the bulk of the substrate. I would use more wood for that over the top of it. What else wouldn't I use it for? Use it for all my isopods as the substrate, and then I'll usually put the mulch and some leaf litter and a bunch of stuff over the top of it, but it does have nutritive value for them. And species that tend to go down into the substrate like Porcelia dilatatus and Isopodus species Tarragona, obviously dwarf whites, Venezilla parvis, etc., all relish eating it. All right, guys, let's get Kyle to drink 10 beers in half an hour. Come on, spend some monies. You get more from it than you would for giving super chats. I can say that much. Charlie asking if spider beetles can live on wheat bran. Probably. They can probably live on it, but why do that when you can just feed them dog food? It's so much easier. Eric Matthews says, drink stevia while getting scratched by a roach, and Stella's AI video will become a reality. Little joke of some cultures I've absolutely killed: Trichorhina tomentosa, Wisman mealworms, the bilus ant springtails. Those are pretty hard to kill things. That's well, I'm going to talk. I did kill tomentosa too. Charlie might try to pick up some Wisman giants. As Dragon Rumor are saying that you have high protein dog food, is it good for spider beetles? Yeah, it is. What does everybody keep their spider beetles in? Oh, I love this conversation. All right, we've got some good conversation here about the Obscurus and exotic wilderness picture. All of the larvae from this strain look like that dark individual. There's no light individuals in this strain from St. John's, Michigan. Everyone get your quick oats. I hope we get more Tenebrio in culture. It's a nice genus and easy. Easy is the name of the game. All right, going once on the Tenebrio obscurus. Going twice. Sold. To Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 32. Chris Sniper wants the obscurus during real grain pets hours. In two items, I'm going to put a secret reveal up for grabs, actually. And this secret reveal if it bids over a certain amount, it may be a little controversial, but it will also blow people's mind, and I'm sure that a lot of people have a positive reaction to it. So we'll do that in 2 items here. We have next up, aren't they all secret reveals? I love this, the normal Kyle live streams. And then I'm watching the video right now, and then the Kyle Bugapalooza live stream, Kyle After Dark live stream. And what a good meme. All right, Satchel, if you're there, I don't remember where these came from, where you said they came from. They're probably from Tuscaloosa, but we have a culture 100 maybe of Cytophilus species. Satchel, ask him for where they're from. Starting bid of $1. I think they're from Tuscaloosa. We don't have an ID on them, but they might be different. They could be more ZMAs, or they could be Orizi. I don't know. All right, they're from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I'm going to scratch that out and put that on here. So, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Also, for people raising grain pests, I've had mixed results with like Uncle Ben's type rice and with just a bunch of different rices. But what works the best rice that I found for all Cytophilus and for Rhizopertha too, is, I'm going to link to it. Where is it? This is the best rice that I found for Cytophilus and for Rhizopertha. Is this stuff, this organic short grain brown rice. Their grain pests, Cytophilus and Plaudia, just love this stuff. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because it's closer to wild rice in a bunch of ways. I'm not 100% sure what the deal is, but they just really, really enjoy this stuff. So just a recommendation. It's also pretty affordable, and you don't have to use it all for your bugs. You can also eat it. Can you pin this? Yeah, I'll pin this. I'll pin that in here for now. But basically, it's this organic short grain brown rice has been the best in my experience. All right, here's an X for the species, the Satchels, the Tuscaloosas. And guys, I think this Sharpie is going to die as a consequence of the Bugapalooza. It's really, I think it's on death's door right now, actually. All right, going once for the new possible new Cytophilus species. Going twice. Sold. To Reptipets by Lena with a winning bid of 36 to Reptipets for the Cytophilus. With a winning bid of 36 Reptipets. Okay. And still I am not inebriated. Okay, we're coming up to, we got all kinds of stuff here. All right. We have, why didn't I write a number on here? It's like 100 plus. That's the problem with grain pests, is sometimes I can't see everything that I put in the enclosure because they're so small or they're in the grains. Anyways, we have 100 plus mixed Mesium Affini, starting bid of $1. I think I have to go get rid of this Sharpie, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Nothing quite like a fresh Sharpie. And what is going on in here? We are inching our way closer to a $50 bid here. You guys must really want some spider beetles, I think. I'm going to put an X for the museum, actually, and catch up in the chat here. We got somebody said I can send you more Bylus by Lost Wisman, too. People talking about what you keep your spider beetles in. You can put a pile of grain in a corner of your pantry and keep them in that if you wanted to. Charlie talking about cats eating home-cooked meals. My cat's Blue is outdoors most of the time, and he has lost almost all interest in cat food. But there's a lot of wild game around here. There's a lot of squirrels, a lot of mice and chipmunks. So I think he's probably eating almost entirely what he can catch around here. I mean, there's also rats and mice too. People talk about dropping the spider beetles in a container with high protein oats. This is a little older discussion. Tuscaloosa from Dylan's Shed. Looking those guys up, and they are so tiny. What do you mean they're the size of a grain of rice? But I do love weevils. Eric Matthews says, if you're trying to avoid arsenic, California rice. What do you mean by that, Eric? I'm curious. All right, going once for the museum Aphany. I'm going to take some drinks just in good faith here. Going twice. Sold to Arbs with a winning bid of 50, and you know what? That'll count. That's $50 or more. So Arbs, you're the first one to break the barrier. I'm obligated now by holy law with a winning bid of $50 to Arbs. So you guys are just going to have to trust me that I'm drinking roughly half of this. So it's right about here right now. So I got to drink it down to right about here. Oh, I'm glad this stuff was tasty. All right, that's getting low. One more for the road. All right, the first one. Let me catch up on chat here and make sure that Arbs gets his proper due. So, all right, now instead of doing this via Super Chat where YouTube will swipe my monies, we're going to just do it in here. If we want the big reveal, the big potentially slightly controversial reveal, we have I like the memes because we did three things here. Now we got to do the potential reveal. We have one secret reveal, starting bid $50 or starting bid of $1, goal of $50. So the question is, who's going to get caught footing the bill for a secret reveal should it come to that? And I'll catch up on the live stream here. People talking about loving weevils. Well, Cytophilus is the easiest weevil to raise in captivity. So people asking about spider beetles working as feeders for things like tarantula slings. I think people usually use them for like amphibians because like a lot of toads and frogs eat a lot of beetles and can process the exoskeleton. California rice fields were the few in the world never treated with arsenic. Interesting. As a pesticide, I assume? Obey the Snark says, I don't need grain pests, but what if I do? Circus is still grain pest hours. Oh, yeah, we just kind of basically just started. We're just scratching the surface here. And I just remembered I didn't put my copy pasta on things that I drink every time that we win something. Where is that? Last time I put it over here. I'm still going to honor it, but I want to keep putting it with things. Reveal or to win the secret item. Reveal. Secret reveal of something. Something I wonder if any of you have even suspected, perhaps, as it has been going on in this very room in which I sit. It has been going on in the background. I was wondering if anybody maybe caught a glimpse because I had to deal with it at some point today. I had to deal, or yesterday. Yesterday I had to deal with this secret at some point today. So, somebody talking about California just getting bombed with fire retardants with heavy metals. I don't want to be a downer, but it's grim out there. Are the secrets all grain pests? No, this is a different secret. This is just me to reveal a secret. We're going to reveal a secret, actually. Somebody said it's the nail. Who's going to be on the hook for revealing the secret? Who's going to dare to be the one taking credit for the secret? I'll give them a shout out. I'll give them something and blow them up over here. I think I know what it is. Tokay. Nope, not larder beetles. Again, you aren't winning anything other than it is a reveal of the secret, which I think will be worth it to certain people, but we're going to see. Again, might be mildly controversial, mildly. So let's put an X here. Let's see how much you guys want the secret reveal. We'll see who's willing to foot the bill for who's going to take the fall here and be on the hook for the secret reveal. Who's going to foot the bill for the secret reveal? All right, it's Chris Sniper. It's looking like it's going to be Chris Sniper. Let's see. All right, going once. Going twice. Sold. To the winner of Smugger Smoogler, beating out Chris Sniper, actually, being the person who's going to of Smugger Smoogler, beating out Chris Sniper, actually, being the person who's going to fund the secret reveal here. And I am also obligated to have a drink, so I'm gonna actually have to go get another drink. But Smugger Smoogler is actually the financier this time of the secret reveal. So I got to finish this and go start another one. So I'll be right back. Cheers, everybody. Cheers to Smugger Smoogler funding our fun. Whew. Very foamy. Oh. All right. Bragging rights. I'm going to put it right here. Smugger Smoogler is the great. There we go. In fact, we're going to unpin the old message and we're going to pin this. The secrets need to come to me, actually. Pin the message. Thank you for everybody else who contributed. Tino, you tried. Chris Sniper, Leah, we had a couple other people. Quable guy, you were starting, but Ramarjo had a Tenacity Circa, Exotic Wilderness Eric, but ultimately Smugger Smoogler has footed the bill for this ultimate reveal, which give it a second here, actually. We're gonna have to, we might have to wait a second, actually. Give it a second here, actually. We're gonna have to, we might have to wait a second, actually. I like how Kyle's webcam gets progressively crunchier as it gets darker. Yeah, it's not dealing the best with the low light. But that's the problem with the secret is I'm at its mercy a little bit. Let me go look around for 1 second. And the secret reveal is that Mon had kittens. That's the secret reveal. Is that Mon had little kittens. I know some people have, Brain called it. I know some people have strong feelings about cat reproduction, but Angela and I would both really like a blue tortie at some point. So we also lined up homes for stuff before she had kittens. But so this one is named Kayla. It's going to my parents. And she actually had a very small litter of just 2 of them. There were 2 stillborns, but she had a litter of 2 of them. So this is Kayla going to go live with my parents. And they're very cute little kittens. So this is one of her little kittens. And then the other one. Oh, come here, little cute thing. And then this one's name is, it's likely that Kai is actually going to adopt this one, This is Say Hello to Chairman Meow. Kai picked the name. So this is Chairman Meow. And I don't know where the seal pointing came from, but there it is. And actually, he's got his mom's little nose marking, how she's got the little stripe on the nose. So I claim. So there's the secret reveal, everybody, and they are extremely sweet kittens. She actually, she had them at the bottom of the steps leading into the bug room. So when they were like little teeny tiny and I tried to move them. From there, and every time I would move them from the bottom of the steps, just no nest, no nothing, just slapped on the bottom of the steps, she would pick them up and take them back down there. So I was like, okay, I can't do this. So don't like I put it in a plastic tote. Average cat behavior. So they actually grew up at the bottom of the steps with me running up and downstairs all day, every day, going in and out the flap doors, doing bug stuff, carrying things up and down. So they're like super duper mellow because nothing, like they're used to noise. They're used to all this activity. And they obviously are fine with being picked up and pet, and just they both have really good personalities. And I think that they are going to really good homes. A bug hits the floor, it's over. That bug is lunch. So, yeah, that's the secret. And I say maybe some of you guys may have heard something because I had to pick one of them up and take them out of here the other day. And I was trying to be stealthy about it, but I wasn't sure if I was. And you've maybe heard some pitter-pattering noises. I did say cat antics earlier, but it was actually those 2 running around and playing, and not Mon. But my home is definitely good, says Tennyson. Yeah, so they're good cat. I was never a cat person, and I think it's because everybody's cats that I met were just, a lot of people just had bad cats. A lot of people I think have really bad cats. There was a child when I was a kid. There was a cat that wandered into our neighborhood and stuck around for a couple of weeks, and I would play with it, and it was a really nice cat. And then my friend Tyler, growing up when I was in middle school and high school, his mom had a female cat, and then it had two offspring, and its name was Sophia Maria, and it would just lay on the bed, and you could just pet the belly, and it would just lay there and spread out and purr for like days. And so that was a good cat. Let's see. Cat distribution system got him. Circus says, by the way, Kyle, I think cherry blossoms are red pak chong morphs. Red pak chong were collected separately from pak chong, so there's good chance they're different. So definitely a different locality. Somebody's saying the red pak chongs came from a different locality. Tennyson says, they got my dad. He hates cats, but we have 5. Yeah. I think that maybe we'll end up ultimately, once we're out in Holly, we may end up with 3 to 4 cats total. Like Baloo's definitely doing work outside, keeping pests and stuff away. Like I don't have chipmunk problems like I used to, which is why I got him. And then Mon we were offered last spring, and that just happened because torties are really cute. So yeah, eventually we'll end up with that. But we need some heavy pest control out in Holly because there's so many voles. It's just the perfect reservoir for ticks. And there's a lot of ticks out there. So anything that's going to cut into the small mammal population is going to be appreciated. So 3 to 4 cats and 10 barn cats. Well, Baloo's always going to be an outdoor cat. He was fine with the kittens when they were smaller. They haven't done anything to him, but he doesn't like them. I'm suspicious they're not his. I'm suspicious because Mon went out for an extra long night to go to the bathroom once. So I'm suspicious they may not be his, but at the same time, the male does have a face that looks like his, and the female does have patches of orange on her body like Baloo's mom had. So they may very well be his, and he just is still just annoyed with them. So he's been staying out for days and not really coming back, but he'll come back inside and everything will be good once the kittens go off to their homes, which should be next week. So let's see, cat auction when? I'm surprised one wasn't named after a bug. Well, my parents wanted me to be drinking time. My parents were like, we wanted a Kayla. We got a Kyle, but we wanted a Kayla. So they decided to name the female cat Kayla. And then, of course, Kai said, I want to name the cat Chairman Meow. And I was like, I agree with this, So get you a pet opossum. Actually, that's illegal in Michigan. We can't own any thing that's considered wildlife by the state. You can't actually own one without heavy permission. Charlie Bug says, I keep trying to look up spider beetle carom phone and forget that most people hate bugs because all the results are like, these disgusting creatures engage in sickly behavior in damp areas. That's going in my quote book. I want you to know that, Charlie. I'm putting that in my quote book. These just with the proper, all the emphasis going on there. These disgusting creatures. Let's put that in my quotes for the year of 2025. These disgusting creatures engage in sickly behavior in damp areas. That's a beautiful quote. That's going in my list. Oh, geez, it just took me a drink and a half to get into not a good mood, but a better mood. What, you can't be the mink man? You could if you get extensive licensing from the state of Michigan is how that works. It's kind of a little unclear about stuff like white-footed mice and kind of like pesty animals, if you can have them and stuff like that. So unsure. Let's see. We're going to go. What are we going to do next? We're going to do a beetle. A lot of talk about the whispering giants. Oh, look, everybody. You get 2 pests for the price of 1. There's I think there's some stegobium in this Wisman giant tenebrio culture. Oh, baby. So we're going to go ahead and do a group of 100 tenebrio Molitor Wisman giant plus some CF stegobium. Starting bid of $1. Everybody loves stegobium, right? More grain pests. I think I have a container of just stegobium coming up. You can have short-tail opossum. Oh, yeah. So people think Michigan is strict about its exotic animal laws. It's really not that strict. Maybe at a local level it is, but at a state level, you basically can't have. Maybe at a local level it is, but at a state level, you basically can't have big cats, bears, and wolves. That's basically all you can't have at a state level. And then there's a couple of specifically banned things, like you can't have nutria, you can't have giant African land snails. There's some weirdly specific, like some weird little teeny tiny snail that nobody's ever heard of or cares about. And you can't have yabbies. You cannot have Chirax Destructor in Michigan. For some reason, they decided that you can't have freaking yabbies in Michigan. So, but everything else, you're just kind of subject to local ordinances, basically, or county ordinance or whatever. So out in Holly, we can have buffalo if we want to. I can have emus. You could have an elephant. There's nothing saying you can't have an elephant in Michigan. Just you have to acquire said elephant. You could have rhinos in Michigan. So it's actually not that bad at a state level. But people, I think, when they think exotic animals, they think like, oh, lions and tigers and bears, oh my, kind of stuff, like Tiger King stuff. Is my vision blurry, or is there we go? That's good. Yeah, no nutrients. Sorry. Somebody bring up the stegobiums are giving them flashbacks of a bag of flour left for a little too long on its own. Ruby says, "I'm back. How many drinkies so far? I've had one full alcoholic drinkie." The camera focus had a stroke. All right, here's an X for the Molitor Wisman Giants. Gigante. How do I get Gigante? So, I think we might do a crazy auction at the end of this, or a crazy giveaway. I'm not sure. I don't know if we have the momentum tonight to get to 100 people in chat. We're at 61. I think last year we got up to 70. The night is still pretty young. We were at about 70, I think, when I put out the demand for the Rhino giveaway. So do you guys think we can do it? You think we could get 100 people in chat? Are you guys willing to work with me? You guys willing to work with me and help me get 100 people in the live stream for a Rhino Roach giveaway? You guys think we could do that? Huh? I'm looking for your input, guys. Chat, what do you think? Can you guys spam on social media and stuff to get us up to 100 people? You guys did it from 50 last time. Okay. Exotic Wilderness is confident that we can get it. Hyperbeam says the West Side people are just getting off work / getting home from commuting. So it sounds like you guys might be up to the challenge. I think I might give that decree. I think we're gonna be here. I think we're gonna be here until probably 11 o'clock. I think. So we can try that. Maybe I'll start getting desperate at the end of this, and I'll start putting some other stuff up for auction to meet quotas and whatnot. So maybe I'll start doing that too, because there's a bar I like us to hit, and I don't know, we may get that too, because there's a bar I like us to hit, and I don't know, we may get, I don't know if we'll get there. All right, Chris Sniper really wants these Molitor Wisman Giants. We're gonna start the countdown here. Going once on the Wisman Giants, going twice. Sold to Mr. Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 80. Chris Sniper. And we all know what that means. That means Kyle's going to be having a big drinky here. Oh boy, I'm already starting to feel the burn on what it's going to be like after that. All right. And the obligation. Oh, I'm going to have to start wrapping these bids up sooner if I don't want to go in the bathroom and throw up. All right, I'm putting the call out here. We're going to say if we only 2 hours of Brain Pets, if I can last that long, if we get to 100 concurrent viewers, we'll do a Macropanesthia rhinoceros giveaway. All right, there it is. I'm going to @ everybody here too. @ everyone. If we get 100 concurrent, I'll do it in general. I'll do it again. Concurrent live stream viewers. I'll do a Macropanesthia rhinoceros giveaway. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. All right, here we go. I'm going to put this in general too. We're going to get everybody involved. So start promoting everybody. Somebody said drink water, Kyle. That sounds like a good way to offset the effects of what I'm putting myself to. I hope that giveaway is more random though, because trivia pain. What will the question be? I don't know. Who could I reach out? Maybe I'll reach out to somebody for a trivia question. Let's see. Maybe Angela. Do you have a trivia question for our big giveaway? We're still going. She's wishing me, said hope that the auction went well. Let's see. Oh, bless her heart. She said that she went to Georgia today. So we went to Georgia today. I loved it. Amazing city. I'm asking her what city she went to in Georgia. Amazing. Georgia is my favorite city as well, too. We lost viewers. How did we lose viewers? Oh, God, guys. I don't know if I'm going to make it with this drinking thing. I'm already starting to feel it. Find Kyle's mother's maiden name. No, we're not going to dox me this time. Never did. Guess what's crawling my ordinarily very boring back wall? I'd have to have something good for that. I wonder what I could retrieve that I could even put on the back wall that you guys would have to guess. Here's something precious, though. These kittens are almost 8 weeks old, and there they are. They're still snuggling and nursing with Ma. Isn't that cute? Nice and wholesome. They're all very cute cats. I kind of want to go snuggle with them. Look at them. Very cute little gatos. I love calling them gatos. 100 German roaches. Dragon Grimoire saying, can I participate in giveaways in the prize? Is Florida illegal, like store credit or something? Yeah, we could work something out, Dragon Grimoire. Auction off a cat. They're not auctionable, Zen Monkey. They'll have to wait for another litter, and I've been very careful to keep Mon inside except for bathroom breaks outside because I want to make sure that the next litter is 100% Blues for my purposes. Aw, cuddle puddle. I want to be in the cuddle puddle. They look so comfortable over there. They're so soft. Let's see. I'm fine. OG original gecko. We're going a little fast and loose with the rules right now. So let's see. We're up to 63 people. 64. You guys, I have faith in you. Spam it on Facebook. Tell people they can win some very rare roaches. Let's see if Ange responds. Somebody's got to have some good trivia. Sometimes I get hungry when I see my pet scorpion eat a dubia roach. Maybe I'll ask Alan. Alan, if you're there, give me an idea. Give me some ideas for some giveaway questions because you know good eclectic facts. Anyways, we are on to our first Trogoderma of the night. We have a group of, this is a starter culture of Trogoderma variable starting bid of $1. This is the stock that comes from Auburn University. Auburn University Trogoderma variable. Guys, we made it. We're in real grain pets hours. We're here. We did it with a Trogoderma variable from, it was magical going to Auburn the first time. It was absolutely magical going there. Grain pest giveaway when I got at least one planned. It's on the docket here. So it's there. Creatura Blue Bratwurst says grain pest giveaway ? You guys did it. We're up to 68 people. That's only up down to 67. Only 33 more people till we get the drinkies are getting them. Yes, they really are. I'm gonna stop drinking casually because I fear for my health. I fear for my health with the way that bids are going. Does Bug Guide have picture? I'm gonna get sidetracked. We're gonna go to Bug Guide and see if we got pictures of Trogoderma variable. Warehouse bill. Wait a minute. Is Trogoderma variabile? Are you serious? Did Auburn have their stock mislabeled? I'm gonna have to update that. It's variabile, not variable. Variabile edit spelling. Variabile, an AI generated image of Trogoderma variable. Shall we go through the description on Bug Guide, an ASMR reading of the Trogoderma variabile page on Bug Guide. Sexual dimorphism, antennal club 6 or 7 segmented in males, 4 segmented in females. Probably indigenous to Central Asia, but now found in many parts of the world. Transcontinental in North America, considered inventive in Europe. Oh my God, guys, we're getting into the habitat. This is going extra sultry. Ready for the extra spice? In Canada, flour/feed mills, warehouses, dwellings, occasionally granaries. Prefers animal feed, whole kernels of barley and wheat, noodles, oatmeal, wheat germ. Whole wheat flour, but may also infest dead animals, candy, cocoa, corn/fish meal, flour, nut meats, and dried spices. Bee nests outdoors in bee nests outdoors in Russia. This is crazy. Not the close-up mic narrating school class AMR. This is lovely. Is it a beetle cat hybrid? Research paper. ASMR is crazy. Keep going. I'm close. We made it, guys. We're officially in grain pest hours. POV, you're getting called down to the principal's office. The fitness pacer test. Entomology ASMR for arthropodial sleep. I'm about to pest. You guys are great. Okay, I gotta finish this off. Oh, well, I still have the constitution to do so. Okay. All right. Real quick, that was the habitat section. They listed off all these like food items. And then in the food section, all it says is in Europe, wheat, any dry vegetal material, vegetal and animal stored products. Sorry, everybody, I broke kayfabe there. All right, remarks. Minor pest in Canada, in other parts of the world, including Europe, may be a major/serious pest of stored products, especially seeds, cereals, legumes, nuts, and other high-protein food. And I like how most of this is just listing off like all the things that they can eat, except in the food section, which is just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 words long of all things. I like how you said nuts. All right, here's the X for the Trogoderma variabile. Now I gotta cross it out, write it down different on the freaking cup because I don't want to be inaccurate because I don't like that. All right, going once on the Trogoderma variabile. Going once. I said once already. Going twice. Sold to Chris Sniper with a winning bid of 33. Not quite 50, so I don't have to die by drinking more. But that's good enough. Winning bid of 33, and we are just scratching the surface. with our wonderful grain pets here. What a lovely night. It's a lovely spring evening. We're at the Bugapalooza. The hard work's done. We're having some fun. The gatos are in a cuddle puddle. Owen John says, I'm Porcelio Scaber coming, Georgia. People demanding more carpet beetles. People saying we're losing viewers from this. You guys got to work harder. Spread the news more. We were at 80, weren't we? Should I airdrop 100, almost 200 million mealybugs to my local rice field plantation? I feel like eating bread today. This sounds like how it's made. I feel bad to the animals. I feel bad to the animals named Coming Eye. All right. We got a smaller giveaway after this, but guys, we dropped down to 67. Oh, my mic's in frame. There we go. Get that out of here. We dropped down to 67. The ASMR, not quite as popular as it could be. Eric Matthews says, we only need to get to 100 to watch Kyle on YouTube. Is that all? Yes. We need 100 concurrent viewers before the end of the stream, and I will do a Macropenesthia rhinoceros giveaway, but we need that 100. We were at 80, I think, and then I did the ASMR and a bunch of people left. Guess you got to just sell me the rhino roach and say, how could anyone dislike a Vegetal? Get more followers too. Yeah, I can only hope. All right, we're going to do a group of... Why didn't I write down how many there are here? It's because I grabbed some grains with them. 50. Nyptis ventriculus. Las Cruces, New Mexico. One of the least kept of... Well, maybe the other one, Gibium's the least kept. One of the rarer spider beetles, which... Charlie Bug, if you're still here, these ones can be kept just like we're up to 75. Wow, these can be kept just like the setup you had planned for your Mesium, Charlie Bug. Lizard Bean says, legit question: are spider beetles small enough for thumbnail dart frogs to eat? I don't know. Nyptis might be. Nyptis is the smallest of the 3 spider beetles that I currently work with. People adding Charlie Bug for alert. Should I bid on these, or did you still owe me these? I probably still owe you them, so don't worry about it. Exotic Wilderness, you should sit back. Unless you already bidded a bunch of money, in which case you should keep bidding more money to drive up the price in the bids. I won't complain about that. Beautiful picture by Photo Gallery. Let me just wax poetic here for a second, guys, on this picture of Nyptis. This captures this lovely old school aesthetic of like the color scheme, the presentation of, I'm going to look up 70s birding book. I have just this attraction to like the color scheme of like birding books from like the 70s, especially those images. Somebody find me an image. That's gonna be the next giveaway. Start looking, guys. There's this vibe of these old birding naturalist books where they would have like a page or 2 illustration of like a barren tree, like a tree in the winter, and they would have all the different birds perching all over it. It would be on like a kind of a gray or tannish background, and they'd have like, here, American robin, blue jay, blah, 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 and they just have this like tree in the winter with the branches with a bunch of different birds with the Latin names and the common names on them. Find me one of those images. Somebody find me one of those images. It's a vibe for me. It just really hits me right here. It's a very cozy, very comfortable thing it makes me feel. So start looking. Don't post anything yet. We're going to change the name of the fruit fly giveaway. Lotus, you got it, but not quite. That's just the silhouettes. I'm looking. There's some that have colorful things. I'm going to change the name of the fruit fly giveaway. This is the birding giveaway channel. So everybody start posting your candidates in there, and the giveaway will go to the person who posts the best thing in there. So we now have the birding giveaway channel. It's in Discord. It's right beneath Bid Central. I'm not going to check it until, no, not here. I'm going to delete that. We're getting rid of that. Put it in the birding giveaway channel. Start putting your entries. And the first person who catches this vibe, gets our next giveaway. I'll announce it on the YouTube in a second here. Tipsy Kyle has entered the chat. Satchel says, I like the Nyptis. Nate, little guys. Let me wax poetic for a moment. We will be here for 5 hours. We went up to 80 people, I think. Now we're up to 74. So we gotta break that. We got 25 people we gotta get past. Tipsy Kyle hair looks more put together than sober Kyle hair, says Allie Lass. Yeah, that's interesting. Owen John says, how many other spider beetles do you have for tonight? We have Mesium. I think we have more Mesium up for giveaway or for grabs. And Gibium also. Look at me giving away stuff. Just got 4 people in my family to join the line stream, and it hardly budged. Yeah, we're at 75. We can hit 25 easy. We can do this. Meanwhile, keep bidding, keep talking, keep putting stuff in the birding giveaway channel. OG Original Gecko, you got to put the other one. I'm gonna mod now. Put it in the birding giveaway channel. Again, we're looking for a large leafless tree that has multiple like 60s, 70s drawings of different birds perched in it. And whoever nails that vibe, you get the next giveaway. All right, here's an X for the Nyptis, though. We're going to deal with the Nyptis. But anyways, I started on this because the color scheme, the presentation of that Nyptis picture reminds me of the vibe in those birding pictures I love so much. There's a whimsy, there's a wonder of it. It's like, here's everything you could see. You're not going to see it all. It may not even live in your area. But when you look at that barren tree in the middle of the winter, you could see one of these things that we're showing you right here. And there's just something really magical about that, I think. Zen Monkey says, I like the one that includes Archaeopteryx. And yes, Eric Matthews, leafless. It's a leaflet. It's like a tree in the winter, a deciduous tree that's lost its leaves, and it's just got, not necessarily just chock full of birds, but there's some on the lower branches, some of the upper branches. It's a very specific vibe that I'm looking for. People saying, Chris, isn't it past your bedtime? All right, Nyptis ventriculus. Here we go from Las Cruces. I'm going to wax poetic again. This is what you guys get. This is what you want for Grain Pest Hours. I remember collecting these. It was sunset in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Will and I were on the very end of our 2021 Arizona collecting trip, a breakneck blitz of 9 days where we went from Livonia all the way out to Boulder, Colorado, all the way down to Star Valley / Payson, Arizona, then down to Cave Creek Canyon. Then we just kind of messed around basically southeastern Arizona. And then we started our drive back, and we went through Las Cruces on our way north as we went through New Mexico. And I remember fisting the burrows. I was looking for the Aranavega, and I found that they were all basically sickly and dying there for some reason. It must have been way too dry or something. To this day, I still don't have those Las Cruces Aranavega cultured. Every time I go back there, something bad happens with collecting them. But I remember pulling the fistfuls out of the burrow, fistful. And actually, wait, ventriculus came from when I went there with Madison, now that I think about it, because it was more moist. And even though it was more moist and I was able to find more Aranavega, I still screwed up with them. But anyways, silverfish, Nyptis, coming out of the burrows in handfuls, and I just tossed them all in that Aranavega container, and that's why we have ended up with the only 3 of those taxa to survive and continuously do well for me is the Nyptis, everybody, being the Nyptis. All right, going once to help your brain imagine it. Thank you, Exotic Wilderness. Going twice. Sold. I hit that way too early. Oh, wait, I didn't hit it. To Sleeve McDykel. Oh, no, it's a $50 winning bid, which means I have to drink. Sleeve McDykel, I think that's your first auction win, and it's gonna punish me, Sleeve. I only won one grain pet. Sleeve, you've won the Nyptis, but at what cost to my health? I still have like 13 items to go through here. Guys, I don't know if I'm gonna survive this with the drinking. I'm not cut out for this stuff. I am a lightweight. I am a very lightweight. Maybe I'll cheat and I'll find out which one of the things I have has the lowest alcohol percentage. What's this one at? This has 6.5%, and this is what it's doing to me. I can't believe you've done this. We're 76 people. It's on you, the viewers. You, the viewers, have to get us up to that 100 mark. I can't do that. I'm incapacitated right now. I have to have drinkies. So, okay. That was like 1/4 of what I need to drink, so I'm going to be right back. And I'm also going to use the bathroom, so I'm going to do that, grab another drink, and come back and pray I have something in the fridge that's like 4% alcohol by value, because I don't know if I'm going to last, guys. I'm going to die. Oh, boy. Oh. I've beaten you, chat. I found a way to get around my inevitable demise. I have poggers in the fridge, which is a slightly, what's the 6.5% by volume? Poggers is only 5% by volume, so I can preserve my soul for a little bit longer. So we say, who's going to bid 50 and say chug water? I'd be like, I'll do 100 years of vodka bottle. I have to do this for sleeve. I have to do this for sleeve. Okay. If you didn't think you'd ever hear me say poggers, you don't know me all that well. All right. And yes, I didn't mute. Did you guys hear me singing my little song to myself? That's okay. With the power of being 18 in the Philippines, I can now drink and drive. I also assure you, I am a very fun drunk until I get too tired. And then I'm still fun. I'm just usually stuck to the floor because that's where I end up. I have a good old time by myself. All right, we have question mark, culture of Pyralis ferinalis, our first and only Lepidopteran up for grabs during this auction. Pyralis ferinalis. It almost sounds like a special little spell. And I'm gonna wait a little bit longer on the giveaway thing that we're gonna do before I check the birding giveaway. I don't want to spoil anything here in the fruit fly turned bird giveaway channel that I created. Alan, I'm going back and I'm seeing Alan's like, what did I return to here? So I'm excited to see where that goes. Chris Snyder really wants an easy to breed Lepidopteran. Look at this, everybody. Look how easy it is. That the larvae eat the dead bodies of the adults. And look, you've even got a fresh adult right there in the culture, right here. Let's name him. His name is Frank, is his name, actually. Then Monkey says, no, sing it again. Charlie, there goes the Sharpie. Oh, if I actually moved, I could process the alcohols better. We're also only at 71 viewers, everybody. Only at 71 viewers, down to 70. I don't know if we're going to be able to do this. But if somebody's here in the YouTube chat, they get a chance of the macropenesthia. So, then I turn, no, Will just like lays down and shuts up. Like he can't be bothered with. Or there was a time where me, Will, Brandon, and Kai went up to Will's uncle's cabin, and Will, after laying down being silent for an hour, got up and decided it was a good idea to try and tickle me, and I had to fight I had to fight him to get him away from me because he was being rambunctious suddenly. Charlie Bug says, should I buy this and put it in my mom's bedroom? She'd be so happy. Hello, Frank, says Owen Johns. Buford. Alterpan says, I don't know how to contain these moths. Scariest grain pest to me is the one you can't contain. Hello, Frank, says Zen Monkey. Anonymous Agent says, definitely under the influence. Speaking of Lepidopterans, has anyone tried to culture Megalopygopercularis? There's another one of these kind of codgery moths that I found at my cousin Bevy's barn, feeding on like ancient decayed horse poop. And I meant to catch some and set them up kind of like Pyralis, and I don't think I caught enough of them to try it, but I'm pretty sure whatever it is can be kept the same. So when I go back there this year in May or June, I'm going to catch them. I'm going to make it a priority to catch them and try to keep them like Pyralis. I would like more easy leps like this. I think they're pretty cool and weird. Allie Lass says, if we don't make the viewers, I'll take the rhino donation gracefully. You'll take it as a donation. Hyperbeam says, imagine planning a tickle attack for a whole hour only to fail. Bro's going to end up doxing himself, says Anonymous Asian. Dewey says, someone should get those moths that look like sticks. And Kalamakow says, Saturniids ain't hard, just need food constantly. Yeah, that's fine during the summertime. What I like about this is the food is dog food. The food is roach poop. This is easy. This is an easy lep to reproduce here. This is easy right here. People going hard for the Pyralis here. Love me leps, they said. Yeah, if you're looking for an easy to captive breed lep with no special diet, you got to look into the Pyralis. And I really want more of these codger moths. I collected some detritus that had webbing and stuff in it when we were in Homestead, Florida, and I don't think anything's really going to come of it, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm hopeful. Guys, our views are dropping. We were at funny sex number a second ago. We were at 80. Now we're back to 70. We got to get this momentum. Again, we're doing a Rhino Roach giveaway. We hit 100 concurrent viewers. We do a Rhino Roach giveaway. Spam this. Facebook, Twitter, X, MySpace, whatever you got. Get it out there. We got to do this. People are saying, I need it. You get free Rhino Roaches. Put them together. We'll do a giveaway. We got to do it. We got to get to 100 viewers, though. Here's an X for the Pyralis as I get increasingly inebriated. People are very interested. I don't know if anybody even realizes there's a bid still going on here. Charlie says, hey, guys, come watch this drunk guy ASMR read Wikipedia articles on grain pests. It wasn't Wikipedia. It was the bug guide page for Trichoderma variabile. So you, Superman, that host is doing, what is this, 2007? Is that what this is? Hyperbeam says it's 6:35 Pacific Standard Time. After 7 p.m., it's going to get crazy for sure. Good. Get them West Coasties on here. We need them. Yes, pop culture cycles every 20 years or so anyways. Is that a fact? Like, should I be questioning that statement? Is it really every 20 years? Or I would have thought maybe it's a shorter cycle. I don't know. I'm not sure. I really want to play Zoo Tycoon right now. Not 2, but the original. That's just a thought I'm sharing. Anyways, going once on the Pyralis group. Is Kyle going to drink or not? It's looking like no. Haha. Going twice. Sold to Kalamacow 12. I think that's your first auction win with a winning bid of $40. Nobody wanted to bid over $40 for the Pyralis. Congrats, Kalamacow 12 on your Pyralis win. Again, I'm working, guys. I'm working on getting us some more easy leps. It's going to take time, though. I only got so much time and brain powers and catching abilities. We got our giveaway thing. I'm just going to run our giveaway in the background. I'm going to put giveaway for a Cytophilus Zaya Mays from Bryceville, Tennessee. Post your finds of 50s to 70s style birds on leafless trees images to the special Discord channel. All right, we're going to see. Owen John says, putting all my stocks into condescending Wonka making a comeback. That's funny, Owen Johns. Dewey says, yeah, if you Google a pop culture site, cycle refers to when trends and styles return within 20 to 30 years. Interesting. So how does new styles and trends factor into that is my question, really. Brady Williams says, I actually have a hanging picture like this. Get a picture of it then. Put it in the chat. I will be checking it probably within a bit or two. Oh, Kalamacow, what was your other first? Because it didn't pull you up in the list. It wasn't pulling up your username. What's next here? Ooh, we have a starter culture of Erysipelas mercator from Livonia, Michigan. This was a happy accident. When Will and I collected the Necrobia rufipes at the Menards in Livonia, we also collected Erysipelas there. And it just so happened they were not Erysipelas surinamensis. They're actually Erysipelas mercator. So now we have both surinamensis and mercator in culture. That's a win. And you can quote me on that. Dewey says, it's just retro with a fresh twist, you say. Look at how obsessed Gen Z is with millennial culture. Is it also possible that we hit, given the lack of major technological progress outside of AI generative technologies within the last 5 to 10 years, is it possible that that's why some of these cultural trends are recycling, is because we haven't really innovated on stuff much? Like if you go back 100 years, people casually dress much differently than they do now. If you go back to the 80s, things are kind of looking a lot more modern. But I feel like people dress casually now the same as they've dressed for basically the last 20-ish years. So that's just sort of my 2 cents as a proud millennial. Zen Monkey says, there's nothing new. Everything has been said and done before. What hasn't been said and done before is a grain pest auction, other than the past ones we've had here with the Bugapalooza. So, Kalamacow says, my first was either Polyphaga gyptiaca or Javanica. Whoops. I don't know why I deleted that. Let me see. Oh, Kalamacow. That's why. Because I put Kalamacow 12 in your recent entry, and I did it in caps. That's why I wasn't pulling that up. Okay, all good. Well, I retract my statement of goodwill then. We're at 80 viewers, guys. 20 more to go, and we'll do the Rhino Roach giveaway. We got to do this. Charlie says, I'm Zen Z, but all the new kids don't know this poster like a BlackBerry. Dude, BlackBerry was a thing for like a year. I remember when I was doing Taekwondo, somebody, I don't know if it was one of my instructors or something, somebody at the dojo, this was like 2005, 2006. Somebody was like texting stuff on their BlackBerry, and I was like, wow, that's the future. And then I think my dad had one for like a year or two, and then they were just gone. Like that phase just was so short, and it just disappeared. Like I barely remember it other than that one specific interest in being like, wow, the BlackBerry, that's the way of the future. And then it was just gone, just swallowed up by, I don't know, cell phones, and then eventually the iPhone. Anonymous Agent is Kyle talking about fashion trends now. Dewey says it's the nostalgia. Gen Z feels like they missed out. FOMO, fear of missing out. I just learned that during the auction the other day. Dewey says, I see a lot of new arcades and millennial trends catching roots here again, like LAN parties and game stores. I mean, I could see why you could just do your LAN party remote, and you don't have to be in person necessarily. Chuck Gardner asks, how many items are left overall? We got physical like bug items. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. About 13 items, and we got a couple of ethereal items too going up for grabs. No good will we be bidden tonight. The coolest seniors in my high school definitely had a BlackBerry, said Dewey. Your parents had them and the PDA models. Looks like the thing the kid in Megman had to jack into machines. Farah of miffing out, said Charlie Bugs, but then it wouldn't be a LAN party, no? That's true. I've had a couple of LAN parties in my day. Here's an X for the Mercator, which Chris Sniper and a handful of people have been going back and forth on the Arisophilus. Tip with the Mercator, coconut. Coconut, they love coconut. Buy yourself some coconut shavings off of Amazon, slap it in that well-ventilated container, put a corner of moisture, and watch your Arisophilus cult, your stocks go. Oh, that's right, because Stankosaurus didn't get back to me. I ended up giving, I'm pretty sure, Mason, I gave you that culture of the Mercator with the coconut from years ago that they're still feeding on in there too. Dewey says, yes, the whole dynamic of accusing the other of screen peeking never gets old. Counter-Strike 5.6 in a room of 12 sooty nerds and right. Guys, Kirby Air Ride. They're bringing it back for the Switch 2 Kirby Air Riders. I love that game so much. I can't wait to play it on the Switch 2. I am so ready for it. And the screen peeking is like a vital component of playing Kirby Air Riders. So I'm so ready for that. I need a drink. It's at the perfect quantity left in here for that $50 winning bid. Anybody who's thinking about that. Just saying. We're having a hard. Here's an X for the Mercators. Oh, I already did an X. All right. Going once on the Mercators. Arisophilus Mercator. Going twice. Sold. To Kalamacow with a winning bid of 30. Kalamacow with a winning bid of 30. Kalamacow. Another win for Kalamacow. Good job. Good show. Good show. All right. I got to write that down here. I'm glad I'm sitting down because I don't know if I'd be so good if I was standing up. One more item, and we will do the bird picture giveaway. Reminder, everybody, the bird picture giveaway is in the Discord. Go post your pictures, and I will reward you and talk about it on the live stream. We're at 83 people. Okay, we can do this. Let's get another thing going here. Let's do a group of, a new species of Trogoderma. We have a culture. We live in a culture. A culture of Trogoderma sternale from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Starting bid of $1. First-time offering during real grain pest hours. Trogoderma sternale. I wonder if we can find a picture of that boy. And then after this, we're going to go do the giveaway for the bird image thing. Trogoderma sternale. Oh, yeah, we got a couple pictures on Bug Guide. Trogoderma sternale. Let's get a picture. Let's swipe this boy. There we go. Show him off. The enlightened person choosing the Trogoderma over all else. Live, laugh, Trogoderma is what my mom always told me growing up. Honestly, that's not a joke. Whoa, we got some posts here. Minwan Ku says, optimization of cultural development has indeed reached a point of general stagnation, I think. Too many factors, increasing reliance on political diplomacy for global affairs, general dissolution of unified ideals, lack of immediate necessary change to matters of life, increasing reliance on extrapersonal aid, etc., has made innovation less of a crucial matter, and we've essentially exhausted the vast majority of significant revolutionary contributions that will reform current society, at least from how I see it. Well, thank you for commenting, Minwan Ku. I appreciate that sort of thing. I do feel like we've sort of stagnated. We had COVID, and that was kind of a weird microcultural. It was a weird sort of cultural thing because everybody's indoors and we're all kind of. It's kind of a period of weird hyper socialization over social media, not in person, which had its own consequences. And then we've got Star saying, I like lizards. That's fair. Charlie saying, Midwan, go crazy. Exact Willis says, funny, my mom said the same thing to me about the Trogoderma. Mary Jane says, bugs. Joe Schmo says, my boy got it figured out. That was on point. And Hyperview says, and that's when AI walks in. Charlie says, I have work tomorrow morning. It might be a late night. We have until quantum computers become a thing. Yeah, I agree with all that. But more importantly, we're at 83 viewers, and we could be at 100. Remember to like the stream. If you like the stream, it might drag people in here, too. They may get it recommended and be like, what's a Bugapalooza? Who's this crazy disheveled guy? What am I doing with my life? And that might encourage them to show up in here. So be sure to like the stream. Here's an X for the Trogoderma sternale from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. 83 people, guys. We're so close. 17 more. 84. 16 more. We could be at the Macropenessa giveaway. Let me see if Angela responded with trivia. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Let's see. I gotta think of trivia, and I'm inebriated, which makes it difficult. More viewers the closer we get to 7. Waiting for it. Again, Hyperbeam, I don't know why you're so confident about that, but I'm willing to trust your confidence. 83 viewers should have 83 likes. Let's get those likes up, people. Slap that like button. You love seeing the delusional rambling. Exotic Williams said, I had a scary dream about Facebook Isopod moms last night. David Dobrik, if he liked bugs. Kyle, I have a grain pest trivia you can use. Exotic Willingness, send it to me. Shoot it over Discord, and I'll try and look at it. All right. Going once on the Trogoderma sternale. I don't think we're going to get to the Kyle inebriation point. I don't know. Going twice. Sold to Jesus is King with a winning bid of 32. Not quite enough to get me to Jesus is King. Not quite enough to get me to slurp down my drink, but I'll take a swig for you, Jesus is King. Amen, brother. There's a reason 7 to 9 is prime time. Yeah, Ice Beam, I'm gonna put some faith in you. We got a good amount of stuff left still. Kyle really wants to give away his Rhino Roaches. Y'all, don't give him drinkies. I want to go to bed, said Charlie. Is that a Coors Light? No, this is a Poggers. Poggers. This is a non-guilty pleasure of mine. I love this stuff. Drags me back to 2022. No, Drags me back to 2021 playing Breath of the Wild with my friend Brandon in my living room between doing hours and hours of bug work every day, where I would have a poggers in the evening while we would play, and it was a most memorable time, much whimsy during this time. I guess I should write this down for Jesus is King. Jesus is King. Oh, I'm going to have a good shower. I'm going to conk out tonight, I'm sure. Okay, next up we have, how many F&E did we do before? I got to look that up. 100 plus mix. So there's adults, there's larvae, and the dog food kernels. We have 100 plus mesium F&E. Allie says, I'm allergic to alcohol, so I'll garden instead. That's fair. Geez, I gotta do a giveaway with like how many somethings. I'm changing a bid thing into a giveaway. Don't mind me here, guys. Later on, 83 guys, 83. We're so close. 82. We're so close. We did get some more likes, though. I appreciate the likes. But I got to hold out until 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. is prime time. Ice Beam Hyperbeam says, I just got to make it to 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern, Pacific Standard Time, Pacific something time, and we'll get more people. Let's see what Exotic Wilderness said for the trivia question. The trivia question is, that's too vague. We got to have a more exact number for this so it can't be argued. After this Affinity, we're going to go into the giveaway for the bird image. So everybody in the chat, if you're in the Discord, make sure you go to the special birding giveaway channel located beneath Bid Central and add your contribution so I can go through and judge. I'm going to give this, I was going to say I'll give this to the first one, the first person who catches the vibe. I think it's going to be a general thing. I'm going to find which one has the best vibe out of all of them. Doesn't matter when they were posted. So go ahead, get in there, spam some stuff so I can go in there and look at things with my eyeballs, and we will hopefully get you guys something for the giveaway. I don't think I announced what that giveaway was going to be for. Did I? I'm going to have to scroll up. Giveaway, oh, it was for Cytophilus. Okay. So it's for a group of Cytophilus, ZMAs, Bryceville, Tennessee, the bird giveaway thing. Drunk Guy Vibe judges bird picks. Hyperbeam said, if we don't make it by around 8 p.m., we start losing Easterners. Yeah, we have to hit that sweet spot. We're coming up on that sweet spot where people are still awake. Texas in the house from Star. Thank you. Allie last in the house from also being in the Texas. We're at 86 viewers, 14 more, and we can do the Rhino Roach giveaway. I know you guys can do it. This can be the momentum, the building. The people who come in can tell people. More people can sign in. We can get this. We got this momentum. Say, crazy guy gives away rhinoceros cockroaches. It can happen. Here's an X for the Mesium Aphany. The shiny spider beetles. Stay awake. Stay awake. I can do this. We got this. We can do this, guys. I'm not drunk. I'm very buzzed, though. Very, very buzzed. And to think I was going to go for an evening walk and do some workouts after I was done. He does not got this. I got this. We are flirting 85. Come on, we can break 90. Once we broke 90 last time, it was easy to get to 100. We can do this, guys. I know. I believe in you. Look at this web of people we've recruited here. We're down to 82. No. Like the stream, dragging organic traffic. We can do this. Come on, everybody. More drinky, said somebody. Did it bid over 50? Not yet. All right. We're wrapping up the bids for the Mesium Aphany 100 plus mixed, both adults and larvae culture. Going once. Going twice.